Chapter 1. Don't come any closer. Even if I die from the heat, I would never do anything to betray Xiaoming. If you dare touch me, I won't let you get away with it. On the bed, the man pulled hard on his clothes, his face flushed an unusual red. Liamo had just transmigrated when she heard these words, accompanied by a dizzying headache. Her feet felt like they were on cotton. Just as she was about to fall backward, she quickly grabbed the wooden table beside her, barely managing to steady herself. After finally regaining her balance, the next second, a series of images flashed through her mind. A minute later, she finally processed the images with a splitting headache. As a web novelist, she had died from overwork while trying to meet a deadline, and now she had transmigrated into a historical novel written by one of her haters. In the book, she was a stupid and vicious female supporting character who was ultimately sent to a brothel by the male lead to have her heart and kidneys ripped out, dying a gruesome death. It's so hot. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the bed. Liamo turned her head, and an erotic scene instantly entered her vision. Good heavens, she had stumbled into the classic trope from the novel where the villainous female supporting character drugged the male lead to steal the female lead's cousin, a desirable man. She remembered that in the novel, this incident caused the male and female leads to separate for a year, and it also fueled the male lead's desire to kill her. The thought of losing limbs and having her body hollowed out instantly pulled her back to reality. She had to maintain a clear distance from the male lead, stay away from him, and live a long and healthy life. Seeing that the man on the bed was about to take off all his clothes, she quickly had a bright idea. She strode to the corner of the room, grabbed a stick from the wall, turned around, went to the bedside, and forcefully struck the back of the almost naked man's head. Soon, the man's eyes rolled back, and he became still. Liamo was so frightened that she quickly dropped the stick and ran out of the room without looking back. Just as she ran back to the yard, before she could even catch her breath, she heard her mother's scolding voice beside her, "You brat, you're going to that blind date today whether you like it or not, and you'd better bring me back someone even better than Li Meng, do you hear me?" Before she could finish speaking, Li's mother rushed over and grabbed her ear. "Did you hear me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li's mother noticed her daughter was covered in sweat and immediately looked at her with suspicion. "What did you go to do?" Liamo quickly pulled her ear away from her mother's grasp. Looking at her mother, who looked like an ordinary rural woman, a strange feeling flashed through Liamo's heart, a child who had been an orphan since childhood. "Mother!" She finally had a mother to call. "Mom," she called out, her eyes filled with tears. Li's mother, who had originally wanted to urge her daughter further, immediately felt heartache upon seeing her daughter's pitiful appearance, and forgot all about forcing her to go on the blind date. "What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell Mom, and Mom will ask your brothers to stand up for you." Li's mother quickly pulled her into her arms and asked. Liamo sniffed. If she remembered correctly, in the novel, because the female lead did evil, her family all met with bad ends. But now it was different. As long as she stayed away from the male and female leads, she and her family could survive until the very end. "No one bullied me, I just wanted to call you." Liamo buried her head in her mother's arms and acted coquettishly. Li's mother smiled, then suddenly remembered something and immediately pulled her out of her arms, her face stern as she said, "Stop acting like a spoiled child. You have to go to this blind date today. I asked your aunt to find this one, it's definitely better than Li Meng's boyfriend. Don't fixate on her boyfriend anymore. Let's find someone better ourselves, okay?" Hearing this, Li Mo's eyes lit up. Staying away from the male lead wasn't enough, she also needed to show the male and female leads her determination to stay away from them. Besides, considering what the original owner of this body did to the male lead today, this blind date was even more necessary. "Blind date? I'll go. Time and place?" "I'll go right now," she asked immediately. "Don't think I'm being nosy, I'm doing this for your own good. That Su guy is your cousin's now, thinking about him won't help." At this point, Li's mother realized her daughter had just agreed to go on a blind date. She paused, then asked incredulously, "What did you say?" I didn't hear you, say it again. Liam looked at her mother, whose mind was completely preoccupied with her daughter's well-being. She recalled the mother's fate in the book. After the original owner's death, she went mad and died in an abandoned well in the village, not being discovered until half a month later. But in this life, none of that would happen. She vowed to rewrite this family's tragic destiny. Liam found a comfortable spot to lean on her mother's shoulder, and said in a coquettish tone, "Mom, you heard me right. I said I agree to go on a blind date." "Where?" "I'll go right now." "At the Tianjin restaurant next to your aunt's house in the county town." After answering, Lee's mother still couldn't quite believe what she had just heard, so she asked again, "You silly girl, you're not lying to your mother, are you?" "Why would I lie to you? I'll go right now." After saying that, she stood up. "Hey, aren't you going to eat lunch?" Seeing that she was serious, Lee's mother quickly stood up as well and pulled her along. "No, I don't have time." If she delayed any longer, the male lead she had knocked unconscious would wake up, and then she would be dead. Lee's mother pulled her daughter back, her heart softening, and finally gave her 5 yuan, stuffing it into her hand. "Use it sparingly, your second brother is getting married soon, and we don't have much money left." "I know, don't worry, Mom, I promise, I'll pay you back double for the money you spend on me. Later, I'll make sure you live in a mansion with me, ride in a car, and I guarantee you'll be the most stylish old lady in the whole village," she said, clinging to her mother's arm and acting coquettishly. Lee's mother's face was beaming with delight, knowing full well that her daughter's words were unlikely to come true, but she was still happy to hear them. "All right, stop making empty promises to your mother. Let's get going, don't keep them waiting," Lee's mother said, deliberately putting on a stern face. Before leaving, Liam kissed her mother's cheek, and then ran out of the house amidst her mother's loving scolding. She hadn't gone far when she heard a commotion behind her. Turning around, she saw that the people were heading in the direction she had just escaped from. It seemed someone had discovered the male protagonist lying in bed. Liam quickened her pace and ran towards the village entrance, believing that as long as she ran fast enough, this trouble would be none of her business. It seemed she was lucky today. Just as she stepped out of the village, she bumped into an old man from the next village driving an ox cart to the county. Finally, Liam paid 2 cents to ride in the rickety ox cart. Chapter 2. This man is not bad. An hour later, the ox cart finally stopped at the entrance of the county town. Thanks to her silver tongue, she finally entered the restaurant on time for the arranged blind date. The restaurant was a small private restaurant, and business was quite good. When she walked in, there were quite a few people eating breakfast inside. Her arrival did not attract much attention. After entering, Liam did not just find a place to sit down. Instead, she stood there and looked around among the customers. Finally, her gaze settled on a man sitting in the far corner of the restaurant. He wore glasses, was handsome and refined, tall, but a bit thin. This kind of man was exactly her type, and compared to the other people here, he was the only one sitting at his table, looking like he was waiting for someone. Thinking that he was the man she was going to meet, Liam quickly adjusted her 2 braided hair, and after making sure she looked better, she immediately took a few nervous steps towards him. "Hello, comrade, I'm Liam, here for your blind date." She stood beside the table he was sitting at, extending her hand to introduce herself. Sunan, who was reading a book, looked up at the source of the voice, his previously unmoving dark eyes fixed on her face. Looking at the person in front of him with fair skin and a soft voice, Sunan, almost unconsciously, admitted, "Hello, my name is Sunan." After confirming his identity upon hearing his introduction, Liam smiled and sat down opposite him. "Comrade Sunan, I dislike beating around the bush the most. Let me tell you my thoughts first. I'm very satisfied with you. What about you?" Sunan's eyes crinkled with a smile, his lips curved slightly, and he nodded, saying, "Yes, I'm very satisfied too." Upon hearing this, Liam was overjoyed, secretly making a V sign. She suddenly stood up, leaning half her body towards him, her earnest face close to his, and asked, "So, does this mean our blind date is a success? I have no objections, he replied with a smile. I have no objections either, so we're officially a couple now. Looking at his excessively handsome face, she couldn't wait to confirm their relationship. Sunan coughed lightly, interrupting her. You might not know, but because of my somewhat special identity, once you confirm your relationship with me, you have to be responsible for me and can't go back on your word. He stared intently at her as he continued. Liam looked at his handsome face, his features exquisite, his nose high and straight, exuding a gentle, warm aura. Anyway, she was already in this world, going back was impossible. If she could live with such a perfect man for the rest of her life, she would be more than willing. No need to think about it anymore. I'm sure, 100% sure, I want to be your girlfriend, and I won't regret it. She eagerly expressed her determination. Sunan smiled and said, okay, from now on we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Sunan, I'm 28 years old, and my monthly salary is 320 yuan. After we get married, all my money will be managed by you, and you'll be in charge of all the household affairs. Liam was completely stunned by his salary. In an era where the average salary was only 40-odd yuan, his monthly salary was almost 10 times that of an average person. He was practically a top-tier eligible bachelor. Also, he just said his name was Sunan. If she remembered correctly, the male lead's surname was also Su. Could these two men be related? Thinking of this, she stared at the man in front of her carefully for a while, realizing that the man she was looking at was many times more handsome than the male lead in the book, so she must be overthinking it. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Seeing her staring at him dumbfounded, Sunan chuckled softly and asked her gently. Liam snapped out of her daze, cautiously glanced around, then leaned closer to him, lowering her voice. What do you do for a living? This salary is way too high. You're not doing anything illegal, are you? If that were the case, no matter how handsome this man was, she wouldn't want him. She'd finally had a chance to live again, and she didn't want to die at the hands of this blind date man, even if she hadn't died at the hands of the male lead. Sunan watched her amusingly whispering to him, a slight smile playing on his lips. He raised his hand, then, realizing something, withdrew it. Finally, he simply smiled and explained, don't worry, I'm a good person. I've never done anything illegal in my life. I assure you, my salary is legitimate, it's definitely not from any illegal sources. Liam breathed a sigh of relief. Regretting her earlier misunderstanding, she could only give him an awkward smile and nervously explain, I wasn't doubting you. It's just that we just started our blind date and don't know each other well yet, so I asked a few questions. Sunan smiled, his eyes softening. I understand. It's good to be cautious. After a few seconds of silence, Sunan suddenly spoke again, his voice tinged with nervousness. So, does this mean our blind date was successful? Of course. She stood up, a gentle smile playing on her lips, and extended a hand to him. Comrade Sunan, please guide me in the future. Sunan smiled and stood up as well, gently taking the small, fair hand that reached out to him. Comrade Liam, please guide me in the future too. Half an hour later, after they finished shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative, he escorted her to the oxcart stop. Seeing that the oxcart was almost full and ready to depart, Sunan asked nervously, Comrade Xiao, can I ask you to go to the movies tomorrow? This was his first time dating in 28 years, and he didn't know how to start a relationship, but he knew a little about going to the movies. It was something that had to be done when dating. Sure, you remembered my address, right? Should I repeat it? Liam didn't hesitate and readily agreed. Sunan immediately replied, no need, I remember. Just wait for me to pick you up tomorrow. Liam smiled and nodded, okay, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. Just then, the old man driving the oxcart called out that they were about to set off. Soon, the two waved goodbye and parted ways. Filled with the joy of a successful blind date, Liam rode the rickety oxcart home. As soon as she arrived at her doorstep, a little boy of about 6 or 7 years old blocked her path and pulled her towards the back of the house. "Auntie, Grandma said that if you come back, she told me to stop you from going home," the little boy said as he led her. Looking at the little boy in front of her, dressed in patched clothes, Liemo quickly recognized him from her memories. Li Xiaotian, the son of her original older brother, and now her nephew. Chapter 3. I'm disgusted. Liemo stopped in her tracks. "Why won't you let me go home? What happened at home?" After asking, she took out 3 white rabbit milk candies from the bag she was carrying. Li Xiaotian, who hadn't eaten candy in who knows how long, immediately showed the greedy look of a child when he saw the 3 white rabbit milk candies. "Auntie, are these candies for me?" Liemo smiled and directly put the 3 white rabbit milk candies into his palm and held them for him. "Of course they're for you. Now you can tell your auntie why your grandma told you to stop me from going home." Li Xiaotian happily put them into his pocket and whispered, "I'll give 2 to my sister later, and I'll eat 1. After saying that, he remembered his aunt's question, "Someone came to our house. It seems like they came to settle scores with you. They were very fierce, and they're still at home. Who are they? Do you know them?" Liemo asked, touching her chin. Li Xiaotian, having just unwrapped a piece of candy, carefully licked it and mumbled, "It's Aunt Xiaoming's boyfriend." Liemo immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Sure enough, what was coming was coming. Her mother wanted her to hide, but she knew this trouble wasn't something she could avoid. The only way now was to face it directly. "You stand here, Auntie will go see." After giving this instruction, she immediately turned and walked towards the Li family's gate. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, she heard Li Meng crying and speaking in a manipulative tone, "Second uncle, all these years Xiaoma has been taking things from me, and I've tolerated it all. But this time, Jianming and I are truly in love. Why is she trying to steal my boyfriend? Is she trying to force me, her cousin, to my death?" As soon as she finished speaking these manipulative words, a heartbroken male voice rang out from inside the house. "Meng Meng, don't cry. Don't worry, you're the only one in my heart. No matter how shameless Liemo is, she'll never step foot in the Su family's door." Standing in the courtyard, Liemo almost vomited up the leftovers from last night while listening to this conversation. Such a fascinating exchange between the two deserved applause. She clapped her hands as she walked into the somewhat suffocating main room. The Li family members inside looked worried as they saw her. Li's mother immediately stood up from her stool, ran to her side, grabbed her arm, and whispered, "You brat, why did you come in? Didn't I tell your nephew to wait for you at the door and not to come in?" Liemo patted her mother's tense arm and gave her a reassuring look. "Don't worry, Mom, I'll handle this myself." "How?" "They've already come to our door." "You brat, you're going to drive me crazy." Li's mother stamped her feet anxiously. "Xiaomo, you're back just in time. I'm asking you, why did you drug Jianming? You knew he was my boyfriend, yet you still did such a shameless thing to him. How could you do this?" Just then, Li Meng, with tears in her eyes and looking like she had suffered a great injustice, walked over and asked. Hearing this, Liemo frowned in displeasure. The smell of tea was truly unbearable. "Li Meng, you need to provide evidence for your words. Which eye did you see me drug him? Your left eye or your right eye? Point it out to me." At this point, as long as she didn't admit it, these two couldn't pin the accusation on her. "You." Li Meng bit her lip, her eyes flashing with shame and indignation. Su Jianming immediately stood up and walked over, glaring at Liemo with a fierce look in his eyes. "Liemo, you're bullying Li Meng again. Let me tell you, I will only marry Li Meng in this life, and I will never marry you into my Su family. Forget about it, and don't do anything shameless. I find it disgusting. Yes, you two are a loving couple, a match made in heaven. I was blind before. But don't worry, my eyes are healed now, and I will definitely stay far away from you in the future." Liemo nodded in agreement. After all, she had finally been given a second chance at life and didn't want to die again. You. Su Jianming's eyes widened with anger, his expression turning cold as he looked at her. This shameless woman was definitely up to something again. Alright, brother Su, let's let it go this time. I think Xiao Mo seems to know she was wrong, and Xiao Mo is also my sister. If this matter gets out of hand, it won't be good for my second uncle's family either, Li Meng said understandingly, taking his hand and persuading him. Su Jianming looked at Li Meng, who was willing to suffer herself for the sake of her family, and felt a pang of heartache. He held her hand and said gently, Xiao Meng, it's because you're so kind-hearted that she bullies you. It's okay, as long as my second uncle and his family are alright. Su Jianming felt even more heartache and squeezed her hand tightly. Li Mo quickly rubbed her arms with both hands, she had goosebumps all over. Get out, this is my home, not some hotel. Before they could react, she had already forcefully pushed the two people who were almost glued together out of the Li family's door. If you want to be affectionate, find somewhere no one's around. Don't do it in my house. I have to wash my eyes after seeing it, it's disgusting. After saying this, she slammed the door shut. After closing the door, she rubbed her arms vigorously, hoping to get rid of the goosebumps, and at the same time, she wanted to curse the author who wrote this novel. Sure enough, the author of this novel is an idiot, and the male and female protagonists are just as bad. Returning to the main room, she had barely stepped inside when several large shards of broken glass smashed in front of her. Li Mo, kneel down, came Li's father's suppressed roar. Li Guozhu, what are you doing? Trying to kill your daughter? Let me tell you, if you dare touch my daughter, I'll never forgive you. Li's mother quickly ran to Li Mo's side to stop her. Mr. Li looked at his wife, who was yelling at him, with a troubled expression. He shifted his position next to her and lowered his voice, what are you doing? I'm disciplining this brat. Can't you give me some face? Mrs. Li forcefully shook off his hand from the back of hers and snorted coldly, let me tell you, if you dare touch my daughter, I'll never forgive you. Mr. Li hesitated for a second, sighed heavily, and looked up at Li Mo again, his tone softening considerably. I'm asking you, is what Su Jianming said just now true? Did you really drug her? You, sigh. At this point, Mr. Li really didn't know how to continue the question and could only sigh heavily again. Chapter 4 This life is ruined. Li's mother looked at her daughter anxiously, Xiao Mo, tell us honestly, did you and Su Nan do that kind of thing? The other members of the Li family also looked at her anxiously, their faces flushed. Li Mo was stunned for a moment, then, seeing their blushing faces, she immediately understood what they meant by the unfinished question. No, I promise, nothing happened between him and me, I'm still innocent. She answered, half laughing and half crying. That's good. Li's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Little sister, that Su guy is no good, don't fall for him. If you really like men, your second brother knows a lot. He can introduce you to a good one. Li Jianguo patted his chest and told her. Li Mo looked at her three brothers standing behind her parents, a slight smile playing on her lips, and replied, second brother, that might not be necessary, because I already have a boyfriend. The entire Li family looked bewildered. Soon, Li's mother reacted first, her face beaming as she stepped forward and took her daughter's hand. Is it a done deal? Li Mo smiled and nodded, it's done. I'm quite satisfied with him, and he's quite satisfied with me too. He's even coming to pick me up to go to the movies tomorrow. A shy blush appeared on her chubby cheeks. The rest of the Li family listened to the mother and daughter's conversation, growing increasingly confused. Li's second brother impatiently interrupted them, Mom, little sister, what are you talking about? What happened? Li's mother happily took her daughter's hand. Your little sister went on a blind date today, and it worked out. Congratulations, little sister. Li's eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. The three Li brothers, however, didn't look too happy. This little sister was the apple of their eye, and the thought of her marrying into another man's family made their hearts ache. At that moment, the three brothers exchanged glances, their eyes conveying the same message. When that man came to pick up their little sister tomorrow, they would definitely give him a good welcome. The Sue family. Sunan, who had just returned home, suddenly sneezed. You finally decided to come back? Why didn't you eat dinner outside before coming in? In the Western-style living room, the two elderly people sat on a custom-made high-quality leather sofa, their reproachful gazes fixed on Sunan as he entered. The first to give in was Mrs. Sue, her youngest son, born late in life, whom she naturally doted on more than her previous children. All right, our son only comes home once every few years. If he doesn't want to see you, he doesn't want to see you. Why are you taking it out on him? Mrs. Sue forcefully slapped her husband sitting beside her. Mr. Sue glanced at his angry wife, gave a soft hum, and said nothing more. Mrs. Sue then beckoned to her youngest son, who was standing not far away, gesturing for him to sit down. Sunan smiled, walked over to the two elders, and finally sat between them. It's a pity you weren't home. You didn't see the Ling family's daughter. She's quite beautiful. It's your loss that you didn't see her, Mrs. Sue said, sizing up her youngest son. Perhaps because her youngest son had always been by his father's side, his temperament and personality were as rigid as an old man's. Sometimes, seeing this son felt like seeing her own father. Mom, you don't need to introduce me to anyone, I already have a girlfriend. Remembering her bright smile at the restaurant, he couldn't help but smile too. His unusual behavior immediately caught the attention of the Sue family elders. They exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but be shocked. Their youngest son had always been so serious in their presence. They had never seen him act like such a naive young man experiencing first love. Are you serious? You really have a girlfriend? You're not lying to your father and me, are you? After her initial joy, the old lady Sue wondered which blind woman could possibly be interested in her old-fashioned son. This woman isn't someone you're arranging blind dates for to avoid your father and me, and you're just making it up, is she? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Their youngest son was almost 30 and still didn't want to get married. Seeing their eldest grandson already had a girlfriend and was clamoring to get married, this uncle showed no concern whatsoever. Several times, the elderly couple even wondered if their son simply didn't like women. Mom, what are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm going to pick her up for a movie tomorrow, you'll see then, he said with a gentle smile. Lee family village. That evening, Lee Mo's family was having dinner when a little girl suddenly burst in. The little girl stood timidly at the table and whispered, Uncle, Grandma wants you to come to my house. She says she has something to discuss. After delivering the message, the little girl ran off quickly. Didn't we just give her retirement money last month? Now she's calling you over again. What does your mother want? Lee's mother angrily put down her chopsticks. Lee's father had a sullen face and looked quite angry as well. Lee Mo bit her chopsticks, summarizing the current plot of the novel. She actually found some useful information. Judging from the current situation, it seems that old Mrs. Lee called her husband and his family over because of the dowry for Lee Wongjing's marriage. Unfortunately, all three branches of the Lee family were poor and couldn't afford the 200 yuan dowry. In the end, under the persuasion of her youngest son, old Mrs. Lee turned her attention to her two granddaughters who were of marriageable age. Unfortunately, she had only skimmed through this part of the story and didn't know much about the details. She could only deal with it when they arrived at her uncle's house. Half an hour later, except for Lee's eldest sister-in-law who stayed at home with her two children, the rest of the Lee family went to the Lee family's old house with old Mrs. Lee and her husband. When they arrived, Li Meng's agitated protests could be heard from the old house. I won't marry him. I already have a boyfriend. His family is powerful and influential. Grandma, if you force me to marry him, I won't care what he does to harm the family. Fine, you think you're all grown up now? Second son, are you just going to watch your daughter bully this old woman? Old Mrs. Li shouted and cursed. Li Guoqing, his face flushed, angrily scolded Li Meng, "You brat, this is your grandmother. Listen to your grandmother." Li Meng, her eyes red-rimmed, looked at her father, whose eyes were only filled with blind filial piety. A voice inside her told her that she couldn't marry the man her grandmother had spoken of, or her life would be ruined. Chapter 5 Second Uncle, Save Me. Since hearing that voice last time, she really did find such a good partner as Su Jianming, so she felt that this voice wouldn't harm her. "Grandma, you don't only have me as your granddaughter. Li Mo doesn't have a boyfriend, you can ask her to marry him." Li Meng's eyes darted around, suddenly thinking of her cousin who had tried to steal her man several times. This voice had once told her that this cousin had to be eliminated, otherwise, she would never have a good life. Old Mrs. Li stopped her mournful wailing and began to seriously consider her words. At this moment, Li's father and his family, who were standing in the yard, were not happy. The whole family stormed in angrily. "No one can interfere with my daughter's marriage. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my daughter, I'll fight them to the death." Li's father shouted loudly as he walked in. Li Meng, her eyes red from crying, looked at the scene of this whole family entering. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at her parents and brother beside her. When the incident just happened, none of her relatives stood by her side. Why? Why was Li Mo so lucky? Her whole family was on her side. Old Mrs. Li stared at her second son's family as they marched in, first taken aback, then her face darkened. "Second son, what did you mean by that? Are you going to fight me, your mother?" Li Guozhu sneered. "Mom, if you dare to try anything with my daughter, even if you're my mother, I'll fight you to the death." Old Mrs. Li pointed a trembling finger at him. "You unfilial son. I gave birth to you, raised you with so much love. And now you think you're all grown up and want to fight me, your mother? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Li Guozhu knew. Knowing his own mother's weakness, he coldly continued, "Mom, if you dare to touch my amour's marriage, I won't contribute a single penny to your retirement savings. Just pretend I don't exist." Old Mrs. Li, who had been about to lie on the ground, quickly withdrew her movement, her old face trembling with rage as she cursed, "You unfilial son. What sins have I committed to give birth to such an unfilial son? Why is my life so miserable?" After howling for nearly 2 minutes, her voice almost hoarse, old Mrs. Li, seeing that none of her sons were trying to appease her, had no choice but to stop. "I don't care. I've already received the bride price. Our family must marry off a granddaughter. You two brothers can discuss which one to marry." Old Mrs. Li cleared her throat and announced this with a roguelike expression. Li Meng anxiously glanced at her parents, who remained silent and only lowered their heads. She bit her lip resentfully. If they didn't fight for her, this matter would ultimately fall on her shoulders. "Grandma, I've already started dating Comrade Su Jianming. His parents are government employees in the county. I promise you, after I marry him, I'll make sure Jianming finds Jinlong a stable job," she said to Old Lady Li with a flattering expression. Old Lady Li's eyes lit up, her shrewd gaze scrutinizing her granddaughter, becoming more and more tempted. "Then how about this, let Mo marry him. Anyway, she doesn't have a boyfriend. I found her a butcher, so she'll have meat to eat every day." Old Lady Li smiled shrewdly. Li Mo sneered, "Grandma, since you think he's so good, why don't you marry him yourself? That way you can eat meat every day too, wouldn't that be great?" "You brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Old Lady Li's face trembled with anger. "Second son, look at the good daughter you gave birth to. She actually talks such nonsense about your own mother. You beat her mouth to a pulp." Old Mrs. Li glared fiercely at Li Guozhu. Li Guozhu chuckled, "Mom, I only have one daughter, Mo. I can't bear to hit her. Besides, I don't think my daughter is wrong. Dad has been dead for so many years. If you want to find someone else, I, as your son, certainly have no objection." Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Li almost fainted. Mom, are you alright? Don't scare your son. Li Guoxiong, the third son, feigned concern. Second brother, how can you say that? Didn't Mom have it easy raising the three of us brothers all these years? How can you say such heartless things? Aren't you afraid God will punish you? Li Guoxiong pointed at his second brother, Li Guozhu, with a righteous expression and cursed. Li Guozhu looked at his hypocritical third brother and sneered, "Third brother, don't try to disgust me with such disgusting words. Do you really think I don't know why the old lady is acting like this time? What? You can't afford to marry off your own daughter-in-law, so you want to sell your niece for a dowry? Have you no shame?" Li Guoxiong's face turned pale and then red. He opened his mouth, but knowing he was in the wrong, he reluctantly shut it. Li Guozhu coldly glanced at the feigning unconscious old lady. Li, I'll say it again, no one can decide my daughter's marriage for her. It's all up to her. Li Mo looked at her father, who had stood by her side the whole time, with a happy expression. At the same time, she became even more determined to protect her family who loved her. She would never let them suffer the tragic fate of being wiped out like in the books. Old Lady Li slowly opened her eyes and looked at her unyielding second son. She was also afraid. She couldn't help but recall the ruthless things her second son had done to divide the family property. Her scalp immediately tingled. Then, eldest son, let Meng'er marry into this family. Let's break up with her current boyfriend. Old Mrs. Li had no choice but to turn her gaze to her eldest son, who had remained silent and kept his head down almost the entire time. I won't marry him. I'd rather die than marry him. Li Meng shouted excitedly. Old Mrs. Li glared at her eldest son with eyes that looked like she was going to devour him, and cried, "Eldest son, look at this. This is the good daughter you raised. How dare she talk to her grandmother like that? Does she even respect me as her grandmother?" A loud slap echoed clearly in the narrow main room. "You brat, how dare you talk to your grandmother like that? Apologize to your grandmother right now. And listen to your let's break up with her current boyfriend." Old Mrs. Li had no choice but to turn her gaze to her eldest son, who had remained silent and kept his head down almost the entire time. "I won't marry him. I'd rather die than marry him." Li Meng shouted excitedly. Old Mrs. Li glared at her eldest son with eyes that looked like she was going to devour him, and cried, "Eldest son, look at this. This is the good daughter you raised. How dare she talk to her grandmother like that? Does she even respect me as her grandmother?" A loud slap echoed clearly in the narrow main room. "You brat, how dare you talk to your grandmother like that? Apologize to your grandmother right now. And listen to your grandmother, break up with Su Jiaming, and marry the one your grandmother told you to marry." Li Guoqing glared at the resentful Li Meng and ordered her. Li Meng touched her slapped face with one hand, her eyes filled with resentment and disappointment as she looked at her father who was forcing her. Suddenly, she turned around, ran to Li Guozhu's feet, and knelt down forcefully, "Second uncle, please save me. I don't want to marry another man." Li Guozhu looked troubled and was about to speak when his wife pulled his arm, causing him to take 2 steps back. "Meng'er, why could they protect Li Mo, but not her?" Li Mo immediately noticed the hatred in her eyes and narrowed her eyes. This Li Meng was truly a strange person. Instead of hating her weak and incompetent parents and the old lady Li who forced her to marry, she resented unrelated people. "Anyway, I won't marry anyone else. If you force me, I'll jump into the river and kill myself." After a cold laugh, Li Meng stood up, said this with a resolute expression, and then turned and ran out. Old Mrs. Li slapped her thigh angrily and cursed, "Oh dear, eldest son, look at your good daughter. She actually dares to threaten her elders. Your whole family is going to drive me crazy." Li Guoqing quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Mom, don't be angry. Be careful not to hurt yourself. I'll teach Meng'er a lesson." Seeing the chaotic scene, Li Guozhu's family quietly left. On the way back, they talked about what had just happened. Meng'er just said such resolute things. She wouldn't really go and jump into the river, would she? Li Guozhu said worriedly. Li Mo, holding her mother's hand, heard this and shook her head inwardly. Who was Li Meng? The heroine of this book. How could she die so quickly? She's like an unkillable cockroach. Why should we care about her? Did you forget what she said when we came over, that she wanted to push our daughter out to marry someone else? This Menger is usually so quiet, but I never expected her to be more ruthless than anyone else. We really misjudged her before, Li's mother said coldly. Li Jianguo, the second son of the Li family, sneered, Don't worry, Dad. Li Meng has always been quiet and shrewd. She's not going to kill herself. She's probably going to seek help. The next day, Li Mo, who was getting up for breakfast, noticed that everyone in her family looked different. Their clothes, while not brand new, looked like their best-kept secrets. Why did you come out like this? Go back and get yourself ready. Li Mo, with her messy hair, had just sat down when her mother pulled her up. Mom, I haven't had breakfast yet. Let me eat something first. I'm starving. Li Mo stared longingly at the breakfast on the table, her stomach growling. Eat, eat. If you keep eating, my future son-in-law will be coming to the door soon. What if he sees you like this and doesn't want you anymore? With that, Li's mother pushed her out of the room. Sister, just listen to Mom. Look at us, we were woken up by her first thing this morning. She made us find all the best clothes from the bottom of the trunk and wear them. Behind her, Li Mo heard her older brother's cheerful voice. 10 minutes later, Li Mo, finally dressed up, had 2 braids and was wearing last year's new clothes. She looked completely transformed. That's more like my daughter, Li's mother said with satisfaction. Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sat down to eat a sweet potato from the table. Li Meng was found last night. She brought the village chief over and is demanding to separate from Grandma, Li's sister-in-law said in a low voice, munching on a sweet potato. Upon hearing that it concerned the female lead, Li Mo immediately perked up her gossipy ears. Sister-in-law, has the eldest branch of the family divided up yet? Sister-in-law Li glanced at her father-in-law first, and seeing he didn't say anything, she dared to continue boldly, No, they haven't. When Grandma heard about the family division, she threatened to drink pesticide. Uncle was so scared he knelt down and swore he'd never divide the family, and he even gave Li Meng a good beating. She's locked in her room now. Second brother Li stuffed all the sweet potatoes in his hand into his mouth, saying with a look of relief, Luckily, our family divided up early, otherwise we'd still be like Uncle's family, being sucked dry by Grandma to feed Uncle's family. Hearing this, Li Mo silently ate her sweet potato, but her mind kept wandering, thinking about how the novel would unfold. This incident also appeared in the original work, but because the original owner of the body drugged Su Jianming, the marriage ultimately fell to Li Meng, the female lead. In the novel, Li Meng didn't seem to cause a family division dispute, she was simply confined by her family for 2 days before naturally accepting the marriage. Now, for some reason, the female lead seems to know something and is desperately resisting the marriage, even causing a family division. As she pondered this, she unconsciously ate half a sweet potato when she suddenly heard the shouts of Li Xiaotian and Li Xiaoxiao, the siblings playing in the yard, running in one after the other. Grandpa, Grandma, there's a car outside. A huge car. Li Xiaotian shouted excitedly as he ran in. Li's mother was taken aback, muttering, How come a car comes into our little village? I've never seen a car up close before. I'm going to join the fun. Li's second brother eagerly put down his chopsticks and ran out. That brat. He's almost getting married, and he still has no manners. Li's mother scolded, shaking her head as she looked at her second son, who was acting like a child. Li Mo slowly ate the remaining half of her sweet potato, wondering what important person had come to the village today. Before she could even take a few more bites, she suddenly saw her second brother, who had just run out, come running back in a flurry. Dad, Mom, quick, come out quickly. The car is parked in front of our house, it's here to see us. Lee's second brother reported, panting heavily. Lee's father and mother jumped up from their stools at the same time, shouting in unison, "It's here to see us." After shouting, the elderly couple ran out one after the other. Seeing this, Liamo quickly threw the remaining sweet potato into her mouth and followed them out to see what was going on. In front of the Lee family's gate, a military green Jeep was parked, and now, the area around the car was crowded with adults and children from the village watching the spectacle. "Wow, that's a car. I heard these things are incredibly expensive, is that true?" A villager looked at the legendary car with curiosity. "It's not just ridiculously expensive, I heard this car costs over 10,000 yuan, and even if you have the money, it's hard to buy one," a knowledgeable villager explained smugly to the villagers around him. "My goodness, so expensive. Over 10,000 yuan? Such a huge sum, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it." Mr. and Mrs. Lee came out and saw the Jeep parked in front of their house. The couple looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 7 You're so good to me. Zhang Wo's dad, when did you get to know such a rich family? Why didn't you tell me? After reading it, Lee's mother turned to Lee's father with a bewildered expression. Lee's father swallowed twice, then came to his senses. "Your husband, I usually deal with crops in the fields, how would I know such a rich family?" Just as the old couple were wondering who was sitting in the car, the person inside didn't keep them waiting long. The car door opened, and a young man wearing glasses stepped out of the back seat, giving the impression of being an educated person. Sunan sat in the car for a while, mainly because he was a little nervous about seeing Comrade Limo's family as soon as he got out of the car. Only after he had calmed down in the car did he dare to get out. As soon as he got out of the car, he looked up and saw a middle-aged couple standing at the gate of the courtyard in front of him. He immediately saw the resemblance between the middle-aged couple and Comrade Limo. "Uncle, Aunt, hello, my name is Sunan. I'm here to see Comrade Limo. I wonder if she's home right now." He straightened up and walked stiffly to the elderly couple. Upon hearing the man give his daughter's name, and recalling her mention yesterday that her boyfriend was coming to visit, a bold idea flashed through their minds. Could this seemingly learned man be the blind date their daughter had met yesterday? Hello, comrade, what's your surname? And what's your relationship to my daughter?" Lee's mother was the first to recover, her eyes sparkling with gossip as she asked. "Aunt, my name is Sunan, and I'm Comrade Limo's current boyfriend." He straightened up slightly and answered the last sentence with a serious tone. Good. I never thought my daughter would have such good luck. She actually found such a great blind date, so much better than that brat Li Meng's boyfriend." Lee's mother muttered excitedly to herself, her voice low. "She's home, inside. Come in, son." Lee's mother pulled him inside. Sunan was about to go in when he suddenly remembered something. "Auntie, wait a minute, I need to get something." He turned around, and the driver immediately returned to the car. In less than a minute, the driver came back with several bags and handed them to him. Lee's mother's smile widened when she saw the gifts he was carrying. For their first visit, her daughter's fiancé had brought so many gifts, it showed he not only appreciated gifts but also valued her daughter highly. After they went inside, the villagers who had been watching the commotion around the car began to excitedly discuss the gifts Sunan had brought. "Did you see that just now? The guy who got out of the car was carrying all those nice things you can only buy at the overseas Chinese store. If I'm not mistaken, those things must cost at least 100 yuan. 100 yuan? My God, when did the Li family get to know such rich people? I've never heard them mention it before." Not far away, compared to the bustling scene in front of the Li family's house, the alleyway seemed rather deserted. Li Meng, who had been locked up by her family all night, met Su Jianming, who had come to find her, looking disheveled. As soon as they met, she told the man in front of her everything about how the Li family had bullied her and forced her to marry. She thought she would hear some comforting words from him, but after she had almost finished talking, she found that the man in front of her not only didn't say anything nice to comfort her, but also kept staring in the direction of her second uncle's house. Jianming, what are you looking at? Did you hear what I just said? She asked, tugging at his clothes with a wronged expression. I think I just saw my uncle's car. Su Jianming, snapped out of his reverie, looked at her with a questioning glint in his eyes. Li Meng followed his gaze and realized he was looking at the house of her second uncle, the one who had refused to help her the previous night. Her face immediately darkened. That's my second uncle's house. My second uncle's family are all peasants. I heard you say your uncle is a very powerful figure. How could someone like my second uncle, a peasant, possibly know someone as powerful as your uncle? You must be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Su Jianming realized he was wrong and immediately smiled easily, saying, Then I must be mistaken. My uncle would never come to such a small, poor village. Li Meng smiled along with him, but quickly remembered her own situation and took his hand. Jianming, did you hear what I just said? Su Jianming looked intently at the hand she was holding. It was soft and gentle to the touch. Yes, I heard you. Keep talking, I'm listening. He stared at their clasped hands with longing in his eyes, answering casually. Could you lend me some money? Don't worry, I'll pay you back once I find a job and earn money. She said anxiously, gripping his hand. She had a feeling that if she went to the county town in the next day or two, she would definitely find a job. Su Jianming held her hand back, answering sincerely, No need to pay me back. How much do you want? I'll go home and get it for you. Li Meng was overjoyed. Sure enough, the voice in her heart hadn't lied to her, this man was truly a good man. 200 yuan. She held up 2 fingers. Su Jianming's face immediately showed a hint of difficulty. What's wrong? Isn't that too much? I know it is a bit much, but my grandmother asked that family for 200 yuan as a bride price. If I can't come up with this money, I'll be the one marrying into that family. You don't want me to marry someone else, do you? Seeing his troubled expression, Li Meng's eyes immediately reddened. Upon hearing that she might marry another man, Su Jianming immediately forgot his own worries. It's not difficult. It's just 200 yuan. My family can afford it. My uncle earns over 300 yuan a month. His assets will all be mine in the future. Don't worry, I'll give it to you tomorrow. He reassured her, holding her hand tightly. Jianming, you're so good to me. Li Meng leaned against his chest, her face filled with happiness. Su Jianming held the woman in his arms, feeling light as a feather, and said happily, If you hadn't saved me from the water half a month ago, I might be dead. From that moment on, I vowed to be good to you for the rest of my life. Chapter 8. The Li family's flattery skills are too good. At this moment the Li family's dining table was laden with gifts. The Li family's main room, which had been quiet for a while, was finally interrupted by Li Mo's introduction. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Sunan. She smiled and generously pulled the somewhat nervous man in front of the 2 elders to introduce him. Uncle, Aunt, hello, my name is Sunan and I'm Xiaomo's boyfriend. Although he had been introduced at the door facing the parents of his beloved, the usually composed Sunan once again couldn't control his tongue and began introducing himself. Good, please sit down, Comrade Su. Li's mother, now a mother-in-law, looking at her son-in-law, liked him more and more, and warmly pulled him to sit down. Only after sitting down did Sunan remember the gifts he had brought in, and he quickly stood up to distribute the gifts on the table. Uncle, I heard from Comrade Xiaomo that you sometimes enjoy a drink. Do you like this wine? He approached Li Guozhu, who had been calm on the surface, holding a bottle of wine with exquisite packaging. Li Guozhu, who had been trying to maintain a serious father-in-law demeanor, couldn't take his eyes off the bottle. This is a special edition mitai, isn't it? Li Guozhu took the bottle from him, looking at it with the affection of someone looking at a treasure. Yes, but I didn't know if you would like this kind of wine? Sunan asked nervously. Li Guozhu chuckled and held the bottle of mitai, smelling it. Although he couldn't smell anything through the packaging, he just wanted to smell it. I love it so much, son-in-law. This wine is just what I need. I love it so much. In his excitement, Li Guizhou unconsciously blurted out the term son-in-law. Sunan's expression froze, his mind filled with the term Li Guizhou had just used to address his son-in-law. A shy blush slowly crept onto his handsome face. Li Mo smiled as she watched his face flush red. It seemed he quite liked the nickname. What are you yelling about? He just confirmed he's dating our daughter. Li's mother, annoyed by his indiscriminate behavior, pinched his arm. Coming to his senses, Li Guizhou awkwardly touched his nose and quickly corrected himself. Comrade Su, I really like this wine, so I'll accept it. Sunan coughed lightly, calming his unease, and immediately turned to the table to retrieve a gift, presenting it to Li's mother. Auntie, this is for you. Do you like it? I have one too. You're such a good child, bringing so many gifts. Li's mother said politely. But her hands were anything but. Opening the exquisitely wrapped bag, inside was a brand new cotton coat. Is this filled with cotton? It feels so warm. Li's sister-in-law touched the coat. Li's mother quickly protected the new cotton-padded coat, saying, Child, this coat must be expensive. Look at you, why spend so much money? I have clothes to wear. Li Mo felt a pang of sadness seeing her mother still reluctantly touching the new coat. She stepped forward and took her arm, saying, Mom, this is a gift from your future son-in-law. Please accept it. When it gets cold, we'll wear it and go for a walk around the village to show everyone the gift your future son-in-law gave you. Sunan looked at Li Mo with tender eyes. Hearing her say that he was the family's future son-in-law, he felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Yes, Auntie, please accept it. Now that I'm dating Xiao Mo, her family is my family. I will take care of you all together. He said earnestly. Inside the main room, the three Li brothers, who were watching the commotion, showed disdain on their faces upon hearing his words. This guy, we haven't even arranged for our little sister to marry him yet, and he's already sucking up to her like this. Look at the faces on our parents' faces, they're all smiling so shamelessly. Li Urge bit down hard on the grass in his mouth, his tone sour. Li Sange smiled, a rare burst of vitality appearing on his pale face. I think this brother-in-law is quite good. If our little sister really marries him, I'll wholeheartedly support it. Over here, Li's mother looked at her future son-in-law with a face full of joy. Good boy, I'm entrusting my little Mo to your care from now on. Sunan's face lit up with joy, his hands nervously unsure of what to do, at a loss for words. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely treat Comrade Xiao Mo well, I swear on my life. After giving the two elders their gifts, Sunan took out several more gifts and distributed them to Li Dage and the others. Li Dage received cigarettes, Li Urge received a pair of sunglasses, Li Sange received a medical book, and Li Da's sister-in-law received a set of cosmetics. The two younger members of the Li family received toys. Everyone in the family beamed with satisfaction upon receiving their gifts. Li Mo glanced at the man surrounded by her family members, who were asking him questions, and smiled contentedly. She had to admit, this man was quite thoughtful. She had only briefly mentioned her family's situation to him yesterday, but she hadn't expected his first gift to touch their hearts so perfectly. Considering they were going to the county town to see a movie, after he delivered the gifts, Li Mo pulled him out of the house and got into the car parked in front of the house to head to the county cinema. As soon as the car reached the village entrance, Li Mo suddenly sat up straight, her excited gaze fixed on a couple walking hand in hand not far ahead. Driver, could you please accelerate deliberately when you drive past that couple? She immediately told the driver. The driver secretly glanced at Sunan, who was sitting next to her, through the rearview mirror. Seeing that the big shot didn't react, he knew that the big shot had agreed to it. Okay, Comrade Li, I know what to do. The driver quickly replied confidently. At the village entrance, Li Meng, hand in hand with Su Jianming, leaned happily against his shoulder as they walked out of the village towards the county town. Before they even reached the village entrance, a car suddenly sped past them, its exhaust kicking up clouds of yellow dust. The next second, they were enveloped in this dust. Tui, who is this? Can't you see anyone? Driving so fast. Li Meng, choked by the dust, angrily stomped her foot and cursed at the passing car. Su Jianming covered his nose with one hand, coughing as he stared wide-eyed at the car whose view was now obscured by the dust. Chapter 9. Am I pretty? He couldn't help but think that the car that had just sped past looked exactly like the one his uncle had taken home. After driving for a while, Liamo stuck her head out of the window and saw the couple surrounded by yellow dust behind them. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sitting next to her, Sunan watched her laugh heartily and gently rubbed her stomach. Do you know those two people behind us? If he wasn't mistaken, one of those two was his nephew. More than just know them, they're my mortal enemies. In the book, this couple had ruined the original owner's family, weren't they mortal enemies? Sunan pursed his lips and then tentatively asked, did that man bully you? If so, he would definitely not let his nephew, Su Jianming, off after this date. Liamo secretly glanced at the man beside her, waiting for her answer. Should she tell him about the stupid things the original owner had done? After all, those things did happen, and he would find out someday. Rather than letting him hear it from some malicious person, it was better for her to tell him herself first. If he couldn't accept it, they could just break up. They had only just started dating and didn't have much of a relationship yet, so breaking up wouldn't be too painful. Thinking this, Liamo took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, turned around, looked directly into his deep black eyes, and said seriously, Comrade Sunan, I have something very important to tell you. If you want to end our relationship after hearing it, that's fine too. I won't blame you. Sunan looked at her tense face, chuckled softly, and replied gently, okay, go ahead, I'm listening. Perhaps it was because she heard his laughter, but the tension in her heart suddenly calmed down a little. Actually, I did like that guy. After saying that, seeing his face darken a little, Liamo quickly explained, it wasn't really liking him, I just thought he was good-looking and had good qualities, so I wanted him to be my boyfriend. Sunan loosened his fist, which he had just clenched, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm better looking than him, and I'm in a better position than him. He's just a small factory director who lives with his parents and his salary is less than a fraction of mine. I'm in a better position than him. Liamo stared at him intently without blinking, raising an eyebrow. Were they talking about the same thing? No, Comrade Sunan, aren't you taking our topic off track? We weren't talking about that. We were discussing a past relationship I had. She waved her hand in front of his eyes, trying to bring him back to reality. I know exactly what you just said. I just want to ask you one thing, do you still like him? He asked. Liamo resisted the urge to roll her eyes and held up 3 fingers to swear, I don't like him. I've never liked him. I was blinded by greed before and did some shady things to him, but now my eyes are clear. I only like people like you now. Sunan's eyes softened. He had just heard Xiao Mo say that she only liked his type. Did that mean he still had a good chance of winning? So you don't mind that I had ambiguous relationships with other men before? Seeing his smiling face, Liamo leaned closer to him and asked with a relieved smile. Sunan, coming back to his senses, looked at the woman who was close to him. Her small nose, her delicate skin, and her cherry lips made his throat tighten. Everyone has done some foolish things when they were young, and I'm confident that I'll make sure you only have me in your heart from now on. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on her face, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Liamo sat back down in her seat with satisfaction. As expected of the man she had chosen, she was becoming more and more satisfied with him. Whether it was because the two had reached an agreement on this matter or not, the air in the car seemed to carry a sweet scent. This sweet atmosphere naturally made people want to do things they wouldn't dare to do. Sunan, sitting upright in the car, first secretly glanced at the driver. Seeing that the driver was focused on driving, he dared to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, his right hand, which had been hanging on his thigh, slowly moved towards a slender, fair hand beside him like a little mouse stealing oil. Soon, his hand gently brushed against the back of her hand. That instant touch made his heart feel as if something had grabbed it, making it tingle. Liam O, sitting on the other side of the car window, immediately felt something gently brush against the back of her hand, itchy and slightly burning. She turned her head and saw a large hand boldly approaching her hand. That cautious yet thieving look made her unable to help but curl the corners of her lips into a smile. Just as the hand drew closer, the driver's voice suddenly rang out from inside the car, which had been filled only with the sound of the engine. "Comrade Sue, we've arrived at the cinema." Sunan quickly withdrew his outstretched hand, his usually calm and handsome face now showing the panic of someone caught red-handed, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "Okay, I understand." Liam O glanced at his withdrawn hand out of the corner of her eye, feeling a pang of regret. She wasn't the only one feeling regret, Sunan felt the same way. He was so close to holding her hand. The two got out of the car. Sunan told the driver to go back first, and then they went to the ticket window and bought 2 tickets for a movie with a somewhat artsy title. When they entered, the movie had already started for a while. In the dim light, they could vaguely see several couples watching. "Let's sit in the last row," she said, pulling him to sit in the last row. Sunan didn't say anything, sitting in the seat she indicated with a gentlemanly air. The movie was a foreign art film, but unfortunately, Liam O couldn't watch it for long. On the contrary, the man sitting next to her seemed quite interested, intently watching the movie on the screen. This idiot, he really did come to see a movie with her. Unlike the other couples in front of her, who were all secretly embracing or kissing in the dim light, he sat upright, as if he were about to join the party. "Is it good?" she asked, leaning closer to him. Since he was clueless about romance, she'd teach him. She looked at his large hands resting on his lap, a slight smile playing on her lips, and immediately reached out to grasp his hand. Sunan tensed up, his throat growing increasingly dry. It's all right." Seeing that he was still staring at the movie while answering her, Liam O was both amused and annoyed. Chapter 10. The credit is mine. "Look at me, I'm asking you, is the movie better, or am I better looking?" She cupped his face in both hands, turning him towards her so he would look at her. Sunan looked at the woman so close to him. Although the lighting was dim, his eyesight was good, and his gaze immediately fell on her alluring cherry lips. An uncontrollable heat flowed through him, making his throat dry. He quickly clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down before speaking in a hoarse voice, "You're better looking." Limo's lips curved slightly as she satisfiedly grasped his hand. This silly boy hadn't kept her waiting in vain for his answer. Sunan lowered his eyes to look at their clasped hands, a handsome smile slowly curving his usually serious lips. As for the movie's plot, neither of them seemed to remember much, their hearts filled with a kind of hormone called infatuation. They couldn't recall the movie's content at that moment. An hour later, as they emerged from the cinema, Limo's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure flashing past the entrance. What a twist of fate! She'd bumped into Li Meng, the original female lead from the novel, right there. At that moment, she remembered something from the novel. It was at this very moment. Li Meng saved an old man in the county town. The old man was a former school principal whose students were now working in all walks of life. Later, to express his gratitude for Li Meng's life-saving act, the principal had one of his students write Li Meng a letter of introduction for a job. The original female protagonist took her first step out of the Hellishly family through this incident. Could it be that Li Meng saved the old principal in this very area? She couldn't allow that to happen. If the original female protagonist became good, it meant her family was not far from ruin. Seeing Li Meng's figure about to disappear from her sight, Liam O immediately turned to Sunan, who was following behind, and said, "Comrade Sunan, wait here for me. I saw my cousin. I'm going to say hello." Sunan nodded, "Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Li Mo gently tugged at his hand as a reward, then immediately turned and ran towards the direction where Li Meng was about to disappear. Along the bustling roadside, Li Meng had already walked around the area twice, following the voice in her heart. All day, a voice had been telling her to come to this area, that something very important would happen here, something that would help her resolve her current difficulties. With Su Jianming's earlier reminder, she was now quite certain that what the voice in her heart said was true. How could this be? That voice wouldn't lie to me, would it? Why have I walked around twice, and nothing has happened? Seeing that passers-by were looking at her like she was crazy, Li Meng couldn't help but start muttering anxiously to herself. Not far behind her, Li Mo had been secretly following. If she remembered correctly, according to the book, the old headmaster had fainted in front of the bookstore due to low blood sugar. Idiot, you've gone the wrong way. My dear cousin, this time the credit is all mine. Discovering that she was heading in the opposite direction from the bookstore, Li Mo smiled smugly and immediately turned back. It turned out the bookstore was right next to the cinema. When Li Mo arrived, a crowd had already gathered at the bookstore entrance. Quite by chance, she spotted Su Nan among them, helping an elderly man. Su Nan, she called out in surprise. Su Nan, who was pinching the old man's philtrum, heard the familiar voice, looked up, saw Li Mo standing before him, and explained, Comrade Xiao Mo, this is Principal Hong from the city's #1 middle school. He fainted. Li Mo's eyes lit up, this must be the old principal who helped Li Meng in the book. Let me see. Although she knew he had low blood sugar, she still gave him a perfunctory check to avoid arousing suspicion. I think this old principal probably has low blood sugar. I happen to have a piece of candy with me, you can feed it to him. She took a white rabbit candy from her pocket. Su Nan quickly tore the candy open and fed the candy to the unconscious but still conscious Principal Hong. Shortly after he fed her the candy, someone in the crowd excitedly shouted, He's awake. He's really awake. Su Nan, supporting Principal Hong, also immediately noticed the old man's awakening. Comrade Xiao Mo, Principal Hong is really awake, he shouted happily. The now conscious Principal Hong looked at the crowd, tried to sit up, and asked, What happened to me? Principal, you just fainted due to low blood sugar. Luckily, Comrade Li Mo gave you a piece of candy, Su Nan explained. Principal Hong turned around and, upon seeing Su Nan, his old face lit up with excitement. Su Nan, are you Su Nan? Su Nan nodded, it's me. Thank you for remembering me, Principal. I remember, of course I remember. You were the most promising student I ever taught. How could I forget you? It's a pity I only taught you for a few years before you left the school. But I've always heard about the contributions you made. Principal Hong said excitedly, shaking his hand. Su Nan blushed slightly and changed the subject a little embarrassedly, pointing to Li Mo and saying, Principal, it was Comrade Li Mo who saved you this time. If she hadn't discovered you had low blood sugar in time and given you a piece of candy, the consequences might have been quite serious. Principal Hong looked in the direction he was pointing, a kind smile appearing on his old face. Girl, thank you for saving my old life. You are my savior. Where do you work? How about I write you a letter of commendation? Li Mo blushed. She then remembered that the original owner of this body seemed to be quite useless. In the past 20 years, she had accomplished nothing. The only thing she was somewhat useful was that she had graduated from high school, making her the most educated person in the Li family, but that was all. I don't have a job. I'm unemployed. After answering that question, she wanted to disappear into a hole in the ground. Principal Hong's smiling face froze instantly. Fortunately, he had seen it all and quickly recovered from the awkward situation. It's all right, young comrade, you're still young, your great achievements are yet to come. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed in anxiously, grabbing Principal Hong's arms, his face beaming with worry. Dad, are you all right? Where do you feel unwell? Tell me, I'll take you to the hospital. I'm fine. Thanks to Comrade Su and this lady, I'm out of danger. You must thank this lady properly for me. Principal Hong dismissively pushed aside his concerned son, pointing to Liamo and Sunan as he spoke. Chapter 11 A Stroke of Good Luck. Following the direction his father pointed, Hong Weiqing saw a man and a woman. He bowed deeply to them with gratitude, saying, "Comrades, thank you so much for saving my dad." "Thank you so much. I didn't do anything special." "You should thank my girlfriend the most, she's the one who saved your father," Sunan explained calmly. Principal Hong suddenly remembered that his son was the general manager of the department store. He seemed to have heard his son mention that the department store was hiring these past few days. "Weiqing, I remember you mentioned that your department store was hiring, right? This lady is unemployed. I think she's quite suitable. Could you arrange a job for her?" Principal Hong instructed his son. Hong Weiqing glanced at Liamo and immediately smiled, saying, "Comrade, I can arrange a job for you at the department store. What do you think?" Hearing that the department store was a good place to work, Liamo's heart skipped a beat. In this era, jobs there were far more desirable than those at supply and marketing cooperatives. "Can I give this job to someone else? It's my second brother. He's unemployed, and I'd like to give it to him," she asked him a little shyly. She preferred her old profession, writing, to this job. She had already planned that once her relationship with Sunan stabilized, she would return to her old ways, writing an article and a novel to send to a newspaper to test the waters. "Sure, but are you sure you want to give it to your second brother? Aren't you going to do it yourself?" Hong Weiqing asked curiously. After all, at this time many families were torn apart over a job, even siblings. It was rare to see someone willingly give up a job to a close relative. "That's fine. I won't come. I have something I like to do more. My second brother is more suited to this job." Hong Weiqing nodded in satisfaction. He was only doing this job to repay the woman for saving his father. She could accept it, and who she wanted to give it to was none of his business. "All right, once you've decided to come to work, come find me at the department store. I'll have someone arrange it personally," he added. Soon, the people Hong Weiqing had arranged arrived, and together they helped the still somewhat weak Principal Hong into the car. Inside, Principal Hong, looking quite satisfied, said to his son, "Silly boy, do you know who that man you were talking to just now was?" Seeing his father in good spirits, Hong Weiqing, who was driving, relaxed a little and replied with a smile, "Dad, how would I know? I don't know him." "If you don't know him, you must have heard his name, right?" "Sunan, that man's name is Sunan," Principal Hong continued proudly. Hong Weiqing nearly slammed on the brakes, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Sunan? Dad, you're not talking about that Sunan, are you?" "That's him. That kid's incredibly capable. I heard he's the one who came up with that patent last year, earning the country a lot of foreign exchange. I think he's already been promoted to deputy director of their institute this year." Principal Hong stroked his white beard, saying happily. Hong Weiqing said regretfully, "Dad, why didn't you remind me? I missed such a great opportunity. You can't just meet someone as important as him by luck." Principal Hong smiled slyly, "That's why I told you to arrange a job for his girlfriend. With that connection, you're sure you'll have a chance to meet her again. So, you really need to make sure that woman who saved my life gets a good job, understand?" Principal Hong whispered in his son's ear. "Understood, Dad. I promise I won't let your efforts go to waste," Hong Weiqing solemnly promised. As the commotion gradually subsided, Li Meng, looking exhausted, finally found her way over. Hearing the conversations of passers-by, she realized what she had missed. As she approached, something seemed to flash through her mind, as if telling her that she had missed something important, something crucial to her. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. I should have been the one to save him. Why did things change? Looking at the now dispersed crowd, she cried out in frustration, clutching her head. Soon, she spotted Liamo chatting and laughing with a man not far away. She immediately ran over, her anger blazing, and forcefully grabbed Li Mo's hand. "Li Mo, why do you keep trying to take things from me? What did I do to offend you? Why won't you let me go?" The sudden pull startled Li Mo, but after recognizing who it was, her expression calmed considerably, and she calmly pulled her hand away from Li Meng's. "Li Meng, I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. What did I steal from you? I was the one who saved that old man, I was his savior. Now it's you. Aren't you stealing from me?" She looked resentful, her eyes filled with bitterness. Why did Li Mo, who already had so many loving family members, have to compete with her? What a joke. That old man fainted, whoever came could have saved him. How did it become me stealing from you? Did that old man have to be saved by you just because he fainted? Li Mo was amused by her shameless insults. Sunan also frowned, his thick brows furrowed in displeasure. If he wasn't mistaken, this unreasonable woman seemed to be the same woman he'd seen walking with his nephew at the village entrance. If Su Jianming really brought this unreasonable woman back to the Su family, he'd have to raise this issue with his elder brother and sister-in-law. You're talking nonsense. I didn't mean that at all." Li Meng was both angry and anxious, her face flushed red. Suddenly, a gentle, refined man with an air of nobility standing next to Li Mo caught her eye. Li Meng's heart skipped a beat. What incredible luck had Li Mo had to find a man with an even more aristocratic air than Su Jianming. Li Mo sneered and stepped forward to block her gaze from scrutinizing Sunan. "Good cousin, you can look at me, but why can't you look at other men? Aren't you afraid your Su Jianming will get jealous? After all, you and that Su guy are definitely going to stick together, so don't come and ruin other people's lives." Li Mo looked her over with disdain. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't look at any other men, don't try to smear me." A look of panic flashed in Li Meng's eyes. Seeing her guilty look as if her secret had been exposed, Li Mo's lips curled slightly. "It's fine if you didn't look. Since there's nothing else, my boyfriend and I will be leaving now." Before she could react, Li Mo took Sunan's hand and swaggered past her. Li Meng watched their departing figures, hand in hand, with a look of resentment on her face. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her heart, as if something had been forcibly ripped from her body, making it hard for her to breathe. Chapter 12. Should I work? She squatted on the ground, clutching her clothes tightly over her heart, her pale face contorted in pain. After walking a considerable distance, Li Mo finally released her grip on the large hand, looked up at the man before her, and smiled. "I apologize for what happened earlier. Do you think I treated my cousin a little badly?" If this man had a saintly heart, she would have to seriously reconsider whether she wanted to continue dating him. No matter how good his conditions were, or how high his salary, she wouldn't want him. "No, I think what you did was right." She was being unreasonable. "Also, your cousin seems harmless, but the way she looked at you was full of jealousy and resentment. Be careful with her in the future. If someone like that gets ruthless, the consequences are unimaginable." He earnestly analyzed his insights with her. Li Mo smiled with satisfaction, grabbed his hand, and held it tightly, saying with a smile, "Congratulations, Comrade Sunan, you've completely passed my test this time. From now on, we're officially dating." A knowing glint flashed in Sunan's eyes, and he smiled back. "I'm honored to have passed your test. Also, I'll continue to work hard and won't let you down." "Okay, I'll continue to look forward to your future performance." "Well then, let's part ways and go home." She released his hand. "Aren't we going to have dinner together?" He had specifically asked his colleagues about this date. Besides watching a movie, dating also includes having dinner together. "Dinner is out of the question. I want to go home early to tell my second brother the good news about finding him a job. Let's do it another day. I'll treat you to dinner another day." "Okay then, when will we meet again?" He suddenly felt a little excited about their next date, a situation that even surprised him. He, who was always disciplined in everything, had exceeded his usual boundaries with her this time. "Any time is fine. I'm unemployed right now, so you're welcome to come to my house anytime, she readily replied. He stopped abruptly when he saw a barely noticeable car ahead. Comrade Xiao Mo, I have urgent business to attend to back home, which may take about 2 weeks. I can't contact anyone during this time, but please don't misunderstand that there's anything wrong between us. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done here, he explained, a little worried. She had wanted to ask him what he did for a living, but after saying that, she felt it wasn't necessary. If he wasn't going to say, there must be a reason, so why should she ask? It's all right. See you in 2 weeks. I'll wait for you to come back to me, she replied with a smile. Seeing her smile so happily, Sunan felt a pang of sadness. Didn't she feel even a little bit reluctant to see him go for 2 weeks? I'll have Xiaowan take you back, he said, suppressing his heartache. Li Mo was about to reply okay when she suddenly noticed the gloom in his eyes. She smiled, took his hand, and said, although we won't be able to see each other for the next 2 weeks, I'll miss you. I'll keep it in my heart. Okay. At this, a bright light shone in his gloomy dark eyes. Li Mo's return to the village by car once again attracted the curiosity of the villagers, but fortunately, the car didn't stop long in front of the Li family's house. It was lunchtime, and the Li family was all home. As soon as Li Mo got home, she ran into the main room and grabbed her second brother's hand. Second brother, I have a question for you, do you want a job? Her second brother was taken aback at first, then laughed. Little sister, don't joke with your second brother. Are jobs really that easy to find these days? Li's mother smiled and told her daughter, silly girl, how could a job be so easy? I heard that temporary jobs in the county town are selling for several hundred yuan, and they're the kind that money can't buy. Seeing that her family didn't believe her, Li Mo continued seriously, I'm not joking, I'm telling the truth. I really found a job for you, second brother, at a department store. We can go see it tomorrow. Her second brother slowly stopped smiling, his eyes shining with seriousness as he looked at his little sister. Little sister, are you serious? It couldn't be more true. There really is a job at a department store, I'm not kidding you. Li Mo was so anxious she almost swore an oath to her second brother with 3 fingers. Then, she recounted the whole story of how she got the job to her family in the main room. Here's the thing, they've arranged for me to take you to see the job prospects when I'm free in the next couple of days. Do you want it? She took a sip of water, waiting for his reply. Li Urge, still reeling from the unexpected windfall, exclaimed, yes, of course I want it. Jobs are hard to find these days, especially one near the department store in the county town, that's even harder. I'd be a fool not to take it. That's good. Tomorrow I'll go with you to the department store to see Manager Hong. He'll help us arrange this job. Li Mo began to plan. Li Urge smiled as he watched his younger sister making plans, but his smile faltered after a moment. Little sister, why don't you take such a good job opportunity? Why are you giving it to me? Xiao Mo, your second brother is right. If this job really comes through, you should take it home and do it yourself. Don't give it to your second brother. He's a grown man, he can do anything. You're a girl. Having a respectable job will give you more confidence in your husband's family, Li's father said at this moment. Li Urge nodded, little sister, Dad's right. You should take this job back, I don't want it anymore. Li Mo looked warmly at her family who were thinking of her, don't worry, I'll arrange my own work. I'm in high school now, so I want to write some things and send them to the newspaper. That way, I can have more freedom in terms of time and location. I prefer this kind of work to the department store job. It's settled then. I'll go with Urge to the department store tomorrow to arrange this job. Before her family could say anything more, Li Mo immediately made the decision. In a corner of the main room, Li Deseo, looking a little upset, secretly tugged at her husband sitting next to her and frantically winked at him. Li Dade shook his head with a troubled expression, then pretended not to see his wife's actions. Just as the family was immersed in the joy of this job, suddenly Li Laotai's sharp shouts rang out from the courtyard, "Eldest daughter-in-law, where have you all been? Get out here right now." Chapter 13. The people in the main room, hearing old Mrs. Li's sharp and sarcastic voice, immediately darkened their smiling faces. "Why did this old lady come looking for us?" Mr. Li asked, his brow furrowed. Li Mo thought of Li Meng and sneered, "She probably heard about the job we have and came specifically to find us." "How could she know? We only just found out, how could she know before us?" Mrs. Li's brows furrowed, her eyes filled with disgust for the outsider. "Who else could it be?" Li Meng said so. "She was there when I rescued that old principal." "She probably heard about them arranging jobs for our family," Li Mo said, pursing her lips. As she spoke, old Mrs. Li led Uncle Li and Li Meng in. "Eldest daughter, didn't you hear me calling you outside? You haven't come out for so long, and I have to come in and call you? Don't you even respect me as your mother?" Old Mrs. Li said, plopping down in a rattan chair in the main room. Mr. Li replied coolly, "How could I dare? Is there something you need, Grandma?" Uncle Li quickly tugged at Grandma Li's sleeve, signaling her to speak. Grandma Li immediately patted her youngest son's hand affectionately. "Of course there is something. I heard your family got a job in the county town, didn't you? I want you to give it up to your nephew." Li Mo immediately glared at Li Meng. Sure enough, this woman had told on her. Fine, since she started it, she'd get her revenge. "Grandma, which loudspeaker told you my family got a job? Don't let someone harm you," Li Mo said, approaching her. Grandma Li immediately looked at her granddaughter. "Li Meng, Menger told me, how could this be false?" Mr. Li and the others immediately turned their displeased gazes towards Li Meng. Just as their daughter had said, it really was her good niece who had leaked the information. Suddenly, under so many eyes, Li Meng could only bite her lip and slowly step forward to say, "I didn't lie to Grandma, it's really true. Xiao Mo, you saved an old school principal in the county town, and his son personally promised you a job." Everyone present heard it. Since she didn't get the job, Li Mo's family wouldn't get it either. "Listen to this," Xiao Meng said, "it's true. You family still want to lie to this old woman? I'm telling you, Guizhu is unemployed right now, give him the job, do you hear me?" Old Mrs. Li pointed at Li's father. Li's father was about to speak when his arm was suddenly pulled by his daughter standing beside him. "Dad, don't worry about this, I'll handle it," Li Mo whispered in his ear. Li's father looked at his mischievous daughter, thought for a moment, and then agreed, closing his mouth again. "Grandma, it's true that this happened, but I can't give this job to Li Jiandong. Because that job was specifically given to my second brother. They even said that if my second brother dares to give the job to someone else, they will send that person to jail for misappropriating someone else's job," Li Mo said, looking troubled. "So, Grandma, it's not that my second brother wouldn't give this job to Jiandong, it's just that he really can't. Also, I don't know why Xiaoming told you about this. Isn't she trying to harm Jiandong?" Upon hearing about going to jail, Uncle Li grabbed Grandma Li's arm anxiously. "Mom, Guizhu is our only child. He can't go to jail. We don't want this job anymore." Grandma Li's face darkened, and she immediately turned around and slapped Li Meng twice. "You brat, I knew you weren't up to any good. Are you trying to harm my Guizhu? How can you be so heartless?" Li Meng touched her slapped cheek, her eyes brimming with tears. "Grandma, don't believe what Li Mo said. She definitely. That's utter nonsense." Li Mo glanced at the half of her face stained with 5 fingers and sneered, "Cousin, if you think I'm talking nonsense, then when my second brother goes to ask for a job, you can have Grandma come with us and ask her to see if I'm lying." Old Mrs. Li believed her a little more, and pulled Li Meng to slap the other half of her face. "You brat, even now you still want to harm my precious grandson? Let me tell you, no way. And if you can't come up with 200 yuan, you can wait to marry the butcher in the next village." After hitting her, old Mrs. Li glanced guiltily at her eldest son's family before quickly turning and leaving, followed by her youngest son. Li Meng touched both cheeks, her face full of resentment as she glanced at the Li family before finally leaving with her own resentment. After they left the yard, Li's mother pounded her chest in anger. "Pa! How can your own mother be so biased? You're her son too, and Jiang Wo and the others are her grandsons, yet your heart is completely devoted to that third son's family. When she gets old, don't expect me to take care of her," Mother Li said coldly, watching old lady Li's departing figure. Seeing her mother's face turn pale with anger, Li Mo immediately went to her side and hugged her. "Alright, Mom, don't be angry. When I earn money, I'll buy you a big house in the city, and we'll stay far away from that family. My daughter still loves me the most," Mother Li said, her eyes almost squinting with laughter. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Back in her small room, Li Mo began preparing for her writing project. With pens and paper readily available, it wasn't too difficult. To be on the safe side, she planned to write one piece related to the current era and one novel. That way, at least one of them would be selected. In the next room, Brother Li had just fallen asleep when his wife, who had just come in for a nap, woke him up. "How can you still be sleeping? How can your younger sister be so biased? You're her brother too. She has such a good job, but she only thinks of her second brother, not you, the eldest brother." Sister-in-law Li grew angrier and angrier, her eyes reddening. Brother Li yawned and sat up. "What's there to argue about? We're family. Besides, even if I got this job, I couldn't do it. I don't have my younger brother's drive or his shrewdness. If I don't do it well, I'll lose the job, which would be a real shame. You haven't even tried it yet, how do you know you can't do it?" Sister-in-law Li pinched his arm hard several times in anger. Brother Li winced in pain, trying to appease his angry wife. "Wife, be gentle. I'm serious. I like working in the fields. I'm not interested in those city jobs." Chapter 14. No money, no peace. He then secretly glanced at the corner of the room separated by a curtain, and quickly kissed his wife on the cheek. "What are you doing? Our son and the others are still in this room." Sister-in-law Li blushed, both angry and embarrassed, and punched his chest. Brother Li whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, they're asleep. They can't hear what we're doing." The blush spread to the back of sister-in-law Li's ears. She glanced at her two children sleeping behind the curtain and suddenly sighed. "You know, the two kids are so big now. When will they be able to have their own house?" "Don't worry, your man will work even harder and try to get our whole family a new house next year," Brother Li coaxed her, hugging her. Sister-in-law Li rolled her eyes, but her eyes shone with sweetness. To earn her first pot of gold as quickly as possible, Li Mo rushed around, finally managing to mail the 2 manuscripts on the day she and her second brother Li went to the county town. As the 2 siblings went to the village entrance to watch the ox cart, they happened to run into Li Meng and her aunt Lu Tsuehua, who were being herded by old lady Li to cut pig feed. Compared to yesterday, Li Meng looked much more disheveled today, showing how much she had suffered after returning home yesterday. "Alright, stop looking. What's there to see? When we lived together, I saw how weak uncle and aunt were. Several times when I saw her hungry, I secretly gave her food. Now I know that what I did was like feeding the dogs," said the second brother, sitting on the ox cart, coldly looking at Li Meng walking not far away. Li Mo looked at her angry second brother and thought about the ending of her second brother in the book. In the book, her second brother was framed by Li Meng and went to jail. After his release, he found that his family members had all died tragically. In the end, in order to avenge his family, he also met a tragic end. She had to think carefully about why her second brother went to jail in the book. Just as she was about to remember, she was suddenly interrupted by the shouts of the ox cart driver, instantly snapping the fleeting image back into her mind. Meanwhile, on the hillside of Lijiazwang, Li Meng, her stomach growling, followed behind her mother, cutting pig feed. "Little Meng, let's stop watching and hurry up and cut. If we're late, your grandma will scold us again, Lu Tsuehua said earnestly, seeing her daughter staring intently towards the village entrance after cutting pig feed for a while. Cut. Why is it only us who cut this pig feed? My aunt and the others don't cut it. I'm not happy. I won't cut. The thought of Li Mo going to the county town again today made her feel terrible. They were both granddaughters of the Li family, so why did she have to live such a miserable life while Li Mo lived so comfortably? She threw down the sickle and plopped down on the grass. Lu Tsuehua hurriedly snatched the sickle from the ground and shoved it into her hand. Oh dear, what are you doing? What can I do if your grandma won't let your third aunt and the others do housework? Let's hurry up and finish our work so we can go home and do the next task sooner. Mom, wake up. It's all because you and Dad are useless that Grandma bullies our family like this. Now she's forcing me to marry that pig butcher from the next village. Do you know that man has married 2 wives, both of whom he beat to death? Li Meng stomped her foot and shouted at Lu Tsuehua, who was buried in her work. What should we do? Lu Tsuehua could only weep. Li Meng shut her mouth in despair. She knew her parents were unreliable. Now she only hoped that Su Jianming, who had gone home to get money, would come back quickly to save her. After an hour's ride in an ox cart, the brother and sister got off at the city gate. Li Urge, acting like a familiar friend, led his younger sister to the department store. As the brother and sister entered the department store, they looked like country bumpkins visiting a grand garden, their faces full of curiosity. The department store was located in the city center, with 3 floors. The second floor was for sales, and the third floor housed the offices of the management, which was where the siblings were going. After finding out where Manager Hong was, the 2 quickly went up to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the top, they saw Hong Weiqing at the stairwell, having been notified in advance that someone was looking for him. Comrade Li, it really is you. Welcome. Remembering his father's reminder from yesterday, Hong Weiqing warmly greeted Li Mo and shook her hand. Li Mo's smiling face faltered for a moment when she saw Hong Weiqing's unusual enthusiasm, but she quickly recovered and introduced him with a smile. Manager Hong, hello, this is my second brother. Hong Weiqing immediately looked at Li's second brother standing beside her and greeted him with the same enthusiasm. Brother Li, welcome to our big family. Li's second brother had never been so warmly received by such an important person before, and he was a little taken aback until the other party shook his hand. He then nervously replied, Manager Hong, you're too kind. I should thank you for giving me such a good job opportunity. Thank you so much. After chatting for a while at the stairwell, the 3 of them finally entered Hong Weiqing's office together under his warm hospitality. Not long after they sat down, Hong Weiqing symbolically asked about Li's second brother's work experience. Li's second brother didn't exaggerate his abilities and honestly recounted all the work he had done over the years. 5 minutes later, Hong Weiqing removed his hand from his chin and said seriously, well, I happen to have a job here that would suit you perfectly, Brother Li. It's a purchasing agent in the purchasing department. This job might involve frequent business trips, though. I don't know if you can handle that? Yes, I definitely can, Brother Li assured him without hesitation. Hong Weiqing nodded in satisfaction. He had been a little worried today that Li Mo's brother-in-law might just be a farmer who only knew how to do farm work, and he was wondering how to arrange a job for him. After all, Li Mo was Su Nan's girlfriend, and her brother-in-law was Su Nan's future brother-in-law. He really couldn't afford to offend him. But now it seemed that he was quick-witted and articulate, perfectly suited for the job. Okay, it's settled then. You'll start working in the purchasing department tomorrow. The monthly salary is 30 yuan, and there's a travel allowance for business trips, so it'll be 70 or 80 yuan a month, Hong Weiqing said. Upon hearing the salary figure, Li Urge was incredibly excited. 70 or 80 yuan a month. His family might not even be able to earn that much in 6 months, but he had it in a single month. Chapter 15, What a Clever Tactic. Having settled the work matter, Hong Weiqing looked at Li Mo with a warm smile. Comrade Li Mo, my grandfather told me last night that he wanted to formally thank you for saving his life. How about you and Comrade Sunan come over for dinner sometime? Lee Mo smiled. During their conversation, Manager Hong kept mentioning Sunan. She could tell that this invitation wasn't really to invite her to dinner, he probably wanted to invite her boyfriend. But she wasn't one to be pretentious. Why not use connections? Besides, she and Sunan were now in a relationship, practically one entity. Sure, but Sunan has some work to take care of and won't be back for half a month. I'll come to have dinner with Grandpa Hong after he returns from his business trip, she replied with a smile. Hong Weiqing immediately nodded. Of course, his work is important. Dinner can be any time. Comrade Liam O, when Comrade Sunan returns from his business trip, please visit the Hong family more often. Definitely, Liam O agreed with a smile. After all, her second brother was working for him, so it was best to agree to it for now. As for the future, she would wait until Sunan returned to discuss it with him. Half an hour later, the brother and sister walked out of the department store looking smug. Little sister, what does Sunan do? I heard Manager Hong seemed quite respectful to him today, and his attitude seemed like he was trying to curry favor with your boyfriend. As soon as they came out, Lee's second brother pulled her hand aside and whispered. Second brother, your question really stumped me, because I don't know what your future brother-in-law does either. But if you want to know, you can ask him yourself when he comes back in half a month. She teased him with a smile. Then I'd better not know. I don't know why, but I always feel like my brother-in-law is the kind of person who does mysterious work. He lowered his voice and said. Liam O smiled, recalling some of the things Sunan had said during their last blind date and his high salary. She could roughly guess what his job was. After leaving the department store, Liam O went to the post office and mailed out the 2 drafts she had written. On their way back, the 2 siblings passed by the supply and marketing cooperative. Liam O noticed the food and nice clothes being sold inside, and she once again realized that making money was of paramount importance. No matter where you are, money isn't everything, but you can't do without it. The siblings returned to Lijiazwang around 1 p.m. By the time they got home, it was past lunchtime, and their family had kept their food warm in the pot. While eating lunch, the siblings told their parents about their interview at the department store that day. When their parents learned that their younger brother had gotten a purchasing job at the department store with a monthly salary of 70 or 80 yuan, their faces immediately lit up with smiles. Lee's sister-in-law, who had overheard her brother's description of the interview, finally understood what her husband had said the day before. If her sister-in-law had really given her husband the job, given his tight-lipped nature, he probably would have really gotten rid of it. Soon, the oppression that had been weighing on her heart gradually faded, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she listened to her second brother recount the events following the interview. After finishing her food, Liam O looked at her sister-in-law standing beside her and said, Sister-in-law, I had considered giving this job to my eldest brother, but the department store is a big place, and it's definitely not suitable for him given his personality. That's why I gave it to my second brother. But don't worry, if I find a suitable job for him in the future, I'll definitely save it for him. Lee's sister-in-law was a little embarrassed that her sister-in-law would say such things. Little sister, you did the right thing. I did complain a bit before about giving the job to my second brother, but after hearing what he said, I think you made the right decision. Your eldest brother really can't do this job, I understand. Lee's father then looked at his children with satisfaction. I have something to say. Now that my second son has a job, probably earning 70 or 80 yuan a month, I've decided that he should contribute 30 yuan from his salary to the household expenses every month until he gets married. He then looked at Lee's second brother and asked, Second son, do you have any objections? Dad, I have no objection. Don't even mention 30, I'd be willing to pay it all. If it weren't for my little sister, I wouldn't have gotten this job, Lee Urge replied with a smile. After discussing this, Lee Deseo immediately started gossiping about the village. The marriage proposal back home fell through. Li Meng doesn't have to marry the butcher from the next village. Sister-in-law, what happened? Tell me quickly. Hearing that it was related to Li Meng, the female lead, Li Mo quickly sat up and grabbed Li Deseo's hand to ask. But this Li Mei really has some tricks up her sleeve. She managed to coax that scoundrel Su Jianming so obediently. I heard he took 200 yuan from home and gave it to the old lady, and promised to find Li Jiandong a temporary job in the city within a month. That's why the old lady agreed to cancel the marriage proposal from the next village, Li Deseo said, both angry and resentful. Li Mo listened silently, once again marveling at the novel's favoritism towards the female lead. The female lead finally encountered a little difficulty, but it was resolved so quickly, it was too easy for her. A research base in Yanqing. After a night's journey, Sunan returned to the base and immediately immersed himself in the laboratory, working to resolve the unexpected situation. Fortunately, thanks to the concerted efforts of the 5 lab members, the emergency was temporarily resolved. Great! It's finally resolved. We're no longer criminals against this country. Looking at the solved research results, the researchers present shouted with tears in their eyes. This time, we owe it all to Director Su. If he hadn't returned in time, we definitely wouldn't have been able to overcome this problem on our own, said a woman in a white lab coat, her eyes filled with tender affection as she looked at the exhausted Sunan. Sunan, who had been busy in the lab since returning, now relaxed and immediately felt discomfort in his eyes. He took off his glasses. Next time, if you encounter a procedure you don't understand, don't try to do the experiment yourself. Report any problems to your superiors first. This situation could be considered entirely man-made, and thankfully, it didn't cause any major trouble. It's all my fault. I was too hasty, Director Su. Blame me if you must, the woman who had spoken earlier said, her eyes slightly red with self-reproach. If this problem is your fault, then you are indeed to blame. Go back and write 1,000 self-criticisms. Also, you are not allowed to enter this laboratory for a week, Sunan said to her impartially. Chapter 16 Don't be reckless. Lu Xian didn't expect the other person to actually take it seriously, and her eyes reddened even more, looking like she was about to cry at any moment. Old Su, let's just let this go. Comrade Lu Xiang definitely didn't do it on purpose. Also, you're always so serious, be careful you won't find a girlfriend later. The speaker was a man who looked to be about Sunan's age, teasing him with a hand on his shoulder. Hearing the word girlfriend, Sunan's tired mind suddenly brightened, and a charming smiling face appeared in his mind. Instantly, a layer of tenderness appeared in his serious dark eyes. Wait a minute, old Su, your expression is strange. Did you find a girlfriend behind my back when you went home the other day? The man who had just advised him immediately stood up straight, looking at him with scrutinizing eyes. Sunan glanced at him, a smile suddenly appearing on his usually stern lips. You guessed right, I do have a girlfriend. You'd better hurry up, or you'll still be a bachelor when I'm married. You really do have a girlfriend? You're not being fair. We agreed to be bachelors together, how could you get a girlfriend before me? You're not loyal. Shen Shua was furious. His friend had gone home and gotten a girlfriend, making him the oldest bachelor in the entire research institute. He was furious. I never agreed to be a bachelor with you. With that, Sunan turned and walked out of the lab with a smug smile. Hey, Su, you stop right there. Tell me what your girlfriend is like. Shen Shua quickly chased after him. As soon as the 2 big shots left, the remaining members of the lab erupted in excitement, all curious about what kind of future director's wife could make their usually serious Director Su show such a love-struck smile. Lu Xiang forcefully wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, clenching her fists. I don't care who that person is, Director Su can only be mine. Li Family Village. Li Urge, who had been working at the city department store for a week, was slowly adapting to his job, leaving early and returning late every day. The rest of the family was also continuing their usual routines. She had also been working on her novel for the past week. She calculated that if her 2 articles were accepted, she would receive a reply within a week. The only thing that was infuriating was that the man on the business trip had truly disappeared without a trace. Several times, the Lee family had wondered if she had broken up with her boyfriend, Sunan. At noon, the family ate lunch as usual. Lee's sister-in-law, as usual, chatted with her family about the village gossip of the past 2 days. "Dad, Mom, have you heard? Lee Meng is going to take this year's college entrance exam." Halfway through the meal, Lee's sister-in-law suddenly dropped the shocking bombshell. Lee Sange coughed lightly and said slowly, "Did I hear that right? Lee Meng didn't even finish junior high school, did she? How does she have the courage to take the college entrance exam?" Lee's father looked at his daughter, who was eating, and asked cautiously, "Xiao Mo, why don't you apply? Let's see if our family can produce a college student." For the past 2 years, his daughter had complained about how hard studying was, and he couldn't force her. Lately, she seemed like a different person, so he tried to persuade her again. Lee Mo put down her chopsticks and thought about it seriously. No matter the era, a college degree is quite valuable, especially now, when it's highly sought after. "Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you. I'll give it a try," she happily agreed. "Good, you're such a good daughter. Do your best on the exam. I'll be happy whether you pass or not," Lee's father said happily. "Dad, just wait and see, your daughter will definitely get you a college degree," Lee Mo patted her chest and promised. Hearing her boast, the whole family burst into laughter, filling the room with sound. 2 months before this year's college entrance exam, to prepare, Lee Mo took the 5 yuan given to her by her mother and rode a passing ox cart to the city to buy study materials. An hour later, she arrived in the city. Instead of going to the library immediately, she went to the post office first. As soon as she entered the bustling post office, she met Zhao, the postman who delivered mail to the Lee family village area. "Lee Mo, you're here at the perfect time. Here are 2 letters for you," Zhao said, taking 2 letters from his backpack. Unexpectedly surprised, Lee Mo happily accepted the letters, saying, "Thank you, Comrade Zhao, you've worked hard." "It's nothing, just serving the people," Zhao replied, quickly moving on to deliver more mail. Lee Mo took the 2 letters and walked out of the post office. She carefully tore them open in a quiet corner outside. Unexpectedly, there was good news and bad news. The good news was that her novel had been accepted, the bad news was that her article about keeping up with the times had been cut. Besides the acceptance letter, there were 3 10-yuan bills inside, her payment for the manuscript. This 30-yuan payment was unexpected for Lee Mo. It was equivalent to a month's salary for someone working in the county town. However, Lee Mo wasn't too upset about the cut. She had expected this result when she sent the letter and quickly accepted it. With the 30 yuan in her pocket, she planned to go to the bookstore to buy the review materials for the college entrance exam, and use the rest of the money to buy gifts for her family. Entering the bustling bookstore, a string of fluent English reached her ears. The shop owner listened anxiously as the foreigner in front of him rattled off a long string of words, but he couldn't understand a word. "Comrade, do you speak Chinese?" "I can't understand a word you're saying," the shop owner said anxiously, scratching his head. "Is there anyone in the bookstore who speaks their language? If anyone can help translate, I can give you a discount on what you buy later." Desperate, the shop owner had no choice but to plead with the customers. Lee Mo, who hadn't intended to get involved and just wanted to buy what she needed and leave, immediately brightened up upon hearing the shop owner's promise and raised her hand. "Boss, I can help you translate." But no sooner had she spoken than a mocking voice rang out from the doorway. Lee Mo looked in the direction of the voice and her face immediately turned ashen. Standing in the doorway were none other than Li Meng and Su Jianming, those 2 piles of trash. "Lee Mo, stop being so reckless. You clearly don't know a word of foreign language, what are you trying to prove here?" "You're shameless," Su Jianming said, leading Li Meng in with a look of pampered affection. Chapter 17 Naked Jealousy. "What's it to you?" Lee Mo rolled her eyes at him as he walked in, replying irritably. If it weren't for the promise the boss had given her, she would have liked to stay far away from these two piles of garbage. You. Liam O, who always looked at him like a lovesick fool, was suddenly so rude to him this time. Su Jianming pointed at her, gritting his teeth in resentment. Xiao Mo, how could you say such things to brother Jianming? He's doing it for your own good. You've never even studied English, why are you trying to show off? If you embarrass yourself, you'll only bring shame to our Li family village. Li Meng stepped forward, feigning concern. What you? Go somewhere cool and stay away from me. Looking at that green tea face, Li Mo couldn't help but blurt out a curse. The shop owner looked at the three of them anxiously, his face contorted with worry. He asked Li Mo, Miss, are you really fluent in English? Don't get me into trouble. I really need help. Li Mo nodded. Boss, don't listen to his nonsense. I really do speak English. If you don't believe me, I can translate for you now. Okay, then give it a try. The shop owner gritted his teeth, determined to try anything, and offered her the seat facing the foreigner. Liam O immediately walked up to the blonde-haired foreigner in a suit and began speaking fluent, perfect English. How is that possible? How can she speak foreign languages? Li Meng stared in shock at Liam O chatting animatedly with the foreigner, looking utterly bewildered. After talking with the foreigner for a while, Liam O finally understood why he had asked the shop owner. Boss, this foreigner's name is Robert. He's here looking for a map of our county. He just asked if you sell maps of our city here, she translated to the shop owner. The shop owner happily replied, yes, I have a map. I'll go get it for him right away. Liam O rolled her eyes at him, if you're so good, you do it. Su Jianming's face turned pale, he didn't understand any of this gibberish. I can vouch that this lady's translation was correct, a firm voice floated from the crowd. As the voice rang out, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Comrade, your translation was truly brilliant. I happen to have an English book here, could you translate the first page? The middle-aged man excitedly handed her an English book. Liam O glanced down at the book in his hand. It was a foreign children's book, similar to a storybook by Hans Christian Andersen. Of course, I'll give it a try. She smiled and immediately took the storybook, beginning to translate it verbally. The short page was entirely in English, which Liam O translated effortlessly into Chinese in front of everyone. I didn't expect these foreign fairy tales to be so interesting. I'm almost mesmerized. The prince turning into a frog is really funny. Yeah, that's the first time I've ever heard of a frog possibly being a human. Should I eat frogs or not? Liam O overheard the conversation of the guests next to her as she returned the book and couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected everyone's thoughts to be so amusing. Seeing Liam O being so highly praised, Su Jianming became anxious. This kind of treatment should be reserved for him, why should this stupid and malicious woman like Liam O receive it? She must be making it up. How could she translate English? Don't be fooled by her, he shouted, pointing at her. Li Meng was equally resentful. Why was Liam O so lucky? Not only did she have a loving family, but she was also being praised and fawned over by everyone. Yes, Jianming is right. I'm Li Mo's cousin. I know her better than anyone. She's been a good-for-nothing since she was little. She even finished high school by sleeping through class. She can barely read, let alone understand such difficult English. She stood up and pointed at Liam O, saying loudly, Little M.O., just apologize to everyone. I believe they won't blame you. She stepped forward and took Li Mo's hand, acting like a good older sister. Liam O sneered, shaking off her hand as if she had touched something dirty. She glanced coldly at the two people trying to smear her, then calmly looked at the middle-aged man who had just translated the book for her. Uncle, are you satisfied with my translation? Satisfied, lady. Your translation is perfect. You translated many words that are hard to find even in an English dictionary. You're amazing. Lu Qingyun said excitedly. Just then, the shop owner, who had gone in to get the map, came out and handed it to the waiting foreigner. The next second, the foreigner, seeing the map, beamed and started speaking a string of English to the shop owner. The shop owner, looking embarrassed, turned to Liam for help again. "Comrade, could you translate what he's saying for me?" Liam smiled and readily replied, "Of course, no problem. He's just telling you that this is the map he's looking for, and he asked how much it costs." The shop owner laughed and said, "Oh, I see. Foreigner's language is so hard to understand. Comrade, just tell him he'll give me 50 cents for the map." Liam nodded and immediately translated for the foreigner. The foreigner quickly and happily took out $1 and then said a few more words in English to Liam. Liam smiled, turned to the shop owner, and translated, "Sir, you don't need to give him change for this $1, the rest is his tip." This foreigner is quite generous, the shop owner thought, happily accepting the $1. As the foreigner left with the map, he warmly shook Liam's hand and thanked her before departing. "My goodness, this woman really does speak English." "Absolutely. That man and woman just said she didn't. I think they were just jealous that she's better than them. They're so envious, their hearts are so black." Hearing the accusations from those around him, Su Jianming blushed and tugged hard at Liam's sleeve, complaining, "What's going on? Didn't you say Liam was just an ignorant, stupid woman? How come she really speaks English?" Chapter 18. Take it or leave it. Li Meng bit her lip, her resentful gaze fixed on Liam, who was being pulled aside by the middle-aged man. Why was Liam so lucky? However, she needed to stabilize the man beside her first, since he was the only one she could rely on to escape the hellish Li family. "Brother Jianming, I really didn't lie to you. Liam has always been a stupid and cunning woman since she was little. As for why she knows English, I really don't know." She tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with countless grievances. Lu Qingyun ignored the argument between the two beside him and walked excitedly to Liam. "This lady, would you be willing to come to our library and help us translate a batch of English works?" "Me?" Liam asked, pointing to herself in disbelief. Lu Qingyun smiled and nodded, "Yes, it's you, comrade. Your English is excellent. I think you're fully capable of handling this translation work at our library. Don't worry, this job is flexible. You can bring the books back to Yun for translation, just submit the translated books on time. The salary is 10 yuan per 1,000 words. Is that okay?" Liam was overjoyed. This translation work was much more lucrative than her novel writing royalties, which were only 5 yuan per 1,000 words. "Of course, no problem, I can do it." Translation didn't conflict with writing novels, and it would earn her a lot of money, so why not? "Great, that's wonderful. My name is Lu Qingyun, and I'm the director of the city library. You're welcome to come and pick up books for translation anytime." Lu Qingyun introduced himself happily. "Okay, thank you, Director Lu. I'll definitely come." Liam replied. Having found the benefactor who had been troubling her, Lu Qingyun left the bookstore looking refreshed. Liam then told the owner about the review materials she wanted. "Comrade, since you've helped me so much, I happen to have a set of notes from last year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. I'll sell it to you at half price," the bookstore owner said in a low voice. Liam's face lit up with joy. "That's great. Thank you, boss. Please pack it for me, I'll buy it." "Okay, I'll pack it for you right away." The bookstore owner quickly turned around and went inside to get a set of materials. Just as the owner was about to put it in a bag, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the materials away. "Boss, I'll buy this set of materials," Li Meng said to the owner, holding it up. The bookstore owner looked at her with a troubled expression. "Miss, this set of materials has already been bought by this girl." Li Meng looked in the direction he was pointing, her face full of surprise. "Cousin, you're not going to take the college entrance exam too, are you? Don't be ridiculous. You didn't learn many words in school, so don't embarrass yourself. Just give me this set of materials, okay?" Liam sneered and snatched the set of materials back from her hands. I don't know how many words I can read, but I do know how many you can read. You, who didn't even finish junior high, have the nerve to laugh at me, a high school graduate? Who gave you that right? Although I didn't finish junior high, it was because of my family wouldn't let me continue. If I could have continued, my grades would definitely not be worse than yours, Li Meng shouted loudly, her eyes red. She clearly had excellent grades, but because her parents were useless, the money they gave her for her education was ultimately given to Li Jiandong from her third uncle's family. Li Jiandong turned out to be a good-for-nothing. Not only could he barely read, but he almost got pregnant with another woman. I don't care about the reasons, I'm a high school student, and you're just a semi-illiterate who doesn't even qualify as a middle school student. Seeing her eyes redden, Li Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. Boss, how much? She asked the bookstore owner, clutching the stack of review materials. The owner smiled and held up 5 fingers, 5 yuan. Li Mo didn't hesitate, knowing this was the lowest price he'd offered. She quickly paid the 5 yuan and left the bookstore without looking back. Li Meng watched her retreating figure with resentment, then suddenly turned around and tugged at Su Jianming's sleeve, who had been standing behind her. Brother Jianming, Li Mo bullied me like that just now, why didn't you speak up for me? Su Jianming looked at her impatiently. Alright, can you stop making a scene? You've already embarrassed yourself enough today, how much more do you want me to embarrass myself with you? This was the biggest embarrassment he had suffered in his 20 years, he could still recall the contemptuous looks those people had given him, and his face burned with embarrassment. Li Meng was startled by his outburst. Su Jianming had always been a gentleman in her presence, never speaking to her with such impatience. Jianming, I'm sorry, I was just angered by Li Mo. I won't do it again. She had to appease the man before her, she couldn't let his impression of her worsen. Alright, I'm not blaming you. Let's hurry up and buy the materials. Looking at her delicate face, Su Jianming's irritation softened, and his tone became much gentler. Li Meng nodded vigorously. Yes, she wanted to buy review materials. A voice inside her told her that this college entrance exam was an opportunity to change her destiny, and she had to seize it. Boss, give me a copy of the review materials you sold to that lady earlier too, she immediately called out to the bookstore owner who was attending to other customers. 50 yuan a copy, the bookstore owner replied flatly. Li Meng's eyes widened immediately, 50 yuan? Boss, are you robbing me? You didn't sell them to Li Mo for that price. The bookstore owner laughed angrily, these materials were used by last year's top scorer in the country. They're hard to buy even if you have the money. Selling them to you for 50 yuan is already a fair price. Besides, can you compare to that lady earlier? She did me a huge favor. I'm willing to sell them to her at this price. Is it any of your business? You. Li Meng's eyes reddened with anger. Why were they all on Li Mo's side? Why were they all helping Li Mo bully her? Take it or leave it. Plenty of people will want it. The bookstore owner wasn't buying her act and said curtly. Meanwhile, Li Mo left the bookstore and went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Having finally earned some money, she wanted to reward herself for her hard work by buying some snacks and gifts for her family. Entering a department store similar to those in this era, Li Mo first went to the television counter to look at the TVs. Although she couldn't afford one now, she was certain that given 2 months, she would buy all the black and white televisions on display. Chapter 19. Do you have a boyfriend yet? Having transmigrated to this era without the internet, she now spends her days writing novels to pass the time, making her desperately want her phone. Seeing this black and white television now, she finally feels like she's still living in the modern world. After watching for a while, she was about to go to another counter to buy something when she noticed 2 women watching television next to her, who looked like a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Just then, their voices suddenly grew louder, drifting right to her ears. Mom, how can you be so biased? I just asked you to contribute some money to buy a television for your eldest grandson, and you refused. You and Dad are so old, Isn't this money going to go to my son anyway? I'm just letting you spend a little in advance. How does it become us living off your savings? Eldest son, that's your son, not mine. Your father and I already fulfilled our responsibilities as parents by paying for your marriage. The old woman was clearly very angry, her face was quite pale. Humph, doesn't that mean the son I gave birth to isn't a member of your Sioux family? This is utterly absurd. The old woman gasped for breath. Yang Qinghua belatedly realized the old woman's breathing was off, her face paled, and her only thought was to escape. Mom, I still have water boiling at home, I'm afraid I'll burn the pot, I'll go home and check, you go home by yourself. With that, she turned and ran out of the supply and marketing cooperative without looking back. The old woman, who had been struggling to stay upright, suddenly felt dizzy. Just as she thought she was about to collapse, a hand suddenly supported her waist from behind. Auntie, are you all right? Liam, who had just bought 2 pairs of shoes and was about to browse other counters, unexpectedly saw the old woman, who had just been scolded by her daughter-in-law, swaying precariously. Instinctively, she went to help her without thinking. Finally feeling a bit better, old Madame Sue turned around, a kind smile playing on her lips. I'm all right, thank you, young lady. You're welcome. I saw you looked like you were about to collapse. How about I help you to sit down over there? Liam looked around and pointed to a corner with benches next to the supply and marketing cooperative. That's fine, thank you so much. Old Madame Sue squeezed her hand tightly, thanking her again. After helping the old lady sit down, Liam took out her water bottle, which she always carried with her. Grandma, this is water I brought myself. I haven't had any yet. Have a sip. No problem, thank you, young lady. She was indeed thirsty. Her eldest daughter-in-law had dragged her around the area for half the day, and she hadn't had a drop of water. After drinking a couple of sips, old Madame Sue felt much better. Only then did she really look at the woman who had helped her. She had a rosy complexion, white teeth, and a small, beautiful face. Child, do you have a boyfriend yet? I have a rascal who's always single. How about I introduce him to you? Grandma Sue asked warmly, pulling her hand. Liam, looking embarrassed, pulled her hand away. Grandma, thank you for your kindness, but I already have a boyfriend, and I'm quite satisfied with him. What a pity, my rascal isn't lucky enough. Grandma Sue's face showed disappointment. After her disappointment, Grandma Sue still warmly pulled her hand again. Girl, although we can't be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, I really like you. How about I adopt you as my goddaughter? Oh, so hasty? Grandma, we've only just met. Liam was startled by her enthusiasm, instinctively worried that she might have offended someone troublesome. Not hasty at all, not at all. I certainly wouldn't accept just anyone, but I like you. It's a pity we can't be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but I don't have a granddaughter, so you being my goddaughter would be nice. Grandma Sue said happily, pulling her along. What, you don't want to? Or do you look down on me because I'm an old woman and don't want to be my goddaughter? Old Madame Sue asked, looking at her with a sad expression. Liam thought she was hard-hearted enough when dealing with strangers, but she overestimated herself. Seeing the old woman's sad expression, her heart softened, and she answered insincerely, No, I'm willing, but this is a big deal, and I need to go back and discuss it with my parents. You're right. Then go back and discuss it with your family. We can have a formal meeting another day to solidify this relationship. Or, I can take you to my house to introduce us first, old Madame Sue said, taking her hand. Liam looked at the sky outside. She had been out for half a day, if she went back any later, her family would probably be worried sick. Grandma, maybe next time? I really have something to do today and can't get away, Liam said apologetically, holding the old woman's hand. Grandma Sue looked regretful. All right then, I'll give you my home address and phone number. When you have time, bring your family over to discuss the godparenting arrangement. With that, she asked a staff member for a piece of paper and a pen, writing down her home address and phone number. Girl, keep this safe. When you have time, be sure to bring your family to discuss the godparenting arrangement. Don't try to fool this old woman. Grandma Sue handed the paper to her, gripping her hand tightly and repeatedly reminding her. Seeing the old woman's overly enthusiastic attitude, Liam could only nod and promise, "Okay, I'll remember." Fortunately, at that moment, someone from the old woman's family arrived. The person was a middle-aged woman. Liam thought she looked like a domestic helper who did chores in the old woman's home. "Oh dear, Grandma, we've finally found you." Grandpa was so worried. Luckily, he called Xiaodong's place, and Qinghua said you were at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. "Are you all right?" Aunt Wu, beaming with excitement, went to Grandma Sue and helped her up. Grandma Sue's face darkened at the mention of Qinghua's name, and she sneered, "That ingrate. Don't mention her name to me. If I'd known she was heartless, I shouldn't have let my eldest son pay for her marriage." Aunt Wu didn't dare ask any more questions and changed the subject. "Grandma, let's go home. Grandpa's worried sick at home." Grandma Sue's eyes widened with anxiety, and she turned to Liam, taking her hand and reminding her again, "Girl, keep this note I wrote for you safe. Don't lose it. When you have time, remember to come to the address on it." Chapter 20. Where did the money come from? "I understand, ma'am, you should go back with your family first, don't let them worry." Liam had no choice but to reassure her repeatedly. After the old lady left the Supply and Marketing Cooperative with her family, Liam continued shopping for gifts for her family. She bought a pair of shoes for each of her parents, then a new set of clothes for her nephew and niece, a pack of cigarettes for her eldest and second brothers, and a scarf for her third brother because of his poor health. Winter was approaching anyway. Her sister-in-law received the best-selling silk scarf supposedly imported from Shanghai. After buying gifts for her family, she counted the money left in her pocket. Good heavens, half of her 30 yuan manuscript fee was gone. If she bought some meat later, she'd probably have less than 10 yuan left. Indeed, money is fleeting, no matter the era. The Su family old mansion. Old Madame Su and Aunt Wu finally arrived home by car. As soon as the car entered the yard, Grandpa Su, leaning on his cane, came over. "Old woman, where have you been all day? You've been gone for so long and haven't come back. Were you trying to drive me crazy?" Grandma Su helped him up and said happily, "Old man, let me tell you, I found us a goddaughter. That girl is so beautiful and kind. If it weren't for her, I think I would have fallen at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Grandpa Su was about to say something when the phone rang. "It must be our youngest son calling. You haven't come back for so long, and I couldn't find anyone to help, so I called him," Grandpa Su said, holding his wife's hand as they walked. Sure enough, as soon as the couple sat down on the sofa and answered the phone, their youngest son's voice came through. "Dad, how is it? Has Mom been found?" "Yes, she's back. Don't worry, just focus on your work over there," Grandpa Su quickly told his anxious youngest son on the other end of the line. "Give it to me, you old geezer. You know your son is busy, why did you go to see him?" Grandma Su scolded her husband, snatching the phone. "Natter, Mom's fine. It's all your dad's fault for worrying so much," Grandma Su explained to her youngest son on the other end of the line. Sunan smiled, holding the phone. "Mom, it's good you're all right. And don't blame Dad, he was just too worried about you." "I know, Mom doesn't blame him." Grandma Su quickly moved to a better seat and continued, "Son, I almost got a goddaughter today. I originally wanted her to be my daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, she said she already has a boyfriend. So I can only let her be my goddaughter. By the way, speaking of your girlfriend, if you suddenly go back to work now, won't she dump you?" Grandma Su gripped the phone tightly, her face filled with anxiety. Her son had finally found a girlfriend, she couldn't let his job ruin it. "Mom, don't worry about me. She's not that kind of person. Besides, I talked to her when I was on my business trip. She's such a good person, she'll understand me." Sunan gripped the phone tightly. For some reason, he felt a little nervous talking to his mother. I hope so. You finally found someone, you have to cherish it and not let her go. Old Mrs. Su urged worriedly. Mom, you should investigate that goddaughter you mentioned. Don't just accept anyone, understand? He immediately tried to persuade his mother, who was insisting on having a goddaughter. Don't worry about that. That girl is a kind child, she'll definitely be fine. When you come back next time, you should be able to meet her. You, as her uncle, should give her a big red envelope then. Old Mrs. Su said happily. 10 minutes later, after hanging up the phone, Sunan carried a stack of documents into the laboratory. Lee Family Village. Lee Mo got off the ox cart at the village entrance and then carried large and small bags into the village. Just as she got home, Lee Urge, who had come home early from work, saw her and ran up to help, exclaiming in surprise, "Little sister, did you go rob someone?" "Second brother, why don't you try robbing someone for me?" Lee Mo said, amused and annoyed, following behind him. "These are books, right? Why are they all covered in this messy writing? What did you buy these books for?" After carrying the things in, Lee Urge curiously opened the bag and saw that the heaviest bag he had been carrying contained 4 or 5 books. "These are English books. I brought them back from the library to translate. It's 10 yuan per 1,000 words. If I translate this one, it will be worth at least 100 yuan. Lee Mo carefully placed the English books she had brought back from the library. "How much? More than 100 yuan? Did I hear that right?" After picking his ear, Lee Urge asked nervously, "Little sister, you didn't run into a scammer, did you? Are these English books really that valuable? The person who gave me this task is the librarian. These books are from the library. How could they be fake?" Lee Mo said with a smile. "Here, this is your gift." Lee Mo took out a pack of cigarettes from another bag and handed it to him. "Oh, Dakiaman, these are expensive. Even our director can only smoke one occasionally. Where did you get the money?" Lee Urge looked surprised and happy as he took the pack. "I submitted 2 manuscripts last time, and one of them was accepted. I even got 30 yuan in royalties. Sharing is caring, so I bought gifts for the whole family. These cigarettes are for you, Urge." Lee Mo explained with a smile. Lee Urge, looking embarrassed, took the pack of cigarettes, his voice trembling with excitement. "Little sister, thank you. When I get my salary, I'll buy you a gift too. Just tell me what you want." "Okay, when you get your salary, I definitely won't be polite." She then stretched her limbs. "Second brother, I'll go back to my room to translate some English books. Call me when Mom and Dad get back." "Okay, go ahead and do your work, I'll take care of things here." Lee Urge happily agreed, stroking the pack of cigarettes in his hand. Back in her room, Lee Mo began translating her first English book with complete absorption. In her previous life, English was her best subject. She even almost became a translator after graduating from university, but ultimately didn't because she disliked working in a company. Unexpectedly, after transmigrating to this world, she returned to this profession. As she was translating the 3rd page, Lee Urge's voice rang out from outside the door. "Little sister, Mom and Dad are back." Lee Mo immediately put down her work. "I know, second brother, I'll be right out." Chapter 21 Living Well. In the main room. When Lee Mo arrived, the Lee family all gathered around to look at the pile of gifts she had brought back, but no one bothered to open them. "You silly child, you finally earned some royalties, you didn't spend it all on us, did you?" Lee's mother said with concern. Lee Mo smiled but didn't answer. She quickly took out the pile of gifts and started distributing them to everyone. "Dad, Mom, these are shoes I bought for you. Try them on and see if they fit. If they don't, I'll exchange them next time I go to the county town. These are liberation shoes, right? They feel so comfortable. The village chief has a pair. When he bought them, he wore them every day, walking around the village. Lee's father stroked them lovingly and grinned foolishly. Dad, you don't need to envy the village chief for having liberation shoes anymore. You have them now. We'll wear them every day. When they wear out, your daughter will buy you a new pair. I guarantee you can wear them all year round. Lee Mo said to her father with a smile. Great, Dad's so lucky to have my daughter. Mr. Lee happily tried them on. They fit perfectly and are very comfortable. No wonder these shoes sell so well, they're definitely more comfortable than regular shoes. Mrs. Lee put them on as well, smiling broadly. They're really comfortable. Mr. Lee looked at Lee Mo with longing eyes, wanting to speak several times but then swallowing his words out of embarrassment. Lee Mo saw this, smiled, and proactively distributed the remaining gifts to everyone. Little sister, I still haven't finished the cosmetics your boyfriend gave me last time. Why did you buy some for your sister-in-law? I've never bought you anything. Mrs. Lee held the newly bought bottle of face cream, looking embarrassed. Remembering how she had complained to her sister-in-law about work last time, she immediately felt her face burning. Lee Mo smiled and said, Sister-in-law, why are we being so polite? All these years, I've been lazing around at home, and you've never said a bad word about me. For that alone, I should properly repay your kindness. Sister-in-law Lee smiled, holding the face cream. Oh, it's nothing. You've helped me take care of the kids too. Lee Saint remained silent, his eyes gently stroking the new gray scarf in his hand. Third brother, how is it? Do you like this scarf? Lee Mo couldn't help but lean closer to ask, seeing her brother sitting silently in the corner. Lee Saint looked tenderly at his sister. I like it very much. Don't worry, little sister, when it gets cold, I'll definitely wear it to keep warm. He then gently touched the scarf. This was the first gift his little sister had ever given him, and he was determined to wear it before the weather turned cold. Looking at her third brother's pale face, Lee Mo felt extremely distressed. Years ago, their mother had given birth prematurely due to the neglect of the old lady, and as a result, her third brother's health was the worst in the family, especially during the cold weather when he was frequently ill. Third brother, tomorrow I'll take you to the county hospital to see a good doctor. Although we can't completely cure his illness, we can at least make him stronger and less prone to illness. That would be good, wouldn't it? Lee Mo encouraged him, holding his hand. No need, Lee Mo replied gently, shaking her head. I feel all right now, don't waste money. You don't earn money easily, and with this scarf you gave me, I'm sure I'll get sick less this winter. Lee Mo felt a pang of sadness as she looked at her third brother, who was thinking of her. She recalled the ending of the third brother in the book. It seemed her brother, too, had died on a cold winter night, sacrificing his last breath to avenge his family and her, causing the original male and female protagonists a little trouble. Third brother, our family must live well, she thought, turning to look at her family members in the main room, laughing and talking happily over the gifts. Her resolve to defy the ending of the book grew stronger. In the following days, besides reviewing for the college entrance exam, Lee Mo also translated the English books she had brought back from the library. Amidst these two busy tasks, she realized that the day her blind date, whom she had only met twice, was supposed to return seemed to be drawing closer. Counting the days, it seemed there were only 3 to 5 days left since he said he would be away on a business trip for half a month. She wondered if he could make it back in time. Yangcheng Research Institute. In the research room, after a week of working day and night, their research had finally yielded significant results. Shen Shua yawned and looked at the other members of the lab, all of them exhausted and lying on the floor catching up on sleep. Old Sue, can we take a break? We've been working hard for a week, everyone's exhausted. Let them rest. He approached his old friend, who was still working tirelessly, and advised him. For the past week, he didn't know if his old friend was trying to motivate them, but he had kept them in the lab day and night doing research. An experiment that was supposed to take half a month to complete was finished a few days ahead of schedule. Sunan stopped the remaining experiments he was working on and glanced down at the lab members lying on the floor. I'll finish the rest of the experiments. You let them go back and rest. Shenshua opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him, but before he could finish speaking, his old friend turned around and continued his experiment, completely absorbed in it. He couldn't get a word in edgewise. Helpless, he had to swallow his words and turn around to wake up the members lying on the floor, telling them to go back to their dormitories to rest. When only the two of them remained in the lab, Shenshua turned around and walked over to his old friend, who was engrossed in the remaining experiments. Old Su, what's wrong? You're acting so different than usual. Nothing, I just want to finish this project as soon as possible so I can go back and see the person I want to see sooner, Sunan said, stopping his work with a gentle smile. Shenshua, seeing his friend's almost wanted to go back expression, couldn't help but laugh. Now I'd like to meet the person who made you change so much. There will be a chance. When I marry her, I'll send you a wedding invitation. Remember to give me a big red envelope, Shennan said, blushing. Shenshua smiled at his friend's change, thinking to himself, that's great. My old friend is finally getting married. He had previously worried that his friend would dedicate his entire life to his career. Chapter 22. Shut your mouths. Li Family Village. After several busy days, Liamo finally finished translating her first English book. Each book contained a fairy tale, and the translated text was about 3,000 words, earning her 30 yuan per book. She thought life would continue peacefully, but trouble had unexpectedly returned. Today, she was sitting in the courtyard reviewing her college entrance exam materials, about to translate an English book, when suddenly the door was kicked open forcefully from the outside, and a figure rushed in. Sister-in-law, you're here. Li's sister-in-law, covered in sweat, ran in. Seeing this, Liamo quickly poured her a glass of water. Sister-in-law, let's not rush, have some water first, we can talk slowly. Li's sister-in-law was indeed thirsty. After taking the water from her sister-in-law, she gulped down a large mouthful before putting the empty cup back on the small table. After drinking a glass of water, sister-in-law Li finally spoke without panting, her voice much clearer. Didn't you tell me to keep an eye on Li Meng? Just now, she sneaked up the mountain alone with a basket on her back, acting suspiciously. I have a feeling she's going to do something bad. Liamo listened carefully to the news sister-in-law Li brought back, stroked her chin for a while, and then took the book out of her head to think it over carefully. She actually found some useful information. In the book, her hater, in order to help the female lead earn her first pot of gold, seemed to have specially added a special item for her. A box of gold containing 10 large goldfish. Could it be that this is when her cousin discovered this box of goldfish? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Li Mo quickly put down her work and stood up. Sister-in-law, I'm going out for a bit. I might be back a little late. If Mom and Dad come back, tell them not to worry about me. Sister-in-law Li was startled by her sister-in-law's hurried departure and could only follow anxiously behind her. Sister-in-law, where are you going? Is it dangerous? No danger, don't worry. Liamo replied at the door and ran out of the house without looking back. She hurried and finally found Li Meng near the dilapidated earth god temple on the western hill at the end of the village, carrying a basket and rummaging around. Behind the earth god temple, Li Meng looked at the deserted place, where only strange birds were calling. Her heart pounded, and she began to doubt the accuracy of the voice in her mind. Could there really be any treasure in a place where you can't even see a shadow of a person? Li Meng clutched her small shovel and walked forward with a fearful expression. Suddenly, her head throbbed, and the voice from before echoed in her mind. She immediately stopped, looked down at the ground beneath her feet, her eyes hardening. She quickly put down the basket on her back and began laboriously digging with a shovel. Not far away, Liamo watched her dig, first glancing around before her gaze settled on a dead tree branch nearly as thick as an adult's arm. She tiptoed, trying to be as quiet as possible, to pick up the branch. Once in her hand, she immediately turned to the busy figure digging. Approaching the person, Liamo raised the branch high, a wicked smile playing on her lips, and smashed it down on the back of the person's neck. With a thud, the figure fell heavily to the ground. Liamo muttered, "Bah, sorry, cousin, I'll gladly accept this startup capital for your fortune." After kicking her aside, Liamo took the shovel from her hand and continued digging for her. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after she started digging, her shovel hit something hard. Liamo's eyes lit up instantly. "You damn author, you're actually pretty good to your own daughter, aren't you?" She dug even harder, and soon, an old wooden box came into view. She quickly picked it up, opened it, and was nearly blinded by the sight of 10 large, gleaming yellow croakers. Liamo picked up the box, ready to leave, but suddenly stopped, her gaze sweeping over Li Meng lying on the ground. She immediately smiled. Half an hour later, to avoid being seen by the villagers, Liamo had practically searched the entire village before quietly returning home. Mom, sister-in-law, quickly close the gate. Upon returning, seeing her mother and sister-in-law sitting in the yard preparing vegetables, she rushed in, calling out. Her sister-in-law immediately and instinctively did as she was told, quickly running to close the gate. Seeing her daughter carrying something in her arms, which she was covering with her clothes, Li's mother immediately put down the vegetables she was picking and went over to ask, "Amor, what's that in your arms?" "Something good." Liamo smiled mysteriously and quickly ran into the main room with it. The commotion quickly attracted the rest of the Li family to the main room, and soon the room was full of them. "Oh dear, where have you been lying down? You're covered in dirt." Li's mother followed her in and, seeing her daughter covered in dirt, angrily brushed the dirt off her while saying this. Liamo smiled, her face full of anticipation, and said to her family, "Everyone, I'm going to show you something good. Are you all ready? Little sister, stop being so mysterious and show us what it is." Li's second brother said with a smile. Liamo gave him a smug look, then slowly opened the wooden box on the table, instantly revealing 10 large yellow croakers. This is gold, isn't it real?" Li Urge exclaimed, rushing forward to pick up a large yellow croaker and bite into it. "Is it real? There are 10 of them. My God, little sister, where did you get these?" "I dug them up in the mountain." "So, can we exchange this for money?" she asked anxiously. "Of course, this is gold." "Little sister, are you sure you want to exchange this gold for money?" Li Urge confirmed with her again. "This stuff can't be eaten or worn. It's better to exchange it for money to help with household expenses and help third brother get better." Liamo analyzed, counting on her fingers. Li Sange looked tenderly at his little sister who always thought of him, clenched his fist, and silently vowed to take good care of his health and never let his little sister continue to worry about him. "Listen to me, all of you. This matter is only for our family to know. When we're outside, this must be kept a secret. You're not allowed to tell anyone, not even your own family." Li's father said sternly. "Dad, Grandpa. We understand, we won't say anything," everyone in the main room assured them in unison. Chapter 23 I Miss You. Just as the atmosphere in the main room was tense, there was a sudden, forceful knock on the door, accompanied by Uncle Li's anxious shouts from outside. "Why is he here?" Mother Li glanced at Father Li, who remained silent, her face darkening. Father Li pursed his lips, his expression unreadable. "Eldest son, go open the door." The eldest brother nodded and immediately turned to open the door. The third brother glanced at his eldest brother as he left, then calmly walked to the wooden box, picked it up, and carried it into the innermost room. Liamo watched her third brother's little action with a smile, inwardly marveling that her third brother was the most astute in the family. In the courtyard, the eldest brother led the anxious Uncle Li into the main room. "Second brother, Xiao Meng is missing. We've searched everywhere but haven't found her. Could you let some of my nephews come with me to look for her in the village?" As soon as they entered the room, Uncle Li said anxiously to Father Li. Although Li's father disliked his eldest brother's cowardice, they were still brothers, born of the same mother, so his heart softened, have you searched the whole village? Uncle Lee rubbed his hands anxiously. Yes, we've searched everywhere. I just heard from the villagers that they saw Xiaoming carrying a basket on her back going up the mountain alone. Look, it's getting darker and darker, and my search alone is limited. Could you ask Jianqi and the others to come up the mountain with me to search? Searching is no problem, of course. Since we know she's on the mountain, let's hurry up and go look. After saying that, Li's father immediately called his eldest and second eldest brothers to go up the mountain with him to search. This time, other villagers also went up the mountain to search, making the search team quite large. The Li family was eating dinner at their usual time. Because she had received a box of large yellow croakers, Li Mo ate half a bowl more rice than usual that night. On the other side of the mountain, the search team finally found the missing person they were looking for near the local temple. Li Meng was awakened by a sharp pain in her body. When she opened her eyes, she saw 7 or 8 people standing in front of her, each holding a torch. What happened to me? She tapped her head, and the next second, the image of finding the treasure chest flashed into her mind. She immediately scrambled to her feet and ran to the pit in front of her, digging with her bare hands, shouting, "Where's my treasure? Where's my treasure?" The people who came looking for her were stunned by her outburst. Could Li Meng have run into something evil? This is an abandoned local temple, a place without divine protection. It must be something evil that's near here. Uncle Lee, his face grim, stepped forward and forcefully pulled his daughter, who was digging a hole, up. "Meng girl, stop making a scene. Everyone came up the mountain to find you, and they're all starving. And you're causing this trouble? What do you want?" Li Meng raised her face, covered in mud, and looked at Uncle Lee. "Dad, where's this wooden box? Who took it? I beg you, give it back to me. It's mine, it's mine." "Hey, Li Meng, what do you mean by that? Are you suspecting us of stealing your things? Don't you have any conscience? We came up the mountain to find you on empty stomachs. You're ungrateful enough, but you're even accusing us. If we'd known you were this kind of person, we wouldn't have come with us to find you." A villager cursed angrily. "Who told you to come looking for me? Did I ask you to come looking for me? Who took my treasure? Give it back to me right now." Li Meng roared at them with a ferocious expression. "Li Meng, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to your uncles and elders right now, do you hear me?" Uncle Lee, his face flushed, pulled his frantic daughter away and shouted. "She's gone mad. This Li Meng must have encountered something unclean. Uncle Guizhu, you should have Auntie go find a shaman to take a look at her." "That's right, Uncle, now that we've found her, we'll head back." Uncle Lee bowed deeply to them. "Thank you all so much for helping me find Li Meng. I'll definitely thank you properly another day." By the time Li's eldest and second brothers returned home, it was already 9 o'clock. Everyone had already finished dinner, and the rest of the family was chatting in the yard. Seeing his 2 sons return, Li's father asked with concern, "How did it go? Did you find Li Meng?" "Yes, we found her near the local temple. When we found her, she must have offended someone. She was half buried in the ground. After she woke up, she was acting strangely, constantly saying that we had taken her treasures," the eldest brother said, finding a place to sit and catch his breath. "Little sister, if you ever see Li Meng again, stay far away from her. I think she has some mental issues," the second brother earnestly advised Li Mo. Li Mo suppressed a laugh and nodded, promising, "Don't worry, brother, I'll definitely stay far away from her." The next morning, the second brother secretly took the 10 large yellow croakers with him to the county town on his way to work. At the Su family's old Western-style house, the 2 elderly Su family members were exercising in the yard when they suddenly heard the sound of a car outside. Before they could even go out to see what was happening, the next second, they saw a figure they had been longing for walk into the white fog. "My dear son, is that you?" Old Mrs. Su asked, her voice trembling slightly. Sunan stopped walking and immediately called out in the direction of the voice, "Mom, it's me, I'm back." It really is my dear son. Overjoyed to receive the response, old Mrs. Sue left her husband behind and rushed towards the familiar figure with even faster steps than usual. You've lost weight, my child. Why have you lost weight again? Didn't you eat properly at the research institute? Old Mrs. Sue said with a pained expression after the mother and son met. Sunan reached out and touched his cheeks. Lost weight? I think I'm fine. Old Mrs. Sue smiled and gave him a light glare. Didn't you say on the phone last time that you wouldn't be back until the end of the month? Why are you back so soon? I missed you and Dad, so I came back early, he replied somewhat embarrassed. Old Madam Sue, seeing his shy expression, immediately guessed the reason. I think you don't miss your father and me, you miss your sweetheart, don't you? Sure enough, once you have a lover, you forget about us old folks. Mom, that's not what I meant. I miss you and Dad too, Sunan blushed, hurriedly explaining. Seeing this, old Madam Sue smiled, waved her hand, and decided to let her go. By the way, when you come back this time, bring her home to meet us, so your father and I can get a good look at our future daughter-in-law. Chapter 24. Something dirty. Yes, I'll try my best, I'll listen to her. Sunan nodded and said. Upon hearing this, old Madam Sue rolled her eyes, both amused and annoyed. She already had a premonition that if her son really got married, he would probably be henpecked. Well, Mom, you and Dad continue exercising. I have something to do, so I'll go out for a bit. Sunan immediately handed her the luggage he was carrying. Old Madam Sue looked at his anxious expression with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. All right, I know you want to see your girlfriend, go ahead. Then Mom, I'll go out first. Tell Dad I'll be back early. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the house with a red face. Lee Family Village. After studying at home all morning, feeling dizzy, Liamo picked up a bag of sunflower seeds and walked to Old Lee's house, cracking them open as she went. Fortunately, Old Lee's house did not disappoint her. She had just arrived and found some melon seeds to eat. When she arrived, there were many idle women from the village gathered in front of Old Lee's house, all curiously looking into the house. Liamo followed their gaze and saw an old woman pacing back and forth in Old Lee's yard, which was covered in chicken droppings, muttering something. Auntie, what's going on at my grandma's house? Who's that person inside? After watching for a while and still not understanding the situation, Liamo first offered some sunflower seeds to a woman next to her, and then pulled her aside to ask. That person inside is a sorceress your grandma invited from the next village. I heard she's quite effective at those kinds of things. Sorceress Ma is currently helping your cousin get rid of the evil spirits on her. Perhaps because of the sunflower seeds, the woman spoke enthusiastically about the whole story. Although this era was breaking down feudal superstitions, in the countryside, who wouldn't secretly invite a sorceress to exorcise evil spirits when something happened? So everyone was used to it and treated it as a normal thing. Is my cousin still not better? Liamo spat out the sunflower seed shells in her mouth and asked a little guiltily. Could it be that she didn't control her strength well when she knocked yesterday, and knocked the heroine of the book crazy? She hasn't been well since she came back. I live next door to your grandma's house, and all night I've heard your cousin wailing and howling. She keeps saying that her treasure has been stolen, so your uncle and his wife asked Lou, the sorceress from the next village, to come and exorcise the evil spirits from your cousin. The woman next to her came over to explain. Liamo didn't regret it at all. If she hadn't taken that box of gold coins, her cousin would have relied on those 10 gold coins to get better, and then her family would be the first to suffer the consequences. Just then, Li Meng's crazy scream suddenly came from the Li family's house. I'm not crazy, I'm not tainted by anything, my mind is perfectly clear, let me go. Li's uncle and Lu Tsuehua, the couple, were struggling to drag the disheveled, ghost-like Li Meng from the house into the yard. Daughter, I'm begging you, please let the master exorcise the evil spirit for you, okay? Lu Tsuehua pleaded with Li Meng, who was shouting and screaming, her face streaked with tears. Li Meng twisted her body violently. Mom, why don't you believe me like them? I'm really not possessed by anything evil. Everything I'm saying is true. A box of treasures really was stolen. I think this child is possessed by an evil spirit that's been dead for decades. The spirit's obsession is very deep. At this moment, the old woman who had been performing the shamanic dance in the courtyard stepped forward, looked Li Meng over carefully, and then said. Li Mo, standing in the crowd, laughed out loud. This shaman seemed a bit unreliable. Hearing the laughter, Li Meng, who was being held back by her parents, immediately looked towards the crowd and spotted Li Mo standing there. She vaguely remembered seeing Li Mo when she fainted. Li Mo, you step forward. I'm asking you, did you steal my treasure? Did you? Li Meng glared at Li Mo, who stood in the crowd, with resentful eyes. Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. Did Li Meng really know? Or was she trying to scare her? Cousin, what are you saying? I don't understand a word. What treasure? Tell me carefully, see if I can remember anything. Don't pretend to be innocent. You're the one who made me faint. You stole my treasure, didn't you? Give it back to me right now, do you hear me? Li Meng became more and more agitated, struggling violently. Li Mo narrowed her eyes. If she broke free, she would be in big trouble. Oh no. My cousin seems to be getting worse. Master, please help my cousin. She immediately pretended to be frightened and cried out to the sorceress beside her. Get out of the way. I'll help her get rid of the evil spirits. The old woman in the black robe picked up a willow branch and swung it forcefully at Li Meng, chanting, Evil spirits, begone. Evil spirits, begone. Li Mo was terrified and quickly took several steps back. Thank goodness, the willow branch almost hit her. I'm not possessed by a ghost. I'm not. Let me go. Li Meng initially resisted stubbornly. After being hit several times, she changed her tune, Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I'm fine now. Stop hitting me. It hurts. Cousin, do you remember the treasure you mentioned? Seeing that the old woman's hitting was starting to stop, Li Mo quickly called out to the relieved Li Meng. It really was you. You took my treasure, didn't you? Answer me now. Was it you? Li Meng struggled like a madwoman again. Li Mo silently made a V sign in her mind and immediately turned to the sorceress who had stopped, saying, Master, do you see? My cousin still has evil spirits on her. Hurry up and whip her a few more times, you must get rid of the evil spirits on her. The sorceress, who had just put down the willow branch, immediately picked it up excitedly again, chanting loudly, Evil spirits, begone. Evil spirits, begone. This time, Li Meng was beaten quite badly, there were probably hardly any good patches of skin left on her body. After watching for a while, seeing Li Meng howling in pain, Li Mo turned and left the Li family's old house with a smug smile on her lips. As she reached the front door, her gaze was drawn to the car parked there. The next second, the car door opened, and a familiar figure stepped out, his tall back like a silent pine tree, looking in her direction. Comrade Li Mo, long time no see. Sunan stared intently at the woman so close to him, not daring to blink. Chapter 25. A little bit of lust is normal. He had never known what longing was before, until he met her this time. Suddenly, this feeling slowly grew in his heart, and it was even slowly changing him. Comrade Sunan, you're back. Looking at him, who had a scholarly air about him, Li Mo liked him more and more. She ran up and took his slender hand. Every time she met this man, she liked him more. Sunan's breath hitched. His restrained yet tender eyes looked at their clasped hands. He knew in his heart that holding hands like this wasn't good for her, but for some reason, he just couldn't bear to let go of her hand. Come on, come inside with me. Li Mo didn't notice the struggle on his face and pulled him into the house. As soon as they entered the yard, Li Mo immediately began to examine him carefully. You seem to have lost a little weight, but you're still as handsome as last time. Sunan blushed as she looked him over. Hearing her compliment on his good looks, his face turned even redder. Liam was simply speaking her mind, but she hadn't expected to make the man in front of her blush. To be honest, he looked a bit like a spoiled young husband, making her want to tease him a little. "Oh dear, Comrade Sunan, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you hot? Let me touch it." She placed her hand on his forehead, her sly glances not missing his constantly swallowing throat. Sunan felt as if he were being roasted by fire, especially when her hand touched his forehead. The burning sensation seemed to spread throughout his body. "Comrade Liam, don't get too close." He took a step back, afraid that if he got too close, he would be tempted to pull her into his arms. Liam glanced at his retreating foot, a smile playing on her lips. Hands on her hips, she looked at him and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like me getting too close?" "Of course not, I didn't." Not wanting her to misunderstand, he quickly explained, his anxious face showing a look of difficulty. "Then come forward and let me hold your hand, and I'll believe what you just said." Liam beckoned to him, tilting her head and smiling. "Does it have to be like this to prove it?" he asked, his voice slightly hoarse. Liam looked at his awkwardness and inwardly scoffed. It seemed this blockhead wouldn't do it without a little push, and then she wouldn't be polite. "It's fine if you don't want to. I can just find someone else who's willing to hold my hand." With that, she turned away, leaving him with a feigned angry back view. Sunan's heart tightened. The thought of her laughing and acting cute with another man was unbearable. Suppressing the pain in his heart, he strode forward. As for any incompatibility, to hell with it all, he only wanted her. Turning around, Liam suddenly felt her right hand enveloped in a warm, comforting warmth, as if by the rising winter sun. "Liam, don't change your mind. I'll listen to whatever you say from now on, really," Sunan said anxiously, trying to coax her when she didn't turn back to look at him. Liam, with her back to him, almost couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. It seemed this simpleton wasn't entirely hopeless. He could be taught. "Are you serious? You'll listen to everything I say from now on?" She turned around, looking at him with a smile. Sunan's face lit up with joy, and he nodded vigorously. "I promise, as long as you don't change your partner, I'll listen to everything you say from now on." He blushed and added in a slightly softer voice, "I'll slowly change. Okay, to show your sincerity, kiss my cheek, and I'll believe what you just said." She smiled, pointing to her right cheek as she leaned closer to him. This sudden, bold topic startled the usually law-abiding Sunan. Throughout his upbringing, his elders and those around him had taught him to be upright, honest, and selfless. But the woman before him always seemed to be breaking those established habits. "What? You're scared now? Forget it then. I knew your promise was just to make me happy." Seeing the conflicted expression on his handsome face, Liam suppressed a smile, sighed, and looked utterly disappointed. "I'm not lying to you, I'll kiss you right now." Sunan grabbed her as she was about to turn around, then forcefully kissed her cheek. "Now can you believe I'm not lying to you?" He touched his lips where he had just kissed her cheek, his ears turning red. "Oh my God, I didn't see anything." Just then, a slightly disruptive voice suddenly rang out at the courtyard gate. It was sister-in-law Lee, who had gone outside, suddenly returning. "Sister-in-law." Liam, recovering from her surprise, calmly called out to sister-in-law Lee standing at the gate. Sister-in-law Lee blushed as she looked at the two of them. Will coming in now disturb you?" "If it will, I can go out for a walk and come back later." Liam smiled and glanced at the man beside her. Goodness, this silly face was almost ripe. "Sister-in-law, don't tease us. Look, Comrade Sue's face is almost cooked." She laughed and pointed at Sunan standing next to her. Sister-in-law Lee looked over and immediately burst out laughing, quickly trying to smooth things over for the two of them. "Oh dear, what's there to be shy about? It's normal to do a little intimate stuff when you're dating. Back when I was dating your brother, he started touching me the day after we officially became a couple." Men, you know, it's normal to be a little lustful. I didn't. Sunan stammered, trying to explain to sister-in-law Lee, but after trying for a long time, he couldn't get any words out. His face turned bright red, like Guan Yu had been possessed. In the end, he decided to let it go. It was better than sister-in-law Lee misunderstanding than knowing that comrade Li Mo had requested it. Li Mo gave him a satisfied look, then interrupted her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, where did you go just now? Suddenly, as if injected with adrenaline, her sister-in-law grabbed her hand and began to speak. I just went to the old house to see what was going on. Little sister-in-law, you didn't see it, Li Meng really suffered this time. She was beaten half to death by the sorceress they hired from the old house, and now she's lying in bed, half dead. Chapter 26. Who loses is still uncertain. Upon hearing this, Li Mo's eyes immediately lit up, her face full of gossipy interest. Sister-in-law, what happened next? After Li Meng was beaten half to death, she finally confessed that she had misremembered things, that there was no treasure at all, and that she had just made things up. Only then did the fortune teller let her go, taking 10 yuan and leaving. Li's sister-in-law continued happily. The old lady scolded my uncle's family again because of that 10 yuan, it was a complete mess. Li's sister-in-law became increasingly disgusted as she spoke. Hearing the final outcome, Li Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. Li Meng had indeed shot herself in the foot. Oh dear, it's getting late, I'll go in and cook. Li's sister-in-law looked at the two of them with a gossipy smile. Comrade Su, why don't you stay for lunch today? Just as she was about to go in, Li's sister-in-law suddenly stopped and looked at him, asking. Sunan looked at Li Mo with a questioning gaze. Li Mo immediately smiled and said to him, if you're not busy today, stay for dinner. While we eat, I can show you my room. This time, he agreed quickly, okay, I'll stay for dinner. It was as if he would miss the opportunity if he had agreed any later. He would never tell anyone that he agreed so quickly just to see Li Mo's room. Watching the two of them interact so interestingly, sister-in-law Li's smile widened. Indeed, young lovers are so sweet. After sister-in-law Li went into the kitchen, Li Mo immediately took his hand and led him to her room. Although the Li family wasn't wealthy, they had never neglected the original owner of this body. They provided their daughter with wardrobes, desks, and other necessities. Sunan entered the room, his heart pounding with nervousness. This was the first time he had seen a girl's room, yet his eyes couldn't help but scan it, because it was the room of his beloved, and he wanted to know more about her. The first thing he noticed was a portrait of a great leader pasted on the mud brick wall opposite the door. An old floral cloth covered the small table by the window, and on the table sat a vase that looked like a wine bottle, filled with a few small yellow chrysanthemums. So this was her room. It was truly girly, full of girlish charm. Then, his gaze was drawn to several books on the table. He walked over, and one of them, with the words College Entrance Examination Review Materials prominently displayed, caught his eye. Are you planning to take the college entrance examination? He asked, picking up the review materials. Li Mo poured him a glass of water and placed it in his hand. She glanced at the review materials in his hand and nodded, yes. After answering, she realized they were dating. If she took the college entrance examination, she would definitely go to university, which would last for several years. Most men probably wouldn't want their partners to date for so long. What do you think about me taking the college entrance examination? She asked, waiting for his answer with a serious expression. Sunan was unaware of her inner thoughts, simply stating his own, I think it's great, learning is endless. So you know if I take the college entrance exam and get into university, I'll be studying for 4 years, which means we could date for 4 years. You don't mind? She stared at his face, observing his reaction. He paused for a moment, then took her hand and pulled her to sit beside him. Why should I mind? You can do what you like, that's your right. You're not my property. First and foremost, you are yourself, and no one can make any decisions for you. After hearing his words, Li Mo felt nothing but love for him. In this era, men with such thoughts were rare indeed. "Comrade Sunan, what should we do?" she asked, cupping his face in her hands. Hearing her stop halfway through her sentence, Sunan nervously clenched his fists, swallowed hard, and said in a hoarse voice, "What's wrong?" "Don't worry, we can talk about it slowly. I think I'm liking you more and more. What should I do?" Seeing his anxious face, she smiled and leaned forward to kiss his cheek. Sunan blushed and touched his cheek where she had just kissed him. The moment her lips touched his, he felt as if the world had stopped turning. So this was what it felt like to be kissed by someone you like. His cheeks turned even redder. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I can tutor you." After a long while, he finally found his voice, which trembled. "I really do have a few subjects I don't understand, so I'll have to trouble you with those, Comrade Sue." Looking at his flushed face, Liemo gently took his hand and held it. His hands were the long, slender type, with fingers like bamboo, each joint distinct, which made her, a hand-obsessed person, like him even more. "Yes, leave it to me," Sunan replied earnestly. Not long after, the sound of Li's father and mother returning could be heard outside. Soon, their nephew, Li Xiaotian, came to tell them to go outside. In the main room, Li's father and mother craned their necks to peek into their daughter's room. They had heard from their eldest daughter-in-law about Comrade Sue's visit when they returned. "Do you think those two might be doing something bad in there?" Li's father asked anxiously, looking at Li's mother. Upon hearing this, Li's mother immediately kicked him in the leg. "What nonsense are you talking about? Comrade Sue is clearly a good comrade. How could he possibly do such a thing to our daughter?" Li's father rubbed his sore calf. "I'm not worried about Comrade Sue. I'm worried that our daughter might do something bad to him." Li's mother's expression immediately became hesitant. "I can't believe it. Why don't you go in and check? Make sure our daughter doesn't scare Comrade Sue away," Li's father said to Li's mother after much hesitation. "What are you looking at, Dad, Mom? What are you talking about?" Just then, Liemo led Sunan into the main room, and coincidentally overheard her parents' last words. Hearing this, the elderly couple immediately looked up at the two who had entered, their gazes focusing on Comrade Sue who followed behind her. "Thank goodness, your clothes are all neat. It seems nothing happened," the couple said softly, patting their chests. Liemo led Sunan to sit down, looking at her parents with a puzzled expression. "Dad, Mom, what did you mean by clothes are all neat? What do you mean?" "Nothing, you misheard," Li's mother quickly interrupted her daughter's question, glancing at her future son-in-law sitting upright. "Comrade Sue, welcome. Please stay for a simple meal later," Li's mother said with a smile, looking at her increasingly pleasing future son-in-law. Chapter 27. He was quite frightened. "Thank you, Auntie. I came in a bit of a hurry today and didn't bring any gifts. I'll definitely come with a more substantial gift another day," Sunan explained apologetically. He blamed himself for coming in such a rush, and being so eager to see his sweetheart whom he hadn't seen for almost half a month, that he had forgotten about etiquette. "What's with all the etiquette? As long as you're here, that's enough. We don't need these things," Li's father interrupted. Just then, Li's second brother rushed into the main room with the brisk pace of someone leaving work. "What bad luck. Dad, Mom, guess who I ran into at the village entrance when I came back?" Before he even entered, Li's second brother's annoyed voice drifted in from outside. Li's second brother was startled when he saw the person sitting in the main room and instinctively swallowed the words he was about to say. "When did Comrade Sue return?" he asked respectfully. Since starting work at the department store, he had had the opportunity to meet Manager Hong, who had arranged his job, a few times. During these few meetings, Manager Hong always asked him about his future brother-in-law, in a very respectful tone. Sunan vaguely guessed that his younger sister's chosen future brother-in-law must be someone of importance. "Second brother," Sunan greeted his brother-in-law, Li Urge, politely as he entered. "Hey, brother-in-law, come visit often." Hearing his brother-in-law, whom Manager Hong treated with such respect, call him second brother made him feel incredibly proud. Before Li Urge could finish feeling smug, his father's voice interrupted his vanity. Who did you say you met at the village entrance? Reminded by his father, Li Urge remembered what he had intended to tell his family. That dog Su Jiaming. That guy even stopped me and demanded an explanation for Li Meng. He's a lunatic, Li Urge said angrily. Hearing the name Su Jianming, Su Nan's heart skipped a beat, and his dark eyes nervously swept over the Li family members. It soon became apparent that the Li family seemed to dislike his nephew. Brother-in-law, this Su Jianming is a complete idiot. If you ever run into him, stay away from him, Li's second brother explained, noticing his future brother-in-law's strange expression. Second brother, you all seem to dislike Su Jianming. Did he do something to upset you? Swallowing hard, Su Nan decided to ask the question that had been nagging at him. He did more than just something to upset us. He's a complete lunatic. He always bullies my little sister on behalf of my uncle's good daughter. I don't know how his family raised him. How did they raise such a self-righteous and shameless person? Li's second brother exclaimed, grabbing his hand and cursing. Oh, I see. It seems Su Jianming is indeed no good person, Su Nan said through gritted teeth, his expression showing shared indignation. Right? You think so too, don't you? Luckily, although you share the same surname, Su, you're not from the same family. Otherwise, I really wouldn't want my little sister to date you, Li Urge said, patting his shoulder with relief. Su. Nan immediately clenched his fist, a fine bead of sweat appearing on his forehead. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Are you hot? Li Urge, noticing his unusual behavior, asked with concern. Su Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his smile a little tense. I am a little hot, but it's okay, I'll be fine after drinking some water. Li Mo then placed her hand on the back of his hand. Are you all right? Do you want me to go for a walk with you? Su Nan was about to reply when a fierce shout from the doorway interrupted his unspoken words. Li Mo, get out here. Su Jianming stood angrily at the Li family's gate, shouting loudly. Hearing that all too familiar shout from outside the door, Su Nan felt his heart leap into his throat. Was this exactly what he feared? If the Li family found out he and Su Jianming at the door were uncle and nephew, would his relationship with Xiao Mo be over? Su Nan felt his back was already soaked with sweat. Comrade Xiao Mo, I think I have a stomachache. Where's your outhouse? I need to use it. In that split second of panic, an excuse that made him feel ashamed and embarrassed slipped out of his mouth. It's in the back of the house. Li Mo saw the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and guessed he must be in a lot of pain. Thank you, uncle, aunt, please excuse me. After saying this, he didn't dare linger and quickly ran out of the main room. Li's parents exchanged a glance as they watched him run away. I wonder if Comrade Su Nan will be used to our shabby outhouse, said Li's mother with some worry. At that moment, Su Jianming, looking as if he were covered in frost, stepped into the Li family home. Li Mo, you get out here and apologize to Xiao Meng, do you hear me? He stood in the yard, shouting hysterically. Suddenly, Su Jianming's gaze was drawn to a figure rushing out from inside. What's going on? I think I saw Uncle here again? Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes immediately, but when he tried to confirm if it was really his uncle, the person had already vanished without a trace. Impossible, Uncle is at the research base in Yangqing, how could he appear in such a shabby place? I must be seeing things. After calming himself down, Su Jianming stared at the direction of the main room with eyes that seemed to be coated with venom. Soon, he strode inside. Inside the main room, the Li family seemed oblivious to the commotion outside. Some drank tea, some chatted, and some cracked melon seeds, but no one came out to see him. You actually have people sitting here drinking water and eating. Su Jianming, who had just entered, was so angry at the relaxed scene in the main room that the veins on his forehead throbbed. Especially when he saw Li Mo, the murderer who harmed Xiao Meng, leisurely eating sunflower seeds, he was furious. Without saying a word, he rushed forward and grabbed her wrist forcefully. Liamo, you come with me right now and apologize to Xiao Meng. Do you know that because of you, Xiao Meng was almost killed this time? Li Erge's eyes immediately blazed with anger. He rushed forward and forcefully pushed him away. Su, do you want to fight? Who told you to touch my sister? If you touch her again, I'll stomp your hand. Su Jianming, who had been pushed back 2 steps, steadied himself and glared at Li Erge with a pair of fierce eyes that seemed to carry icy blades. Li Jianguo, this is between Liamo and me. It's none of your business. Chapter 28. Your daughter is a decent person. Hey, are you looking for a fight? Fine, I'll settle all the old and new scores you made against my little sister last time. Li Erge said, rolling up his sleeves. Su Jianming, seeing Li Jianguo ready to fight, trembled with fear. Liamo gently pulled Li Erge back from the fight. Second brother, don't get involved in this. Let me handle it myself. Su Jianming, pale with fright, thought he was going to get a beating from Li Jianguo, but Liamo suddenly stepped in. Sure enough, he knew Liamo hadn't given up on him. Liamo, let me tell you, even if you stop your second brother for me, I won't fall for you. My heart belongs only to Xiao Meng. Don't even think about taking me away from her. Su Jianming declared loudly, arms crossed and a resolute expression. Liamo almost vomited up the food she ate last night because of his words. Su Jianming, do you even know how to write face? She interrupted him speechlessly. Don't underestimate me, do you? I went to university, do you think I don't know how to write face? He glared at her defiantly. So you do know how to write it, huh? I thought you didn't. Otherwise, how could you be so shameless, she said with a sneer. Su Jianming's face turned ashen, and he pointed at her angrily. Liamo, you dare to insult me. No wonder Xiao Meng said you're a vicious woman. She was right. I ask you, did you inflict Xiao Meng's injuries? Liamo coldly looked at the finger he was pointing at, strode forward, grabbed his finger, and twisted it forcefully. What are you pointing at? If you point again, believe me, I'll break your finger. Ah, Liamo, you bitch, let go of my finger. It hurts so much. Because of the pain, Su Jianming knelt on the ground and shouted. Little sister, good job. Second brother supports you breaking his finger. Li Erge, standing nearby, practically cheered on his sister's actions. Liamo winked triumphantly at her brother, then kicked Su Jianming, who was kneeling in front of her, aside. Su Jianming rubbed the spot between his legs, his face pale, unable to utter a word for a long time. Liamo saw where he was touching, playfully sticking out her tongue, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. Second brother, throw him out. Don't let him come back in. It's been so long, she wondered how the person who went to the outhouse was doing now. Upon hearing this, Li Erge immediately perked up, twisting his wrists excitedly as he replied, Don't worry, little sister, leave this to your second brother. I'll definitely clean him up for you. Let's go, shameless Su, Li Erge coldly said to Su Jianming, who had been rolling his eyes for a while. Without another word, he grabbed Su Jianming by the collar and dragged him out the door like a dead dog. In a corner behind the main room, Su Nan secretly watched Li Erge and the others leave, clenching and unclenching his fists repeatedly. What are you doing here? Liamo, who had come out looking for someone, saw him and asked with concern, Did you find my outhouse? Su Nan, who had come to his senses, looked a little nervous. I found it, I just came out, but I think I just saw my second brother carrying someone out. Did something happen? You shameless, arrogant, and conceited dog of a man, do you remember when I told you before that I liked a man? She thought that since everything was already in place, she might as well tell him in more detail. I remember, how could I not remember? He might remember this for the rest of his life, because it was the first time in his life he had felt jealous. Seeing his serious expression as he spoke about this matter, Liamo smiled, took his arm, and said coquettishly, It's a promise, you can't be angry with me about anything I say later, otherwise I won't say anything. Su Nan held her hand, I won't be angry, go ahead and say it. Liam smiled, took his arm, and continued, "The person my second brother was carrying out just now is the man I used to like. To get him, I almost did some shameless things, but luckily I saw the error of my ways." "So he's the man you said you liked before," he said thoughtfully. "But that's all in the past. Everyone has their youthful folly, right? Besides, the person I like now is you. I don't like him anymore." Seeing his serious expression, Liam quickly pulled his wrist affectionately. Sunan's lips curled up slightly, and it was obvious to everyone that he was in a good mood. At lunch today, Sunan personally experienced the Lee family's satisfaction with him. From the start to the end of the meal, the rice bowl in front of him was piled up like a small mountain, and the food was never less. After lunch, he stayed at the Lee family's house for another half hour to finish tutoring Liam, his boyfriend, before leaving. Liam had just seen Sunan off to his car when she returned home to find her entire family waiting for her in the main room. "Xiaosu's back?" Lee's father coughed lightly, his expression slightly awkward, and asked again, "You two were just studying in your room, weren't you? You didn't do anything inappropriate, did you?" "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? How could we do anything inappropriate?" Liam stomped her foot, both angry and embarrassed. Although she wanted to do something inappropriate with Sunan, this blockhead, he was such a traditionalist. She had only kissed his cheek, and he blushed for half a day. If she were to do anything else, he would probably be terrified. Looking at his daughter's flushed face, Lee's father mercilessly brought up the previous incident. "Didn't you have a criminal record?" The other members of the Lee family sitting in the main room covered their barely suppressed smiles, their eyes secretly glancing at Liam. Liam's cheeks flushed, and the next second, she trembled. That incident was a nightmare she'd never experienced before. Just thinking about it made her feel nauseous. "Dad, stop. That was in the past. Your daughter is a respectable woman now. I won't do anything reckless, you can trust me." She quickly raised her hand to assure her father. At this moment, Lee's second brother raised his hand. "Gentlemen, are you finished? Let me get to the point. Little sister, this is the money from selling the gold, a total of 16,000. Count it." Lee's second brother carefully pulled a bag from his pocket, inside which was a thick stack of crisp 10-yuan bills, as thick as a brick. Chapter 29. It's Gone Wrong. Several gasps of shock echoed in the main room, as if stunned by the sheer amount of money. "So much?" Liam stared at the money, her smile widening. While this amount wouldn't seem like much in later times, it was a considerable sum given the current market prices. With this money, her third brother's illness might be cured, and the family's life could improve. Filled with joy, Liam divided the 16,000 yuan into two portions, placing the larger 10,000 yuan directly on the table next to her parents. "Dad, Mom, this 6,000 yuan is mine. The remaining 10,000 yuan will be used partly for third brother's treatment, and the rest we can use to build a house," Liam explained with a smile when her parents looked at her. "Little sister, third brother doesn't need treatment. He's bound to be like this anyway. We might as well save this money for your dowry," her third brother said, standing up gratefully. In his view, his illness was something he was born with. For over 20 years, his family had taken him to see many doctors, but his health remained stubbornly poor, wasting so much of the family's money. "Third brother, I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that. If you get proper treatment, I believe you can definitely be cured. Before, our family was poor, so Mom and Dad could only take you to a small hospital in the county. Now that we have money, we'll go to a big hospital to see a specialist. Society has become so much better now. I believe there are definitely good doctors available." Hearing his somewhat self-deprecating words, Liam immediately stood up angrily and interrupted him. Third brother Lee looked at his younger sister, who always thought of him, with red eyes, feeling extremely distressed. He was the older brother, yet his younger sister had to help him. Lee's mother looked at her loving children and secretly wiped away her tears. Her third son's health had always been a worry for her. If she hadn't failed to protect the child properly during her pregnancy, the child wouldn't have been born prematurely and wouldn't have needed daily medication. Seeing Lee's mother's actions, Lee's father squeezed her hand with heartache, finally sighed, and took the 10,000 yuan from the table. Good child, consider this money a loan from the family. Although we don't know when we can pay you back, I'll have your third brother and the other two brothers write you an IOU. As long as they have the ability, they must repay this money to you, Lee's father said in a slightly hoarse voice. Lee Mo was about to say no, but Lee's father noticed her words and spoke first. It's settled then. If you don't want an IOU, I won't accept the money. Lee Mo looked at her stubborn father and finally had to nod. Soon the family started talking about building a house. We'll build 2 rooms on each side of our old house. 1 room will be for the eldest son's 2 children. It's not good for the children to always live in the same room with their parents. One of the other 3 rooms will be for Moer, and the remaining 2 rooms will be for the second and third sons to use as their new homes when they get married, Lee's father arranged with a happy smile. Great! We're finally going to have our own room. Li Xiaotian and Li Xiaoxiao cheered happily upon hearing this. Li's sister-in-law watched with delight, immediately taking her children's hands and instructing them, "Do you know who you should thank most for this?" She then deliberately winked at them. "Thank you, Auntie." The 2 siblings, realizing their mistake, flew to Li Mo's lap and cried out in unison. "Don't mention it, go play." Li Mo patted their heads, then looked up at her mother, smiling broadly. "Mom, what do you think? Your daughter didn't lie to you, did she? I said I would let you live in a Western-style house one day. Although it hasn't happened yet, believe me, one day I will definitely make it happen for you." Li's mother smiled happily and replied, "Yes, yes, Mom believes you now. You're much better than your 3 brothers. It seems having a daughter is better." "Of course," Li Mo proudly echoed. For a moment, the main room of the Li family's house was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. Meanwhile, in the Su family's Western-style house, Su Nan had just returned home from Li family village when his beloved nephew followed him in. "Uncle, do you need the car now? If not, could I borrow it? I have an urgent matter." As soon as he entered, Su Jiaming, in his haste, didn't even greet his grandparents and went straight to Su Nan for the car. Su Nan glanced at him, immediately recalling the outrageous things this guy had done at the Li family's house, making it difficult for him to explain to the Li family that he was this guy's uncle. And yet, this fool was still trying to get closer to him. "Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" After waiting a while, Su Jiaming realized that instead of getting his uncle's reply, he was being stared at by his uncle with a fierce gaze that seemed to want to devour him, and he immediately felt a chill. "You didn't say anything wrong, I just don't like you," Su Nan retorted irritably, then sat down next to his parents as if he weren't there. Su Jiaming touched his nose. He felt his uncle was acting strangely towards him today. "Uncle, do you still need that car today? If not, could you lend it to me? I need to take my girlfriend to the hospital. You don't know, she was almost killed by her second uncle's family. She's still in bed. If I don't go save her soon, she'll really die." Su Jiaming immediately ran to his side, looking anxious. "Su Jiaming, I'm asking you, have you learned any manners? Put your hand on your heart and think carefully. Since you came in, have you called me, Grandpa or Grandma even once?" Su Nan raised his eyes sharply, his face dark, and asked him sternly. It would have been better if Su Jiaming hadn't mentioned the Li family's affairs. Now that he had, he was extremely irritated, and the more he looked at his nephew, the more displeased he became. Su Jiaming's face showed utter astonishment. Had his uncle lost his temper today? Why was he being so fierce? Is it necessary to be so serious? He called them, so be it. After muttering to himself, he immediately and perfunctorily called out to Grandpa Su and Grandma Su, who were sitting on the sofa, "Grandpa, Grandma." Grandpa Su and Grandma Su responded with smiles. But the elderly couple were also somewhat displeased with their grandson's rudeness. Is this all right, Uncle? I've already called you Grandpa and Grandma. Now, can you lend me your car? He asked, his face somewhat unpleasant. Chapter 30. Want a daughter-in-law? Sunan frowned, looking at him. No, that car was assigned to me by the institute. I can't lend it to you. Su Jianming shouted defiantly, why? I just want to borrow it for a bit. I'll take my girlfriend to the hospital, then drive it back to you. Who would know if you didn't say anything? I think you just don't want to lend it to me, and you're supposed to be my uncle. Su Jianming, this is a disciplinary matter. Sunan's face darkened, his eyes sharp as ice as a warning. Su Jianming's heart skipped a beat. He had almost forgotten how formidable his uncle was. If he really angered his uncle, his parents would definitely not let him off the hook. After all, his family still relied on his uncle's status to make a living at his workplace. Especially recently, it seemed that his father's lousy grain station was holding an election for director, and his father was determined to win the position, probably relying on his uncle's reputation later. I'm sorry, Uncle, then I won't borrow your car. But could you please call the first municipal hospital and ask them to find a skilled specialist to treat my girlfriend when she gets there? Is that all right? He had to change his request, this time his tone was much more humble. Sunan didn't answer, his face was gloomy and he looked a little scary. Jianming, what's wrong with your girlfriend? Is she feeling unwell? Old Madame Su asked with concern. Su Jianming immediately sat down next to her. Grandma, my girlfriend is really pitiful. She's been bullied by her own family since she was little, especially her cousin from her second uncle's family. That bitch is even more hateful. She always bullies my girlfriend. This time she even bullied her so much that she's covered in injuries and can't move in bed. It's so pitiful. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blowing from the side. Grandma, is the fan on at home? Why does it feel like a breeze is blowing past the back of my head? He touched the back of his head and asked Old Madame Su. Old Madame Su laughed. What season is it now? We stopped blowing snow a long time ago. Sunan's eyes were like those of 1,000-year-old ice as he looked at his nephew who was complaining to Old Madame Su. Hearing this, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. The laugh was quite loud, directly interrupting Su Jianming, who was complaining to Old Madame Su. Uncle, were you laughing just now? Su Jianming asked uncertainly, stopping his speech. Sunan looked at him with cold, dark eyes. Su Jianming, you've studied for so many years, and all that knowledge has gone to waste, hasn't it? Who told you to belittle an innocent girl like that? Is this how my Su family teaches you? Uncle, what's wrong with you? Su Jianming was terrified, his face turning pale. His uncle was acting too strangely today. No, he had to leave quickly, or he was afraid he would die at his uncle's hands. From now on, I don't want to hear another word of slander against your girlfriend's cousin from your mouth. If I do, don't blame me for taking back everything you've gotten from me. I'll make sure you have nothing left. A slight smile played on his lips, but it concealed a sharp, menacing edge. Did you understand? Sunan stared coldly at him, confirming again. Looking into his uncle's icy black eyes, Su Jianming felt a chill run down his spine, as if half his strength had been drained away. I understood, he finally managed a trembling reply after a long pause. Your grandparents need to rest. If you have nothing else to do, leave. Don't disturb their rest. Sunan spoke again, this time issuing a direct order to leave. Okay, I'll leave right now. His legs trembling, Su Jianming stood up and hurriedly left the old house. Even after he left the house, Sunan still felt his anger rising, his body radiating a low pressure like the calm before a storm. His unusual behavior was quickly noticed by his parents. The old lady looked at her youngest son with curiosity, noticing how different he seemed. Youngest son, you were so mean to Jianming just now. Weren't you usually quite lenient with him? I was even thinking of killing Su Jianming just now, Because the girl he was slandering is my girlfriend, he explained, his face grim. Upon hearing this, the old man and woman exchanged a glance, their dull eyes immediately gleaming with gossip. Pressing her advantage, Madame Sue asked, was what Jianming just said true? Did your girlfriend really bully her cousin? No, Xiaoma is a very good and kind person. On the contrary, I heard some things about her cousin when I was at the Li family's house. She's not a good person at all. I don't know how my brother and sister-in-law raised their child, letting him date such a terrible person. He's ruined the reputation of our Su family. He said, his brow slightly furrowed. Now, because of the stupid thing Su Jianming did in Li family village, I might be implicated. This was what he had been fearing all along. Then what should we do? The old couple asked in unison, their voices filled with worry. This future daughter-in-law was someone they had been hoping for over 20 years, they couldn't let it fall through. After pondering for a moment, Su Nan replied, right now, we can only take it one step at a time. Until I've won over Xiaomo's family completely, my relationship with Su Jianming absolutely cannot be known to anyone. Alright, little one, if you need any help, just tell me and your father. We'll listen to you, old Madame Su immediately said, pulling his hand in agreement. The next day, after breakfast, Liamo decided to put aside her studies for the day. She was going to the county town to mail her manuscript and retrieve her translated English book for the library. With this large sum of 50 yuan in her pocket, Liamo walked to the village entrance and boarded a passing ox cart heading to the county town. After an hour's ride, just as she was about to fall asleep from the jolting, she heard the ox cart driver's loud shout, "All right, everyone get off. The county town is big." Liamo opened her eyes wide, jumped off the ox cart, asked the driver what time she would be returning, and then, carrying a backpack, walked into the county town. Upon entering the county town, she first went to the post office to mail her 10,000-word novel manuscript to the newspaper. 10 minutes later, as she stepped out of the post office, she heard an excited shout from the entrance, "Girl, it really is you. I've finally waited for you." With those words, Li Mo's arm was grabbed by a hand that felt like dried-out skin. Chapter 31 Almost a blunder. "Grandma, it's you. What a coincidence." Recognizing the old lady who had been persistently trying to become her goddaughter, Liamo greeted her with a smile. "What a coincidence. You silly child, didn't you promise to bring your family to me when you had time? I've been waiting at home every day for you to come with your family, but I haven't seen you even once." "I've been waiting so long," Grandma Su complained, looking aggrieved. Liamo apologized sheepishly, "Grandma, I've had some family matters these past few days, so I've been a bit busy." "Is it very troublesome? If it is, just tell your godmother, and I'll find someone to help you. My youngest son just came back, he's very capable. I'll have him handle it, and he'll definitely help you resolve it." Grandma Su asked with concern. Looking at the enthusiastic old lady, Liamo felt a little guilty. It was true that she had family matters to attend to, but it wasn't that she couldn't find the time to visit her. The main problem was that she didn't want to become her goddaughter. Moreover, she could tell from the old lady's appearance that she was from a wealthy family. If she were to actually acknowledge the old lady as her godmother, the family would probably think she was a malicious person who wanted their money. "No need, ma'am, things at home have been taken care of, thank you," Liamo said, somewhat avoiding eye contact. "It's good that it's taken care of, it's good that it's taken care of." Old Madame Su smiled as she looked at the kind and pretty young girl in front of her, genuinely wanting her to be her daughter-in-law. It was just a pity that the young girl had a boyfriend, and her youngest son also had a girlfriend, so it seemed that her wish was truly impossible to fulfill. "By the way, young lady, we've met twice already, and I still don't know your name?" Old Madame Su slapped her thigh and asked somewhat embarrassedly. Liamo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The old lady had finally stopped insisting that she be her goddaughter. "Grandma, my surname is Li, my name is Liamo, and I live in Lijiazwang." "That's quite far. Did you come alone?" Would you like my youngest son to drive you? He just went to the department store across the street to buy apricot blossom pastries. Grandma Sue pointed to the bustling department store across the street. Liam quickly waved her hand. No need, thank you. I have other things to do later, so I'm not going home so soon. Besides, I've already arranged a time to go back with the oxcart driver who passes through our village. Oh, I see. Well then. Grandma Sue said with a hint of regret. Liam pursed her lips, glanced at the old lady who had finally fallen silent, and immediately said, Grandma, I have to go now. We'll talk another day. All right, go ahead and do your work. Anyway, you have my address. Girl, remember to come find this old woman when you're not busy. Grandma Sue looked at her with a reluctant expression. Liam nodded in agreement as she walked away. Okay, I remember. With that, she turned and quickened her pace, leaving. No sooner had she left than Sunan, who was on his way to the department store to buy apricot blossom pastries, saw his mother craning her neck and looking in the direction she was leaving. Following his mother's gaze, Sunan's deep black eyes suddenly narrowed into slits, his sharp, hawk-like gaze locking onto a petite figure skipping and hopping away in the distance. He took a deep breath and immediately quickened his pace, trying to catch up with the cute little figure. Before he could run a few more steps, his mother called out from behind, Son, where are you going? Mom's here. Sunan had no choice but to stop, watching helplessly as the cute figure receded further and further from his sight, eventually disappearing completely. Old Mrs. Sue looked at her son, who was walking towards her looking utterly dejected, and asked, What's wrong? Nothing much, I just think I saw my girlfriend, Sunan replied, somewhat disappointed. Upon hearing this, old Madame Sue immediately craned her neck to look ahead. Where is she? Where is she? Hurry up and call her back so you can introduce me to your boyfriend. Sunan gave a wry smile. She's gone far away. That's such a pity, old Madame Sue said with a hint of regret. The next second, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed his hand, saying, Son, isn't it a coincidence? I just ran into the goddaughter I'm going to adopt. If you had come out a little earlier, you would have seen her. Sunan looked at his excited mother, then suddenly frowned, remembering that when he came out, he saw his mother seemingly watching Xiaomo's back. Suppressing his nervousness, Sunan asked in a slightly trembling voice, Mom, the goddaughter you're talking about isn't the woman you were just looking at, is she? Do you know her name? As he finished asking, he nervously gripped the bag in his hand. You're so lucky. I just asked her name, and now I know it. Her name is Liam, and she lives in Lijiazwang. If she didn't have other things to do, I would have liked to invite her over, said old Madame Sue, looking at him with a smug expression. Sunan's mind was filled with only two words, thank goodness his mother hadn't yet adopted her as her goddaughter, otherwise he would be little Mo's uncle, a high-ranking one at that. Son, what's wrong with you today? Why is your face so pale all of a sudden? Are you feeling unwell? Don't force yourself, if you're sick, you should go to the hospital, understand? Old Madame Sue said, looking at his suddenly pale face with concern. Sunan swallowed hard, his voice a little hoarse, and said, Mom, my dear Mom, please don't accept her as your goddaughter, okay? Upon hearing this, old Madame Sue immediately stomped her foot. Sunan, what are you trying to do? Are you going against the grain? Can't I even have a goddaughter? You're not getting married and giving me a granddaughter anyway. Sunan smiled bitterly and grabbed his mother's hand. Mom, let me tell you, if you really accept her as your goddaughter, you'll lose your future daughter-in-law. Nonsense. What does my accepting a goddaughter have to do with whether I have a daughter-in-law or not? Don't try to fool me. You just don't want me to accept this goddaughter. Old Madame Sue glared angrily at her youngest son. Sunan shook his head, sighed, and then earnestly took her hand to explain, because my partner's name is Liam, and she happens to be from Li Family Village. If I'm not mistaken, she seems to be the only person in Li Family Village named Liam. Old Madame Sue's face was filled with shock. After a long while, she finally found her voice, pulling her son along and asking, "Isn't it too much of a coincidence? The goddaughter I'm going to adopt is actually your partner?" Chapter 32. Can it still be saved? Sunan smiled bitterly again and nodded, "Yes, it's just such a coincidence." At this moment, he was really glad that he had finished his work early and rushed back. Otherwise, he would not only have gained a goddaughter, but also lost his beloved. Who would he tell about his bitterness? After a moment of stunned silence, old Madame Sue suddenly slapped her thigh with her right hand. "That's great. Actually, I wanted Xiao Mo to be my daughter-in-law from the beginning, but she told me that she had a boyfriend, so I had to take a step back and adopt her as my goddaughter. Son, you must treat Xiao Mo well. She is a good girl, and I like her very much. I'm giving you a task. You must marry her into our Sue family as soon as possible, and then give your father and me a big, fat grandson or granddaughter." Old Madame Sue clenched her hands, already imagining a cute and chubby little guy walking towards her and calling her grandma. Sunan had just smiled when he suddenly thought of the stupid things his nephew Su Jianming had done, and his face slowly darkened. "This might not be what you want. Have you forgotten the stupid things Su Jianming did at Xiaomo's house? They hate the Su family now. You don't even know if you can keep your daughter-in-law." His face darkened, like the calm before a storm, so gloomy it seemed to drip water. Old Madame Sue frowned, remembering her eldest son's family's actions over the years, and scolded them angrily. "Your eldest brother's family has really gone too far these past few years, especially Jianming. He was so well behaved as a child, but now that he's grown up, they've raised him to be selfish and self-serving." The library. Liam carried 2 translated English books into the largest library in the county. There were only 2 staff members in the library: the librarian, Lu Qingyun, and a female university student studying nearby. As soon as Liam entered, Lu Qingyun, who was on duty that day, saw her immediately. "Comrade Li, you've arrived," he greeted her warmly. Liam smiled at him, then took out 2 English books and 2 notebooks from her backpack and handed them to him. "Director Liu, these are 2 English books I recently translated. Please check if they're correct." Lu Qingyun was astonished. Only half a month had passed, and she had already translated 2 English books. He took them and carefully proofread the English and Chinese in each book, finding that not only were the translations accurate, but they were also very easy to understand. Such a high level of translation was practically masterful. "Yes, very good, excellent translations," Lu Qingyun said, holding the books with a satisfied expression. Liam smiled. "1 book is 10,000 words, 2 books are 20,000 words. We agreed last time, 10 per 1,000 words, that should still apply, right?" "Approved. Actually, I think I'm paying too little for your translation skills. But the library's budget is limited, so this is all the salary I can give you," Lu Qingyun said somewhat embarrassedly. "It's alright, I'm quite satisfied with this amount now. Also, as for the remaining days, I'll give them to you in half a month." "Okay," she said with a smile. Lu Qingyun nodded in agreement. "Of course, no problem. These 2 books are enough for us for a while. You can take your time with the others. By the way, Comrade Li, how's your spoken English? Do you have any problems communicating with people?" He suddenly remembered a friend asking him for a favor recently. "I think it's pretty good. There's no problem communicating. After all, she often participated in English corners and the like when she was in college, so her spoken English was naturally very fluent." "That's great. Here's the thing, a friend of mine is looking for an English translator. The daily wage is 100 yuan, and it only takes half a day," he explained, rubbing his hands awkwardly. Liam agreed without thinking. Go. Only a fool wouldn't go for something this good. When 100 yuan for half a day, it would be a fool to refuse such a good opportunity. "The day after tomorrow, there's a business conference being held near our theater. Many important people will be attending, including foreign businessmen," Lu Qingyun said happily. "Okay, then can I just go directly there?" Liamo nodded after hearing this and noted down the location. Yes, you can just go directly there. This is the invitation, but it starts at 9 o'clock, so you need to be there by 8. Liamo carefully noted it down. Okay, no problem, I'll be there on time. After leaving the library, Liamo took 200 yuan and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 jean of meat and a jean of sugar before going to the place where the ox cart was parked to meet the old man driving it. An hour later, Liamo got off the ox cart at the village entrance, carrying 2 bags of things, and walked into the village. As soon as she entered the village, Liamo hadn't taken 2 steps when she saw 2 furtive figures walking into the grove of trees not far away. One of the figures was familiar to her, it was Li Meng. She stood there for a while, but seeing that the 2 people hadn't come out after going in, she finally had to give up and continued walking home with her things in her hands. 10 minutes later, she finally arrived home. As soon as she stepped inside, her 2 younger siblings rushed forward, grabbing her hands and vying to tell her, "Auntie, we have guests today." "Do you know who it is?" Li Xiaotian asked cutely, his little face beaming. "Auntie, auntie." 3-year-old Li Xiaoxiao, barely able to speak, anxiously followed her brother, calling out auntie. Liamo smiled and patted their heads. "I don't know." "Can you tell auntie?" She then took 4 white rabbit candies from her bag, giving each sibling 2. The siblings' faces lit up even more with the candies. Li Xiaotian put them in his pocket first before answering, "It's a matchmaker, here to arrange a marriage for uncle." Hearing the word matchmaker, Liamo felt a pang in her heart. Several thoughts flashed through her mind, but they were too fleeting for her to grasp. After taking the 2 children out to play, she carried the bag of meat into the kitchen, where she ran into sister-in-law Li, who was cooking. "Sister-in-law, I just heard Xiaotian say that a matchmaker came to our house." "Which matchmaker?" She first took a spoonful of water and drank a couple of sips, finally feeling less thirsty, before asking sister-in-law Li. "That matchmaker from Liujia village. I don't know how she found out that my second brother has a stable job in the city, so she came to introduce him to someone," sister-in-law Li said softly. Chapter 33 A Trick. Lu family village? I remember Li Meng's mother, Lu Tsuehua, is from Lu family village, isn't she? For some reason, hearing this, she suddenly remembered seeing Li Meng and that woman's backs in the grove when she entered the village. Yes, she's from the same village as her mother. The girl they introduced is also from the same village. I heard that girl is very beautiful and very capable. If it weren't for the high dowry her family asked for, she would have been married long ago, sister-in-law Li continued. Liamo listened to sister-in-law Li talk about the girl in the kitchen for a while before returning to her room. As soon as she got back to her room, she lay on the bed and sorted through everything she had just heard. For some reason, ever since she heard sister-in-law Li talk about the girl from Lu family village, she had felt uneasy. This sorting through of things helped her find the source of this unease. She remembered that in the book, Li's second brother ended up in jail because of a blind date. No wonder she felt so uneasy today when she heard about the matchmaker coming to the door. It seemed this was her second brother's calamity. Something was definitely fishy. Now that she had transmigrated, she absolutely couldn't let her second brother suffer the same tragic fate. During the time she waited for her second brother to go to work, Li Mo felt time was passing incredibly slowly. Even her attempts to distract herself from her anxiety were ultimately thwarted by her own restlessness. Finally, in the evening, her second brother returned home. Li Mo, who was translating an English book in her room, immediately put down her work and ran to the main room. In the main room, the Li family was sitting, and her second brother's face was still flushed. Upon seeing this, Liamo inwardly thought, "Oh no." Could it be that her second brother knew a matchmaker had come to their door, and had agreed to the marriage? "Dad, Mom, what are you talking about?" "Let me hear too," she said, sitting down next to her mother. Motherly smiled and said, "We were talking about your second brother's marriage. Today, a matchmaker from Lu village came to propose a marriage for him. She's talking about a girl from Lu village. I just told you about her," and it seems he knows her, and he looks interested in her. Liam looked nervously at her blushing second brother. Second brother, do you know that girl? Second brother's ears turned red, and his cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes. Yes, actually, I've known her for a long time. She's a very pretty girl, and we were even in the same class. I never thought my wife would be her. Looking at her love-struck second brother, Liam felt a chill run down her spine. Sure enough, what she feared most had come to pass. The more she tried to prevent her second brother's tragedy in the book, the more the book seemed determined to ruin it, throwing in this trope of youthful infatuation. Second brother, how long has it been since you saw your classmate? Do you know what kind of person she is? Liam reluctantly interrupted her second brother's reverie. Li-urge chuckled and replied, it's been so many years, but I still remember her name, Lu Chunhua. What a beautiful name. It sounds like a lovely woman. Liam almost rolled her eyes. She'd heard of people being love-struck before, but she'd never witnessed it firsthand. At this moment, Li's mother smiled and said, all right, since Urge is so satisfied with this Lu Chunhua, let's have matchmaker Lu go to her house to discuss the marriage. The dowry is negotiable, as long as she's willing to marry into the family. No way, Mom, this is too fast. We haven't even had a chance to find out what kind of person Urge Lu Chunhua is yet. Maybe she already has a boyfriend. Liam quickly grabbed her mother's arm, desperately trying to hint at the matter. Unfortunately, her mother was completely absorbed in the joy of her son's upcoming marriage and didn't notice her winking. Just as Liam felt powerless, she suddenly heard her third brother's voice, little sister, I think you seem to know a bit about this comrade Lu Chunhua. Do you know anything about her? Liam immediately gave her third brother an excited look. Fortunately, there was still someone clear-headed in the family. Third brother understands me best. I have indeed heard some things about this comrade Lu Chunhua. Would you all like to hear them? As she asked the last question, her gaze was fixed on her second brother, Li-er, who was standing beside her. Li-er glanced in the direction of his little sister's gaze, smiled, and once again spoke first, tell us what you found out about Lu Chunhua. Seeing that her second brother was still immersed in the taste of impending love and hadn't come to his senses, Liam secretly sighed. It seemed that it would be a bit difficult to enlighten her second brother. I've been to the county town a few times, and during those trips, I heard that Lu Chunhua has fallen in love with someone outside. It's just that her boyfriend's family is poor and can't afford the dowry her family is asking for, so her parents are vehemently opposed to her marrying him. I heard it's causing quite a stir in their village, a lot of people must know about it. She spoke while secretly watching Li-urge's reaction. She has a boyfriend? Li-urge, who had just been beaming, suddenly looked dejected. Seeing this, Liam silently apologized to her brother, but rather than let him end up in jail because of Lu Chunhua, she'd rather nip his love-struck brain in the bud. But it's okay. She's agreed to let the matchmaker come to our house, which means she definitely doesn't like her boyfriend anymore. I don't mind her past. In a short while, Li-urge reassured himself. The smile that had just appeared on Li's face immediately froze. Well, it seemed her attempts at persuasion had been in vain. It seems that getting rid of her second brother's love-struck mind will be a long and arduous task. Li's mother's face wasn't as happy as before. Instead, a serious expression appeared on her face. I think we should be more cautious about what Xiaomo just said. I'll secretly go to Lu family village these next few days to inquire about it. Liam immediately nodded vigorously. Anyway, what she said was a real event in the book, so she wasn't afraid of her mother investigating. It seemed she needed to carefully organize the details of how her second brother was arrested and imprisoned in the book these next few days, lest her unfortunate second brother actually suffer the tragic ending the book had arranged for him. The next day, Liam, who had thought about her second brother's plot in the book all night, had just gone to bed late. Before she even woke up, she was awakened by a lively commotion outside. When she came out, rubbing her eyes and yawning, she saw a large group of villagers crowded around her house, all huddled in the main room, seemingly discussing something. Chapter 34 I'm rich. Suddenly, her eyes widened slightly because she actually saw Sunan in the crowd. This simpleton, wearing glasses, was lecturing the villagers like a scholar. Just then, Sunan, surrounded by villagers asking him all sorts of questions, also saw her just waking up. He immediately gave her a gentle smile and waved. Xiao Mo, you found a good partner. You're not even married yet, and he already dotes on you and your family. He even spent so much money to install a telephone for your house. At this moment, Liamo was being chattered away by an enthusiastic village aunt. It was only then that Liamo realized why so many people had crowded around her house so early in the morning. After finally getting rid of the villagers who had come to ask him questions, Sunan quickly squeezed out of the crowd and walked to Liamo, who seemed lost in thought. Comrade Xiao Mo, you're awake. He smiled at her. Liamo snapped out of her reverie and glanced at the man in the sharply tailored Zhongshan suit. She couldn't help but stare a few more times. He couldn't possibly be more than 30, yet he exuded the air of a mature, serious man. I heard you installed a telephone for my house? These things must be expensive, right? She asked, pulling his hand. Sunan glanced nervously at the villagers behind him, shifting slightly to the left to block their clasped hands. It's all right, not too expensive. Applying in my name gets you a good discount. With this phone, we can talk on the phone more often, even if we're far apart, he explained softly, gently touching her hand with his thumb. Liamo smiled contentedly, secretly glancing at their clasped hands. It seemed her previous attempts at training him hadn't been entirely in vain. At least this time, the man dared to subtly flirt with her with his thumb. Liamo immediately grabbed his hand, and when no one was watching, they slipped into her room together. This wasn't Sunan's first time in her room. The moment he entered, the first thing he smelled was her fragrance, instantly lifting his spirits. Give me a hug, and I'll give you a gift, she said with a smile. Sunan's ears flushed red. Although they had even kissed on the cheek, his heart still raced with nervousness every time they made intimate moves. Don't miss out, she said playfully, drawing out her words as she saw the conflicted and shy look on his handsome face. The next second, as soon as she finished speaking, he pulled her into his arms tightly wrapped around her waist, his grip tense. Liamo's lips curved slightly, and she quickly kissed his chin when he wasn't looking. This is a reward for being obedient. He swallowed hard, his eyes burning as he looked down at her in his arms. Comrade Xiao Mo. Liamo immediately felt the man's breath on her face like scalding lava, and the sparks dancing in his eyes seemed to want to devour her. Liamo quickly stepped out of his embrace, embarrassed. Sunan suppressed his inner turmoil and said with a helpless yet indulgent tone, Don't kiss a man's chin so easily next time, because the consequences can be serious. Liamo stuck out her tongue shyly and nodded quickly, Okay, I'll show you a gift. She then turned and went to the nearby cabinet to get something. Look, do you like it? She took out a gift box, opened it in front of him, and waited for his answer with an expectant expression. Sunan looked at the beige scarf, gently picked it up, and looked at her with a hint of anticipation. I like it. Who is this for? Liamo didn't answer, but instead, she smiled, snatched the scarf from his hand, and without a word, wrapped it around his neck. After wrapping it, she stroked his chin and carefully examined him for a while. Not bad, very nice, she affirmed with satisfaction. Sunan touched the scarf around his neck, his voice tinged with nervousness and anticipation as he asked, Is this for me? It's all around your neck, of course it's for you. So, do you like this gift? This was the first time in her 2 lives that she had given a gift to a man who was her boyfriend. She was even more nervous buying it than when she bought gifts for her family, and while paying, she felt the cashier was secretly laughing at her. I love it, I love it. He stroked the beige scarf around his neck with obvious delight. Liamo opened her arms and said to him, Comrade Sunan, please hug me. His large hands, which were touching the scarf, froze in surprise. His heart pounded like a drum, he could hear it pounding inside his body. Looking at her with open arms waiting for him, Sunan took a deep breath, mustered his courage and threw all the decorum he had learned over 20 years to the back of his mind. His face flushed, he boldly stepped forward and pulled her into a gentle embrace. Liam leaned against him, inhaling the faint scent of soap on him, a slight smile playing on her lips. It seemed her previous bold advances had been effective, at least this man was becoming increasingly open with her. Comrade Sunan, do you know that after two people have been dating for a while, besides hugging, they can take things further? Do you know what that is? She looked up at his sharply defined jawline. The next second, her gaze settled on his Adam's apple, bobbing up and down, and she couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. The moment she touched it, a large hand swiftly grabbed her restless little hand. Don't touch it. Sunan's eyes burned as he looked at her in his arms, his voice hoarse, as if he were suppressing something. Curiosity killed the cat, indeed. Sensing the change in his body, she dared not move an inch, fearing the unimaginable consequences. The two remained embracing like this for what seemed like an eternity, until his breathing stabilized, before they each tried to break the slightly awkward silence. I have an important event tomorrow, so I probably can't come with you, Sunan said first. Liam smiled and said, what a coincidence, I'm also going to an event tomorrow. Sunan stroked her black hair. How about I buy you a bicycle? That way it'll be more convenient for you when you go to the city. Liam played with his slender fingers, and upon hearing this, she gently shook her head. No need for you to buy it for me, I can buy it myself. I have money. I earned 200 yuan yesterday translating an English storybook, and I'll earn another 100 yuan at the event tomorrow. That's more than enough to buy a bicycle. Hearing her speak so proudly, Sunan's lips curled up, and he generously praised her. No wonder you're the one I, Sunan, chose at first sight. You're very capable. Chapter 35. Give me some face. You're too kind. I'm just so, but I'll definitely get better and better, just you wait. Liam's smug lips curled up. If she had a tail, it would probably be wagging its tail. The two chatted inside for a while until the footsteps outside became more and more frequent. Liam smiled and said, let's go out. If we don't go out soon, my dad will probably trample the ground outside. Sunan looked towards the door with a puzzled expression. When she took his hand and walked outside, he saw his future father-in-law pacing back and forth at the door, looking anxious and wanting to knock but unable to. He seemed to understand a little. Why did you come out? Keep chatting. I just thought it was too noisy inside, so I walked around a bit. Lee's father, caught red-handed, smiled awkwardly at the two of them. Liam smiled and stepped forward, taking his arm. Dad, are you sure you want us to go inside and continue talking? Aren't you afraid you'll trample the floor? Lee's father, thoroughly embarrassed by his daughter's words in front of his future son-in-law, playfully tapped her forehead. You brat, do you really have to embarrass your father in front of your future son-in-law? Liam chuckled, wiping her forehead and leaning half her body on his shoulder. All right, Dad, you said he's your future son-in-law, don't worry, he won't laugh at you. Aren't you just worried we'll do something impulsive inside? Lee's father blushed, gently pinching her arm, feeling both annoyed and reluctant to hit her. He whispered in his daughter's ear, you brat, can't you give your old man some face? Sunan's ears were red, and he earnestly assured Lee's father, Uncle, don't worry, before Xiao Mo and I get our marriage certificate, we won't do anything reckless. His face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Mr. Lee coughed lightly, pushed away his daughter who was clinging to his arm, and stepped forward with a hint of embarrassment, patting her shoulder, Little Sue, I believe you. There's someone else I don't believe. He then secretly glanced at someone standing to the side. Liam suppressed a laugh as she looked at her old man. Wasn't the original owner of this body the one who drugged Su Jianming last time? And it was the original owner who did it, not her. It seemed this dark label would follow her for life. Just then, an old man's cries and shouts rang out from outside. Mr. Lee's face immediately darkened, and he forced an ugly smile, saying to Sunan, "Little Sue, you talk to Xiaomo here. I have to go out for a bit." With that, Mr. Li immediately turned and strode towards the main room. Liamo narrowed her eyes as she looked towards the main room. This old lady really couldn't stand the thought of her family doing well. She'd probably heard about the telephone being installed and was causing trouble again. "Come on, I'll take you to meet my family's awful relatives." With that, she took his hand and quickened her pace towards the main room. When they arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Li stared grimly at the old lady, who was rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum. This is outrageous. They're living the high life at home, yet they don't care about their old mother's life or death. "Everyone, you be the judge." Old Mrs. Li sat on the ground, shouting and pounding the floor with both hands. Liamo stood at the door watching what was happening inside, her gaze fixed on Li Meng, who was wiping away tears beside old Mrs. Li. She didn't believe that old Mrs. Li was there without Li Meng's involvement. "Second uncle, grandma is old, it's not good for her to sit on the ground. You and second aunt should help her up, and agree to whatever she says," she said, putting on a good niece's act as she approached Mr. and Mrs. Li to mediate. Mrs. Li snorted coldly at her. After these incidents, she had no good impression of this daughter of the eldest son. "Mom, since the old lady likes our floor, let her sit on it. Anyway, our house hasn't been swept for several days, so it's good for her to work a little harder and clean it for us." Liamo walked in from the crowd, holding Sunan's hand, and stood next to Mrs. Li. Old Mrs. Li's face turned ugly, and she jumped up from the ground. "You wish. I'm not going to help you clean your floor." Seeing old Mrs. Li finally stand up, Mr. Li winked admiringly at his daughter. Sure enough, it took his daughter to teach this old woman a lesson. Li Meng, standing nearby, secretly rolled her eyes at old Mrs. Li, inwardly cursing the old woman for being so incompetent at even this simple matter. She was usually so domineering towards her own family, but when it came to her second uncle's family, she acted like a brainless idiot. Old Mrs. Li secretly glanced at the man standing next to Liamo, and had to admit that the man Liamo had chosen was indeed far better than the one Li Meng had found. "I don't care, second son's wife, you have money to install a landline, so you should get one installed at the old house too," old Mrs. Li said with an air of self-righteousness. Liamo glanced at Li Meng and sneered, "Grandma, if you can afford the landline fee and phone bills, I can have my boyfriend install a landline at the old house too." "What? Landline fees and phone bills too? I don't have that kind of money, I don't have any." Upon hearing that money was involved, old Lady Li immediately feigned ignorance. Liamo smirked, "Of course. Don't let the fancy appearance of this telephone fool you, it costs money to maintain every month. I just told Dad we shouldn't keep it. Since you've been asking for it, Grandma, otherwise you could have it." Old Lady Li immediately stomped her feet and shouted, "I don't want it. I don't want the telephone. Don't even think about giving me this money-burning thing. I don't want it." Liamo smirked smugly. Same old story, trying to outsmart her? Too old for her. Grandma, who's so malicious as to encourage you to come here and ask Dad for a telephone? Isn't this a blatant attempt to scam you? They're trying to make you spend money. Be careful of that person, they're clearly trying to harm you," she asked, glancing at Li Meng, whose face had immediately turned deathly pale. Since Li Meng dared to do the first thing, leading the old lady here to cause trouble, then she wouldn't be so ungrateful. The old lady's shrewd eyes darted around, then she immediately turned and grabbed Li Meng's collar, raising her hands to slap her cheeks. "You brat, so that's why you were so kind as to tell me about your second uncle's house getting a phone installed, you just wanted me to pay for it. You heartless wretch, I'll beat you to death." The old lady's hands moved like lightning, slapping her cheeks twice in quick succession. Chapter 36. How could you have a boyfriend? Li Meng was stunned for a moment after being hit. It wasn't until the burning pain on both cheeks made her realize what had happened. She touched her slapped face with both hands, her eyes red with tears, and said, "Grandma, I didn't. Don't listen to Limao's nonsense. Old Mrs. Lee spat in her face. Pa. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? You're just upset that I took 200 yuan from your boyfriend last time, and now you're taking revenge on this old woman, aren't you? Li Meng wiped the spit off her face with a disgusted expression and grabbed old Mrs. Lee's hand, crying, Grandma, I really didn't. Li Mo is the one who's trying to smear me. Get out of here, get out of my way. Don't touch me, you brat. Wait till we get back, I'll see how I deal with you. Old Mrs. Li pulled her out of the main room. Li Mo followed her to the front gate, watching Li Meng being led away like a dog. She waved with a smile, Take care, my dear cousin. Enjoy Grandma's doting love. Li Meng looked at Li Mo standing at the gate with resentment. Why did she have to live such a miserable life? Why was Li Mo's man more capable than hers? She was truly unwilling to accept it. Although the incident of old lady Li coming to make a scene had occurred, the family was still very happy because they had a telephone installed in their home. Su Nan stayed at the Li family's house until after dinner before returning home. Xiao Mo, see Xiao Su out, Li's mother instructed, pulling her daughter to her side. Li Mo glanced at her mother, who was now increasingly pleased with her mother-in-law, and could only smile and nod, Okay, I'll see him out. Uncle, Aunt, I'll go back now, Su Nan politely said to Li's parents before following Li Mo out of the Li family's gate. The two stood beside the car that had been parked at the gate. Here. Suddenly, a slip of paper appeared in his hand. He grabbed her hand and stuffed it into hers. Li Mo glanced at him, then curiously opened the paper. It contained a string of numbers, like a phone number. This is my home phone number. You can call me if you're free. He finished speaking, his ears turning red. Okay, I'll take it. Let's go on a date again after the event tomorrow, she said. It had been almost a month since their last date, it was time for another one to strengthen their relationship. Okay, I'll pick you up then, Su Nan said excitedly. The car quickly drove out of Li family village. From the moment Su Nan got in the car, the corners of his mouth remained upturned. Even after he returned to the old Su family mansion, a faint smile lingered on his lips, only fading when he saw the family sitting in the hall. Little brother's back. Have you eaten? If not, ask your sister-in-law to get you something to eat in the kitchen, Su Fu, the eldest brother, asked with a smile as he sat on the sofa, his belly slightly puffed out. At that moment, Su Nan's joyful mood plummeted because of their arrival. We've eaten. What are you doing here? He asked casually as he sat down on the sofa next to Grandpa Su and the others. Su Fu's bright smile froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, still smiling broadly. It's good that you've eaten. It's been a long time since we brothers have chatted. I got off work early today, so I brought your sister-in-law and nephew to visit Mom and Dad and you. Su Nan's eyes swept lightly over the three family members who seemed to have ill intentions. Brother, just get to the point. What do you three need my help with this time? He had lived away from home all his life, and his brotherly bond with this older brother wasn't very deep. It was mostly just a business relationship. Moreover, they were only cousins. Years ago, because their mother couldn't conceive, their parents reluctantly adopted this older brother from their uncle's side of the family. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, their mother suddenly became pregnant when he was 18, and he was born at an advanced age. Su Fu smiled awkwardly, All right then, brother, you can be frank. Actually, Jianming has something he wants you to help him with, but he's afraid you won't agree, so he brought me and your sister-in-law along. Su Nan immediately looked at Su Jianming, who was sitting next to the couple. Su Jianming immediately sat up straight and called out in a hoarse voice, Uncle, my girlfriend is taking the college entrance exam this year. I'd like to ask you to use your connections to hire a university professor to tutor her. Think about it, if she gets in, you'll be proud, won't you? Su Nan sneered, All the glory of the Su family now is earned by myself. Do you think I need a woman to bring me honor? Ridiculous. Uncle, that's not what I meant. I meant that since you're not getting married anyway, your connections will definitely be left for me. I'm just using a little bit in advance, he said somewhat discontentedly. Su Fu and Yang Qinghua, standing to the side, frantically winked at their foolish son. Could this be something to discuss now? Old Madame Su was the first to lose her composure, leaping from the sofa. Eldest daughter-in-law, what's going on in your family? How did my son's connections end up with Jianming? Su Fu glared at his troublemaking son, then pleaded with old Madame Su, Mom, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. It's not true, he's misunderstood. Su Jianming realized he'd made a mistake. His parents had secretly told him about his uncle's connections. It had never been discussed openly within the family. Humph, I see that's what you all think. And who told you Xiaonan wasn't getting married? He already has a girlfriend, and soon they'll be getting married and having children. All the glory he's earned will only be for his wife and kids, old Madame Su said angrily. What? My little brother has a girlfriend. Su Fu and Yang Qinghua exclaimed in unison. Su Jianming was completely stunned, staring blankly. Mom, how come my little brother has a girlfriend? Didn't he say he was going to dedicate his whole life to his research? How could he have a girlfriend and even get married? Su Fu said, his face full of objection. Big brother, do I need your permission to have a girlfriend? Su Nan asked with a sneer, seeing his displeasure. Su Fu's face paled. Seeing his brother's unpleasant expression, he was startled and quickly changed his tune, explaining, Little brother, that's not what I meant. It's just that you always said you never wanted to get married or have children and that you wanted to dedicate your life to your research. Chapter 37 Preventing him from getting married. Yang Qinghua nodded vigorously, looking at her brother-in-law with resentment in her eyes, and hating him even more for going back on his word. He was the one who said he might never get married, causing her and her husband to tell their son all these years that the Su family's wealth and connections belonged to him, and their son had always thought so too. Now, suddenly he said he wanted to get married and have children. Where did that leave her son? I did think that way before, but recently I met someone who moved me and I'm willing to spend my whole life with her. As he said this, Su Nan couldn't help but smile happily. Su Fu and Yang Qinghua saw his irritating smile and exchanged a fearful glance. They had a bad feeling. This time, their brother-in-law was serious, he really wanted to get married and have children. Uncle, how can you get married and have children? What will I do if you get married? Su Jianming snapped out of his daze, looking at him with a desperate expression as if the sky had fallen. Su Nan glanced at him and sneered, You shouldn't be asking me what to do. You're not my son, you should be asking your parents. Then I'll be your son, Su Jianming blurted out without thinking. Su Fu and Yang Qinghua stared in disbelief at their ungrateful son. Seeing this, Su Jianming frantically winked at them, signaling them to help persuade his uncle. Su Fu, a shrewd old man who had worked in the system, quickly considered all the power struggles and pros and cons in his mind and immediately came up with a solution best suited for the father and son. Little brother, I think Jianming's idea is actually quite good. Your sister-in-law and I have no objections. Why don't you take this child in, he said with a fawning smile. Hearing this, the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Su were initially stunned, then snorted coldly, realizing what their eldest son was up to. Yang Qinghua wanted to stop them, but before she could speak, Su Fu, who was standing beside her, pulled her back forcefully, stopping her. Su Nan coldly watched the family of three's petty actions in front of him. Brother, I'm only 8 years older than Su Jianming. Do you think someone my age can have a son this big? He asked with a sneer. Su Fu, his face, which looked a bit like an inflatable pufferfish, forced an embarrassed smile under his gaze. Actually, what's the big deal? As long as you don't mind, I don't mind, and Jianming doesn't mind, let them say what they want. Su Nan was a little tired and didn't want to deal with the family of three anymore. Alright, I'll pretend I didn't hear about this. As for such a shameful thing as adopting a son, I don't want to hear about it a second time. Su Fu's face turned a little ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he reluctantly shut his mouth. The family of 3 stayed there until 9 o'clock at night before leaving the Su family's house with 3 unwilling faces. On the way back, the 3 of them looked rather grim. Yang Qinghua couldn't help but complain to her husband, "I told you, how can someone who isn't your biological child compare to your own? Look at you, did the old man and woman say a single good word for you all night? And your cheap brother, he said he wouldn't get married. We all thought the Su family's wealth would go to our branch of the family, but then he turned around and said he was getting married. It's so unfair." "Alright, stop talking. What's the point of saying all this now?" Su Fu's face was also dark. He had just watched his connections and the Su family's enormous wealth slip through his fingers, only to have it all disappear. "Dad, Mom, what are you afraid of? Uncle hasn't married that woman yet. As long as we prevent them from getting married, Uncle's connections and the Su family's wealth will still be ours." Su Jiaming interrupted his parents' argument with a gloomy expression. Su Fu and Yang Qinghua, who had been arguing, stopped and turned to look at their son standing behind them, his face somewhat frightening. "It's so easy to say. We don't even know who his girlfriend is. How can we prevent them from getting married?" Yang Qinghua's expression remained unpleasant. Su Jiaming sneered, "As long as we pay close attention, we'll definitely find that woman." Su Fu nodded in satisfaction. Apart from being a bit muddle-headed when it came to matters of the heart, his son had inherited all of Su Fu's traits. The atmosphere in the large living room of the Su family's old Western-style house was somewhat tense. Old Madame Su spoke first, her voice filled with anger. "If I had known Su Fu was this kind of person, I shouldn't have adopted him in the first place. I never expected to raise such an ungrateful child. He probably wishes my Xiaonan would never get married or have children." Old Master Su sighed, holding his wife's hand, and said, "All right, don't be angry. We can just have less contact with their family in the future." Su Nan, seeing his distressed parents, comforted them, "Dad, Mom, you don't need to be so sad about this. Even your own children can be ungrateful, let alone someone who isn't your biological son." Old Madame Su sighed sadly, "You're right. I'll listen to you and not be angry. By the way, when are you going to marry Xiao Mo?" Old Madame Su asked her son, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Nan's eyes softened. "I'll try my best, but she's busy with the college entrance exam right now, so the marriage might not be possible so soon. But I'll try to bring her home to meet you as soon as possible." "Xiao Mo is taking the college entrance exam? That's wonderful. I thought she was a good girl the first time I met her." "You have good grades, so if she encounters any difficulties, you must help her study hard," Old Madame Su happily instructed her son. Su Nan nodded, looking at his mother with surprise. "Mom, I thought you'd be unhappy to hear that Xiao Mo is taking the college entrance exam. What's there to be unhappy about? That child is determined to take the college entrance exam, so of course I support her. It's just a few years later in marriage, what's the big deal? As long as I don't lose this daughter-in-law, that's all that matters. Anyway, I've waited so many years, what's a few more?" Old Madame Su said with a carefree expression. The next day, just as dawn broke, Liemo got up and dressed. She ate breakfast with her second brother, and then they set off for the county town on the dilapidated bicycle he'd only been working for a few days and had salvaged from a junkyard. An hour later, her second brother asked, looking at her insistence on getting off at the town entrance with concern, "Little sister, are you sure you don't need me to take you there?" "Really, no need, second brother. You go to work first. Don't blame me for not reminding you, if you don't leave soon, you'll be late and have your wages docked." Liemo smiled at him. Chapter 38 Don't embarrass yourself. After hesitating for a moment, Li Urge could only remind her again, "Then be careful. If anything happens, come find me at the department store." "Okay, hurry up and go to work." Liemo smiled and nodded while pushing his back. After Li Urge's figure on his bicycle disappeared into the distance, Liemo walked towards the theater. Halfway there, she was tempted by the meat buns on the roadside and couldn't help but buy 2 more, eating them as she continued walking. By the time she reached the theater, her stomach was almost full. The theater here was equivalent to a large hall in later times. When she arrived, there were 7 or 8 cars parked at the entrance, and hostesses were greeting guests. However, when she saw one of the hostesses standing at the entrance greeting guests, only one question flashed through her mind: are the requirements for hiring people here so low? How come they even hired Li Meng as a hostess? At this moment, Li Meng, standing at the door in a red dress, also saw Li Mo walking towards them. She glanced down at her own outfit, the most beautiful one she'd ever worn in her 20 years of life. Even Su Jianming couldn't take his eyes off her when he saw her in it. Then she looked at Li Mo, who was walking towards them, dressed in old clothes typical of rural girls, and a sense of superiority surged through her. Li Mo, walking towards the theater, raised an eyebrow in confusion. What was going on? She seemed to see a look of superiority directed at her in Li Meng's eyes. Before she could figure out what was happening, she was stopped at the door by Li Meng. "Cousin, this is a place only important people come to. You don't have an invitation, and you don't even have a job. How can you come in? Stop making a scene, go back quickly, don't embarrass yourself," Li Meng said deliberately, raising her voice. Li Mo saw the superiority in her eyes and finally confirmed that she hadn't misjudged. Her cousin was indeed showing off her superiority. Because she deliberately spoke loudly, passers-by entering the theater cast curious glances in their direction. Li Meng glanced at the passers-by who had stopped and were looking at them, a slight smile playing on her lips. Finally, she could embarrass Li Mo for once. Li Mo glanced at her, a smirk playing on her lips. "Who said I didn't have an invitation? Open your eyes and look carefully, isn't this an invitation?" Li Meng glanced at it lightly, a disdainful laugh on her face. "Cousin, why are you humiliating yourself like this? This invitation is definitely fake. I told you it's embarrassing enough that you're embarrassing yourself, but to make up a fake invitation like this is truly shameful." She had heard from Su Jianming that invitations here were extremely difficult to obtain, even he hadn't managed to get one. How could Li Mo, an unemployed person, have the ability to get an invitation here? Absolutely impossible. Li Mo realized that this woman was here to cause trouble. She looked back. There were hardly any people going in anymore, so the time for entry was probably almost over. "Get out of my way, I don't have time to play with you here, move aside." With that, Li Mo forcefully pushed her aside and strode inside. Li Meng immediately rushed forward and grabbed her arm, her tone becoming increasingly aggressive. "Li Mo, you can't go in. If you don't listen, don't blame me, your cousin, for having to stand up for you and have you kicked out." Seeing that her time to go in was running out, Li Mo angrily turned and slapped her across the face. "Are you blind? Let me tell you, if you dare delay my time to make money, believe me, I'll slap you twice more." Li Meng touched her slapped cheek, stunned for a moment, looking incredulous. "You hit me? What a joke, do I need to decide when to hit you? I'll say it again, take your hand away, do you hear me?" She pointed to the hand on her arm. Comrade Li Meng, it seems we've made a mistake, is the invitation in her hand real?" Just then, the female comrade standing with Li Meng as an etiquette hostess leaned over and whispered in her ear. Li Meng's face turned red with anger, and her voice was somewhat hysterical. "How could that be? She's just a good-for-nothing lazy bum. How could she possibly have an invitation to get in here?" The female comrade was startled by her crazy appearance and quickly ran to call for help. "Comrade Li Mo, what are you still doing here? It's about to start inside." Just then, Lu Qingyun, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, came out from inside. Li Mo gave him a helpless look. "I was stopped by a vicious dog." After saying that, she pointed to Li Meng, who was holding her hand and wouldn't let go. Li Meng looked at Lu Qingyun, who came out, pale-faced, and wanted to argue in her heart. "Comrade, she tried to get in with a fake invitation, and I stopped her. She even hit me just now." After saying that, she showed the side of her face where she had been slapped, clearly showing 5 finger marks. Lu Qingyun glanced at the injury on her face with a casual look. and said in a serious tone, "Her invitation can't be fake. This invitation is from me to Comrade Liam-o, it couldn't be more real." Li Meng shook her head vigorously, looking at Liam-o with jealousy. Why? Why could Liam-o go into such a high-class place, while she could only stand at the door greeting guests, working as a doorman? It was so unfair. "Comrade, can you release the translator I hired now?" Seeing that she still refused to let go, Lu Qingyun looked at her with a gloomy face. "She's actually the translator here? How is that possible?" Li Meng let go of her hand, looking utterly dejected, her mind filled with resentment at God's unfairness towards her. Liam-o glanced at her, initially wanting to slap her again for delaying her earnings, but seeing her utterly defeated state, she decided to show mercy this time. "Let's go, ignore her, let's go in," Liam-o said to Lu Qingyun. Just as they entered the theater, Liam-o faintly heard a scolding voice behind them. "Li Meng, what kind of job are you doing? You were hired as an usher to entertain esteemed guests, not to cause trouble for them. Let me tell you, if you can't even handle this, you can forget about getting paid today." Liam-o turned around and saw Li Meng being berated by a balding middle-aged man, but this was irrelevant to her, as she had more important matters to attend to. Chapter 39, What's her background? Upon entering the theater, Liam-o quickly found her boss, a rather beautiful middle-aged woman, through Lu Qingyun's introduction. "Xiao Mei, this is the translator I'm introducing to you. Her name is Liam-o. Her English is very good, so you can rest assured," Lu Qingyun explained. Xin Mei looked in the direction he indicated, a polite and attractive smile on her face. "Hello, my name is Xin Mei. I'll be relying on you for the translation." Liam-o slightly raised the corner of her eye, revealing a polite smile that was neither excessive nor perfunctory. "Hello, Comrade Xin, my name is Liam-o. I will do my best." "Old Lu, thank you for this. I'll treat you to dinner another time. I'll take Comrade Xiao-mo to meet the guests now." After speaking with Lu Qingyun, Xin Mei quickly led Liam-o to meet the foreign businessmen who were talking with wine glasses not far away. During the translation, Liam-o learned that her client was there to attract foreign investment. This translation took an hour. During the break, Xin Mei handed Liam-o a pastry, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Your translation skills are excellent. Old Lu has finally recommended a reliable person to me this time." Liam-o took the pastry, saying, "Thank you." Just as the two were eating, a commotion suddenly came from a hidden entrance of the theater. Liam-o looked up curiously, and her eyes narrowed as she followed a figure being escorted in by several men in black suits. No wonder the silly boy said he wanted her to attend an event yesterday. It turned out to be this. What a coincidence. At that moment, an admiring voice rang in her ears. "The man being escorted in by those bodyguards is surnamed Su. He developed many of our country's major patents. However, he's quite mysterious and rarely interacts with people. I didn't expect him to be here at today's event." Xin Mei followed her gaze, explaining as she ate her pastry. Liam-o was slightly shocked. She had guessed that her partner wasn't a simple person, but she hadn't expected him to be this extraordinary. After finishing the pastry in her hand, Liam-o continued to follow Secretary Shen and translate. This time, she worked until the very end. Afterwards, Liam-o finally received her payment for her hard work. "Isn't this too much? Wasn't it supposed to be 100 yuan? Why is there 10 yuan more?" Looking at the extra 10 yuan in her hand, Liam-o looked at the young man who had paid her. "The money. Secretary Shen instructed me to. She said you translated very well today and even helped Xing County get several large orders. This is a small reward for you. Also, Secretary Shen wanted to ask if you could leave your contact information so that she can contact you directly if she needs help again," the young man said with a smile. Liam-o readily wrote down her home phone number. After leaving the theater, Liam-o was about to go home when she heard a commotion at the entrance where another VIP was entering and exiting. Curious, she stopped to look, and there she saw a familiar figure again. This time, she saw all the important figures and bigwigs she had met with Secretary Shen earlier that day respectfully accompanying him, treating him like a distinguished guest. The scene of being surrounded by such entourage rivaled that of an ancient emperor's procession. She only slowly withdrew her gaze after that figure got into a car parked at the theater entrance. Having made some money today, Liu Mo specifically went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 3 gin of pork belly on her way back. She was also particularly lucky today. The cooperative was selling mutton, and she ended up buying half a leg of lamb as well. Fortunately, the rationing system was slowly easing, otherwise, she certainly wouldn't have been able to buy everything she needed without several ration coupons. Carrying these 2 bags, she finally managed to catch an ox cart passing through Lijiazwang at the last minute. The ox cart moved slowly along the way, occasionally bouncing, and just as she was about to fall asleep, she finally heard the old man driving the cart announce that they had arrived at Lijiazwang. Because she was carrying bags in both hands when she entered the village, Liu Mo was stopped by many villagers on her way back and bombarded with questions. Fortunately, she managed to brush them off by saying she had only bought some cheap goods. Finally arriving home, she closed the gate as soon as she entered the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, her sister-in-law, who was home that day, came out of the house. "Little sister, why did you buy so much stuff?" She immediately offered to help carry the bags. Liu Mo didn't stand on ceremony and handed her a bag. "I made some money today, so I bought some meat to treat everyone." Her sister-in-law smiled and said, "You're the one who should be rewarded the most, we haven't helped you much." Her sister-in-law's smile almost reached her ears. Since her sister-in-law changed, she had been taking care of almost all the meat in the house. Even her 2 rather thin children had gained weight from eating meat so often for the past month. "Let's all treat each other," Liu Mo said with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you can arrange the meat yourself. I'll go check on my 3rd brother." She glanced at the room on the left and then handed another bag to sister-in-law Li. Sister-in-law Li, seeing that this bag also contained meat, smiled even more happily. "Okay, go ahead. I'll make lunch." Liu Mo thanked her and immediately turned to walk towards the left. Just as she approached the door, she heard a suppressed cough coming from inside. These past 2 days, because of the sudden cold weather, her 3rd brother's congenital ailment had flared up again. Every time she got up to use the bathroom at night, she could hear him coughing. "3rd brother, I'm coming in." After the coughing stopped, Liu Mo knocked twice on the door. A moment after she called out, Li Sang's voice responded from inside, "I'm here, come in." Liu Mo pushed open the door, a slight smile playing on her lips. Stepping inside, she called out to him, who was sitting there, "3rd brother, I'm back." Li Sang sat by the window, his face pale, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. "Seeing you so happy, it seems today's translation went very well," he said with a smile. Liu Mo walked to his side, feigning surprise, and said, "3rd brother, how did you know? You're amazing. You guessed it right away." Li Sang smiled, his tone indulgent, still as mischievous as when you were a kid. Chapter 40. Liu Mo smiled at his pale face and said with concern, "3rd brother, let's go to the hospital. Don't delay." Li Sang smiled and nodded, replying softly, "Okay." Liu Mo looked at him in surprise, blinking twice. "3rd brother, you agree?" It's no wonder she was surprised. According to the original owner's memories, this 3rd brother had always seemed quite resistant to going to the doctor. Li Sang looked at her gaping mouth, which could fit an egg, and shook his head with a smile. "Before, I refused to go to the doctor because I was worried about the family's money. If I used the money for treatment, the whole family would starve. But now it's different. I know the family has money now, and I want to live." Before, he felt that living with this illness was a burden on his family, and it would be better for them to die sooner. But now, seeing his younger sister working so hard to help him with his illness, he wanted to live. He wanted to live on and support his sister in the future. "3rd brother, it's good that you think this way. Then it's settled. I'll arrange a hospital and specialist for you. Trust me, I will definitely help you cure this illness." She patted her chest and told him. Third brother Lee looked at her affectionately and smiled, softly replying, "Third brother believes in you." At lunchtime, a large pot of braised pork was cooked on the Lee family's table. Everyone in the family, except for second brother Lee, ate until their bellies were round. After eating those 3 pounds of meat, everyone felt like their stomachs were full of oil. Lee Mo rubbed her bloated stomach and almost vomited a mouthful of oil after burping. That burp made her never want to eat such greasy pork belly again in her life. "I won't eat this pork belly anymore, it's too oily," she complained to her mother, rubbing her stomach. Lee's mother looked at her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "You're just too lucky. A month ago, our family couldn't even afford meat for a month. You spendthrift, and now you're complaining about it." Lee Mo pressed her hand to her chest, afraid she'd burp again, and suddenly remembered her second brother's blind date. "Mom, how's my second brother's situation going?" she asked, straining her ears. Lee's mother stopped washing the dishes and thought for a moment before answering, "I secretly went to Lou's village. The family the matchmaker introduced is a patriarchal family. They have 5 daughters. The girl they introduced to your second brother is the eldest. I inquired around the village, matchmakers from all around have introduced her to the girl, but they've all been scared off by their exorbitant dowry." "What does my second brother think?" Lee Mo asked. She felt that the most important thing was her second brother's opinion. As long as he didn't have this idea, the tragic ending in the book could be avoided. Him? Now his mind is completely focused on that girl. "I heard she even asked to meet him today," Lee's mother said with a sneer. She finally understood what it meant for her son to forget his mother once he had a wife. "What? My second brother is going to see that woman? When? Where? Mom, do you know?" Lee Mo was startled and grabbed her mother's hand, pressing for answers. Lee's mother looked at her daughter, who seemed desperate, and laughed, "You silly child, your second brother is going to see the woman he likes. Why are you so agitated?" Lee Mo gave a bitter smile, inwardly crying out, "Mom, how can you tell I'm agitated? I'm clearly terrified. Mom, tell me quickly where my second brother is meeting Lu Chunhua. I need to talk to him," Lee Mo asked anxiously, still holding her hand. Lee's mother replied, "He didn't say much about it, only that he was going to see Lu Chunhua today, and he seemed quite happy about it." Lee Mo let go of her hand and hurriedly interrupted, "I know, Mom. I'm going out for a bit later. If I come back too late, don't wait for me for dinner." With that, she turned and ran out of the kitchen. There were definitely no ox carts to take her to the county town at this hour. After thinking for a moment, Lee Mo took out a piece of paper from the house and dialed the phone number on it. The phone rang 5 or 6 times before finally being answered. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" Lee Mo remembered that Sunan had mentioned hiring a caregiver for his 2 elderly relatives. Hearing the voice, she quickly guessed who it was. "Hello, I'm looking for Comrade Sunan. Is he home?" The other person replied, "Xiaonan is home. Please wait a moment, I'll call him for you." Lee Mo held the receiver for about half a minute before the phone was answered again. This time, the voice she knew was finally hers. "Hello, this is Sunan. Who is this?" Hearing this deep voice, Lee Mo's lips curved into a smile, and she softly replied, "It's me, Lee Mo." Sunan happily gripped the phone, his voice a little excited. "Comrade Xiao Mo, is that you? You finally called me." Ever since he gave out his phone number, heaven knows he would sit by the phone whenever he was home, hoping to receive her call as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he had never received one. Hearing his excitement at receiving her call, Lee Mo couldn't help but smile broadly. "Don't worry, I'll call you often from now on. But I need your help with something right now, is that all right?" she asked, suppressing her smile. Sunan composed himself and replied seriously, "Of course, go ahead." Lee Mo smiled slightly. He was indeed the man she'd fallen for at first sight, his decisive personality was exactly what she liked. "I need to go to the county town for something. Can you send a car to pick me up? She asked. No problem, give me half an hour, I'll be right there. He agreed without asking any questions or even thinking. Liam felt a warmth in her heart at his thoughtfulness. Thank you. After hanging up, Liam spoke a few words to her nephew, Li Xiaotian, before secretly going to old Li's house. Before she even got close, she heard a commotion of chickens running and dogs barking and cursing coming from old Li's yard. You brat. We haven't had meat in the house for half a month. You have money but you don't use it to buy meat for your brothers, instead you take it to buy new clothes for yourself. You wasteful good for nothing. I'll beat you to death. In the yard, old Mrs. Li chased after Li Meng with a thick stick. Li Meng, clutching a torn new dress, glared resentfully at old Mrs. Li chasing after her. Why should I give it to you? That's my own money, I can spend it however I want. She gripped the new dress tightly, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Why could Liam wear new clothes every month or two? She had only earned a little money and bought a dress she liked, and this old woman was making a scene. Chapter 41 Good Sister-in-Law. Old Mrs. Li was furious that Li Meng dared to talk back to her. She was about to grab her stick and chase after her when the loud noise of the door being kicked open startled her, causing her to drop the stick. Liam kicked open the door, her face ashen, and strode towards Li Meng. She grabbed Li Meng's hair and demanded, I'm asking you, where did Lu Chunhua take my second brother? Tell me now. Old Mrs. Li, seeing her formidable granddaughter Liam, quickly turned and ran back into the house. Li Meng was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but curse, Liam, are you crazy? Let go of my hair. You won't talk, huh? Fine. Slap, slap. 2 slaps landed one after the other, clearly echoing in the suddenly quiet courtyard. You hit me again? You've hit me twice today. Li Meng stared at her, her eyes filled with resentment. Liam sneered, so what if I hit you? If you don't tell the truth, I'll ruin your face, just you wait. Li Meng held back her tears, covering her face with her hands, looking at her with terror. She couldn't afford to lose her face, she needed it to escape her current miserable life. Fine, I'll tell you. She arranged to meet your second brother at the Spring Hotel. She bit her lip, her face full of resentment. Hearing the name hotel, Li Mo's eyes flashed with anger. What a vicious scheme. This was a direct attempt to frame her second brother for indecent assault. Who came up with this scheme? She asked through gritted teeth. Li Meng stammered, barely managing to utter a few words. Liam sneered. Did she need to explain her obvious attempt to cover up her blunder? Liam clenched her fist tightly and swiftly and accurately struck Li Meng's cheeks. Liam, why did you hit me again? Didn't I tell you what you wanted to know? Why did you hit me again? Li Meng shouted angrily at her, her cheeks burning with pain. I'll hit you whenever I want, what's the big deal? She shook her right hand, hitting someone was too much for her hand, it hurt terribly. Also, don't use your dirty, shameful thoughts on my family again. If there's a next time, it won't just be a slap, you hear me? Liam stepped forward and slapped her face, giving her a cold warning. Li Meng stared at her cousin, who was right in front of her, her face pale, her pupils constricted, her limbs rooted to the spot. A terrible thought flashed through her mind, did her cousin know something? Checking the time, Liam sneered, didn't look at her again, and strode away from old Li's yard. Sure enough, as soon as she reached the front door, she heard a car horn behind her. Worried about her second brother, Liam didn't even go inside her house. She ran straight to the car heading towards the Li family home. The driver stopped in time. Sunan immediately opened the car door and ran to catch Liam as she ran towards them. Slow down, don't fall. Liam grabbed his hand tightly. I can't run slower, if I run slower, something bad will happen to my second brother. Do you know the Spring Inn? Take me there quickly. Sunan's expression turned serious. He took her hand in his large hand and said in a reassuring voice, don't rush, get in the car with me. I'll call the driver to take us there now. After they got in the car, it turned around and quickly drove out of the village. Not long after the car drove away, Lee's mother came out looking bewildered. That's strange. I thought I heard Sue's car just now, but it's gone now. This time the car sped up considerably, taking only about half an hour to reach the county town. Fortunately, the driver was from the county town, and it only took a few minutes to reach the Spring Hotel after entering the city. Liam-O got out of the car as soon as it stopped and stood at the hotel entrance, inwardly furious at her second brother's love-struck mind. This place looked like a disreputable place, and her brother had actually agreed to come here. He was practically courting death. Just as she was about to rush inside, a large hand suddenly grabbed her arm. She turned around, puzzled, to look at the owner of the hand. Brother Sue, why are you pulling me? Sunan gently squeezed her palm. Don't worry, wait a moment, I've called someone over. Liam-O hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful, and gave him a thumbs up, asking curiously, who did you call? He's a serving police officer, he replied softly. Liam-O's smile froze instantly. She gripped his hand tightly and said anxiously, are you trying to get my second brother killed? If the police come, he'll be in jail even more. Sunan chuckled and patted her uneasy shoulder. Don't worry. If what you're saying is true, the police are needed right now. Besides, he's a friend of mine. He won't arrest people randomly. Liam-O looked at him with a skeptical expression. Just then, an excited male voice drifted over from not far away, Comrade Sunan. The two stopped talking and turned to look behind them. Liam-O saw a tall man in plainclothes running towards them. Comrade Sunan, long time no see. When I received your call, I couldn't quite believe you would call me. Lu Xing rubbed his hands together, although only the corners of his mouth moved, it betrayed his inner elation. Sunan stepped forward and patted Lu Xing on the shoulder, speaking politely but sincerely, Comrade Lu Xing, it's been so many years, how have you been? Fine, very well. Thanks to you last year, with your help, I solved a major case, and now I'm a junior captain, Lu Xing said softly, shaking his hand gratefully. Seeing that the two seemed about to chatter on and on, Liam-O kept glancing at the nearby Spring Hotel, truly afraid that if they went in any later, her second brother would really be set up by Lu Chunhua and her lover. Gentlemen, time is of the essence. Can we talk about this after things are settled? She said apologetically, interrupting their reminiscing. She really needed to rush to save a life. Only then did Lu Xing notice a young woman standing beside them, and that this woman seemed to have been with Comrade Sunan the whole time. Comrade Sunan, is this your wife? He asked uncertainly. Sunan blushed, covered his mouth with his hand, coughed lightly, and explained unhurriedly, no, this is my girlfriend, Liam-O. Lu Xing stepped forward warmly and shook hands with Liam-O, saying, hello, sister-in-law. Chapter 42. You guys have gone too far. As for Sunan's explanation, he automatically ignored it. Anyway, if someone as detached as Comrade Sunan could admit to this identity, then the identity of his sister-in-law must be true. He was just calling her that now. I'm not sister-in-law, Liam-O explained a few words, then suddenly stopped and nodded in acknowledgement of the title. Oh well, sister-in-law it is then. As long as he can take her upstairs to rescue her second brother quickly, that's fine. Comrade Lu Xing, my second brother is upstairs. He may have been targeted by a couple in a honey trap. Please help him. She pointed to the hotel in front of them and told him. Lu Xing's face turned serious, and he assured her with a righteous expression, don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll take care of this. You and Comrade Sunan come with me now to see what's going on. Okay, thank you. Liam-O nodded. Soon, under the guidance of Lu Xing, an on-duty police officer, the hotel staff did not stop them at all and even took the initiative to tell Lee's second brother their room number. Upon reaching the second floor, Liam-O finally understood the real reason Sunan had called Lu Xing for help. His connections certainly made things much easier. In room 203, the three had just stood at the door, not yet ready to carry out their next move, when they heard the sound of glass being violently slammed to the floor. Their expressions changed. Li Mo was about to rush in when she suddenly heard Lu Xing say, "You two step back a bit, I'll break the door open." Sunan grabbed the anxious Li Mo, gently patting her hand to reassure her, "Don't worry, second brother will be all right." Lu Xing, true to his police profession, effortlessly smashed open the hotel room door with his arm. The moment the door opened, the couple inside, who had been committing their crime, turned pale with fright. Li Mo rushed in and immediately saw her second brother sitting in the corner, his hands and feet bound, his mouth gagged and unable to speak, his face covered in blood. Second brother. Li Mo's mind went blank for a moment, then her eyes turned red as she glared at the couple Lu Xing had restrained. She rushed forward and slapped the woman several times in the face, knocking her to the ground. Then she turned and kicked the man between the legs with all her might. In that instant, everyone present seemed to hear the sound of an egg cracking. Lu Xing was so frightened that he quickly clamped his legs together, looking pitifully at Sunan standing to the side. How could such a gentle and refined Sunan have found such a fierce partner? If the couple ever quarreled, how badly would Sunan be beaten? Sunan suppressed a laugh and stepped forward to hug Li Mo, who was about to rush forward to hit someone. "Don't hit him anymore. If you keep hitting him, he might be crippled. Let's check on second brother first." Sunan's words quickly brought Li Mo back to reality, reminding her of her second brother sitting in the corner with his face covered in blood. Second brother. She immediately ran to the corner and removed the rag from his mouth, then loosened the shackles. "Little sister, you're here. Second brother almost didn't see you again." Li Urge looked shaken, grabbing Li Mo's hand and crying with red eyes. Li Mo touched his face anxiously and asked, "Second brother, what happened to the blood on your face? Where are you hurt?" Li Urge wiped his face with his sleeve, only then noticing that the cuff was covered in bright red blood. He then remembered that he had injured the man who was tying him up while resisting. The injury on his face wasn't his own. "It's nothing, this blood isn't mine, it's his." Li Urge gritted his teeth, glaring at the man subdued by Lu Xing. Just then, Lu Chunhua, disheveled and kneeling, grabbed Li Urge's hand and pleaded pitifully, "Li Jianguo, He Xiong and I know we were wrong. We won't do it again. Please ask them to let us go." Li Urge looked at her with heartache. "Lu Chunhua, I never thought you were this kind of person. I originally planned to spend my life with you. When you asked me to come here, I was quite happy, thinking you genuinely wanted to be with me. I never imagined you were here to take my life." Lu Chunhua shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face, and explained regretfully, "I didn't want to either. I really had no choice. My family doesn't approve of my marriage with He Xiong. We were desperate and had no other option but to resort to this. You have a proper job at a department store, you can earn money. We just wanted some money from you for our elopement." Li Mo stepped forward, coldly looking at Lu Chunhua kneeling on the ground. She had to admit, this woman was indeed quite beautiful, no wonder she could bewitch her second brother so completely. "Lu Chunhua, if I hadn't led the men in today, you were planning to kill my second brother, weren't you?" She remembered that in the novel, Li Urge was imprisoned for manslaughter. However, the book didn't describe it much, and she didn't know the specifics. Lu Chunhua's face turned pale, and she stammered for a long time without uttering a single useful word. Li Urge looked up at the roof and sighed heavily. Under Lu Xing's arrest, Lu Chunhua and He Xiong were perfectly apprehended and taken to the police station for interrogation. Stepping out of the Spring Hotel, Li Urge suddenly felt as if he had been reborn. "Little sister, I don't plan to find a partner anymore. Women are too scary, especially the more beautiful the woman, the scarier she is," Li Urge said with lingering fear. Li Mo opened her mouth, then immediately pulled Sunan up beside her, signaling him to try and persuade him. Sunan smiled and patted Li Urge's shoulder, advising, "Second brother, there are still many good women in this world. We can't be afraid because of one bad apple. You've avoided the wrong person this time, but you'll definitely meet the right one next time." He then looked at Liam with deep affection, saying, "Actually, I used to think I would dedicate my life to my favorite career. But after meeting Comrade Xiao Mo, I realized that besides dedicating myself to my career, I can also have someone I love." This sudden, short confession made Liam a little shy, especially since he said it in front of her family. She felt her ears burning. Li glared angrily at the loving couple before him, then, on the verge of tears, pointed at them and accused, "How could you two do this? You know I was just dumped by a woman, and you're still acting so affectionate in front of me. It's too much." Liam withdrew her lingering gaze from Sunan, then gave her heartbroken brother a disdainful look. "Second brother, there's something I need to correct you on earlier. You weren't dumped. You and Lu Chunhua weren't even dating, so the word dumped doesn't apply to you." Chapter 43. What did you do? Li jumped up in anger, complaining sadly, "Little sister, you've gone too far. Why are you rubbing salt into my wounds? You know I'm so heartbroken, and instead of comforting me, you're doing this." Liam smiled at him without a hint of sympathy. "Second brother, remember this mess. Don't be so love-struck again. You might get someone's love, but they might take your life. Be careful." Li didn't say a word, just nodded in agreement. Little sister, I need to discuss something with you. Could you please not tell our family about this? It's too embarrassing." Li pleaded, looking embarrassed. Liam suppressed a laugh and agreed. "Get in the car, I'll take you home," Sunan said, standing by the open car door after the siblings finished speaking. Li's eyes lit up when he saw the car, instantly dispelling his gloom and distress. After getting into the car, Li showed no trace of his earlier sadness and distress, lovingly touching and examining the interior. "Brother-in-law, is this your car? I never imagined such an expensive car would be like this inside, it's amazing." After touching it, Li immediately turned to Sunan. "It's not my car, it's provided by my company," Sunan replied with a smile. "Your company is so nice, they even provided you with a car," Li said enviously. Liam, listening to their conversation, secretly glanced at Sunan beside her, recalling the scene at the theater earlier that day where he was being escorted away by those important figures. She couldn't help but wonder what this man she had met did for a living. On the way home, the topic of the car somewhat dispelled the memory of Li almost being harmed by his crush. By the time they arrived home, Li's face showed no trace of the terrible ordeal he had recently experienced. When Mr. and Mrs. Li saw Sunan arrive, they warmly welcomed him into their home. "Xiao Su, you've come at the perfect time. Xiao Mo bought half a leg of lamb at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative today, and we're preparing to roast it tonight. When we eat, will you have a couple of drinks with your uncle?" Mr. Li said happily. Sunan smiled like a gentle spring breeze, his deep voice carrying a gritty quality. "Okay." Mrs. Li, seeing Mr. Li constantly talking to her future son-in-law, Sunan, was both annoyed and anxious, giving him meaningful glances, but the man didn't seem to notice. She angrily walked over and pulled him aside, saying, "Come outside and help out. Xiao Mo can handle things, you don't need to get involved." Before Mr. Li could speak, Mrs. Li dragged him out of the main room. Liam smiled as she watched her lovely parents walk away, a warm feeling welling up inside her. In her previous life, she was an orphan and had never experienced the love and warmth of family. She never imagined that after coming here, everyone in her family would dote on her, making her truly feel loved. Pulling this thought back, Liam immediately felt a gentle gaze fixed on her. "Am I pretty?" She turned her head, instantly catching the gaze that hadn't had time to escape. Caught red-handed, Sunan's cheeks flushed slightly. "Pretty." Liam smiled, stood up, and sat on his lap, gently stroking his cheek with one hand. Then, "Comrade Su, how pretty am I?" Sunan froze, his legs stiffening, sitting ramrod straight, his hands nervously unsure whether to support her waist or leave them hanging by his sides. Seeing him like this, Liam couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected this man to be so innocent and adorable. A warm breath brushed against his ear, pulling Sunan back from his near absent-minded state. So beautiful, he said, blushing. Lee Mo chuckled softly, cupping his face in her hands. Their loving black eyes met, one pair filled with laughter, the other with shyness. His eyes were like bottomless pools, looking at them for too long felt like being drawn in. Lee Mo's eyebrows arched, and the next second, she kissed his lips forcefully. His lips were slightly cool, as if carrying a hint of mint. Sunan sat motionless in his chair, his mind blank at first, until the soft touch on his lips left, and he slowly began to savor the moment. When her lips touched his, it felt like tasting the sweetest candy in the world. This is your reward for saving my second brother today. It's a one-time thing, Lee Mo said, touching his lips. She never imagined a man's lips could be so soft and so easy to kiss. Damn it, his silly expression right now made her want to kiss him again. Sunan grabbed her hand, his eyes burning as he looked at her. Can we do it again? Lee Mo's lips curled into a smile. It seemed he was attracted by her reward. Are you sure you want to do it again? Aren't you afraid someone will see us? She asked, lifting his chin. Sunan swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. We can't worry about that right now. After asking, he buried his face in her neck and nuzzled her. Okay. She had barely finished answering when, the next second, his lips covered hers like a gust of wind. As their lips exchanged, their breathing became more careful than usual. They didn't know how much time had passed until they heard footsteps approaching from outside, at which point they blushed and released each other. When Lee walked in, he saw the two of them panting heavily, as if they had just run. Little sister, brother-in-law, did you two go for a run on my back? Why are you panting so much? Lee asked, feigning anger as he approached them. Lee Mo rolled her eyes at her clueless brother. Second brother, what are you doing here? Oh, Mom told me to come in and call you out for dinner. We're eating in the yard tonight. Mom roasted lamb, it smells amazing, Lee said with a smile. Come on, let's go eat roasted lamb. Lee Mo grabbed Sunan's hand, and the two of them ran out, leaving Lee behind. A roasted lamb leg weighed 5 or 6 pounds. After being roasted by Lee's mother, the lamb was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Instantly, the entire Lee family yard was filled with the aroma of roasted lamb. Before eating, Lee's father placed a large piece of roasted lamb on Sunan's plate. Little Sue, try your aunt's cooking. Chapter 44. That's what she deserves. Sunan quickly took the bowl and took a bite with relish. Delicious. Auntie's cooking is as good as the chef's at a state-run restaurant. Lee's mother blushed slightly at the praise and said with a smile, You child, how can you have such a sweet tongue? At this moment, besides the aroma of roasted mutton, the courtyard was filled with the cheerful laughter of the family. Just then, a knock sounded at the closed gate of the Lee family, instantly stopping the laughter inside. Lee's sister-in-law frowned. Could it be that the people at the old house smelled the fuss and came to cause trouble again? As soon as she said this, the faces of the Lee family members turned somewhat unpleasant. Lee's second brother immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand. I'll go open the door. After saying that, he walked towards the gate. Lee's second brother, who had been stern-faced, suddenly froze when he opened the gate. Who are you? Who are you looking for? He knew everyone in this village, but he seemed to have never seen these two elderly people in this village before. Madame Sue nudged her husband standing beside her. Old man, are you sure this is the place? Grandpa Sue, with a hint of uncertainty on his face, replied softly, It should be. Xiaoyi said this is the place, and didn't we inquire when we entered the village? There is indeed a woman named Lee Mo living here. Lee standing at the door, grinned at them upon hearing the name Lee Mo. Are you looking for Lee Mo? Lee Mo is my sister. Oh, so Lee Mo is your sister. That's wonderful. We're here to see Xiao Mo. Is she home? Madame Sue asked happily. Yes, she is. Please come in. Lee warmly invited the two elderly people into the house. The people sitting in the courtyard chatted quietly while observing Lee as he went to open the door. A moment later, they saw Li Urge leading the elderly couple in. "Little sister, these two elderly people say they're looking for you. Do you recognize them?" Li Urge called out to Li Mo as soon as he arrived. "Grandma." Her call startled Sunan, who was sitting next to her, so he immediately stood up. Grandma Su and Grandpa Su also noticed their youngest son was there. No wonder he'd disappeared all afternoon, he'd come here after all. "It's me, Xiao Mo. I brought my husband to your house for a visit. We won't be unwelcomed, will we?" Grandma Su smiled and stepped forward to shake her hand. "Of course you're welcome. Please, have a seat." Although Li Mo didn't know how the two elderly people had found their home, she felt obliged to help them sit down, as guests are guests. Grandpa Su and Grandma Su glanced furtively at their dumbfounded son across from them, secretly amused. It was their son's fault for not bringing them along when meeting his future daughter-in-law. They had no choice but to come looking for him themselves. Sunan was incredibly anxious. He never expected his own parents to come at this time, and he was worried that their relationship might be discovered at any moment. "Dad, Mom, do you remember the old lady I told you about who wanted to adopt me as her goddaughter? This is her," Li Mo introduced to her parents. Upon hearing this, Li's parents both looked over to welcome them. Li's mother began, "Auntie, the child has already told us about wanting to adopt my daughter as her goddaughter, and we didn't object. Why don't we take advantage of this meeting between the two families and finalize the matter, so the child can recognize you as her god-grandparents?" "No." Two vehement voices of opposition rang out simultaneously. Li Mo looked at one of the voices, puzzled. "Comrade Sunan, why are you so agitated in saying no?" Sunan glanced at his parents, looking bewildered, and stammered, "I just feel that this matter seems quite serious, you two should consider it carefully." Old Madame Su quickly nodded, yes, there's no rush. We'll talk about it later. I came here today to meet Xiao Mo. I like her quite a bit. As for adopting her as a goddaughter, we'll talk about that later." What a joke. She didn't know this girl was her son's crush before, which is why she was thinking of adopting her as a goddaughter. Sunan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she didn't become a goddaughter, otherwise he'd never have a wife in his life. Hearing her son's secret sigh of relief, old Madame Su secretly shook her head and smiled. This silly boy seemed to have truly fallen for Xiao Mo. "Dear Xiao Mo's mother, are you satisfied with your future son-in-law?" She almost called him mother-in-law just now, but luckily she corrected herself in time. After asking, old Madame Su secretly glanced at her silly son, who was sitting upright, and smiled. Li's mother looked at Sunan, her future son-in-law, with satisfaction. "Of course I'm satisfied. This child is good. It's a blessing that my Xiao Mo was able to find him as her partner." Hearing this answer, old Madame Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiao Mo was definitely going to be her daughter-in-law. The meeting between the two families lasted until after 10 o'clock. In the middle of the night, while everyone was asleep, Li Mo sneaked out of the house and made her way to old Li's house under the dim moonlight. Although Li Urge's incident today was a close call, it was ultimately related to Li Meng. She couldn't sleep all night without getting revenge. Under the moonlight, she boldly posted several large posters on the 4 walls outside old Li's house. 20 minutes later, after doing all this, Li Mo secretly climbed over the wall again and went straight back to Li's house. When she entered the room, Li Sange, who was lying in the next room, suddenly opened his eyes, and a doting smile slowly appeared on his lips. The next day, Li Mo got up and ate breakfast alone as usual. Her family ate breakfast too early, and as someone who didn't have to work in the fields and slept in, she couldn't eat at the same time as them. Just as she started eating, Li Xiaotian ran home, his face flushed. "Auntie, great news. Do you want to hear it?" Li Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yes, tell me." Li Xiaotian grinned, his little hands and mouth working together perfectly as he began to speak. "Li Meng has gotten herself into big trouble this time. This morning, everyone in the village saw the big poster on old Li's wall, saying that Li Meng had stolen wild dendrobium orchids from the mountain. Now the village chief is taking her in for questioning. Oh, she deserves it. Li Mo's lips curled slightly, a feeling of vindication flashing through her mind. Chapter 45. Aren't men hard to find? Given Li Meng's malicious intentions towards her family, simply writing down what she did in the book on a big character poster was already the greatest mercy she could show her. She just wondered if she had gone up the mountain to dig for wild dendrobium at this time. Just then, she saw her third brother come out of the room. Third brother, shall we go to the county town today? She finished the last few bites of breakfast in her bowl, wiped her mouth, and immediately ran to her third brother to ask. Seeing her chubby cheeks, her third brother smiled indulgently. Eat slowly, don't choke. Li Mo immediately swallowed the food in her mouth and smiled at him. I'm done eating, third brother, you haven't answered me yet, do you want to go? Okay, third brother will go with you. He knew that his little sister was worried about this illness. If this trip to the town could cure him, all the better, if not, it would give her a reason to let go. Li Mo's face lit up with joy. She immediately ran back into the house to get enough money, and after telling her nephew a few words about what to do with her mother, she helped her pale-faced third brother slowly out of the village. As they passed old Li's house, Li Mo could still hear Li Meng's heart-wrenching cries drifting from inside. Who cut my hair like this? Li Mo's lips curled into a smug smile, inwardly cursing him for it. Little sister, actually, we can be even more ruthless when dealing with bad guys. Leaving them a way out is leaving ourselves a crisis, you know? Li's third brother's lips curled into a calm smile. Li Mo stopped in her tracks, her bright eyes filled with panic as she looked at him. Could it be? Could it be what she thought? Did her third brother know that she was the one who cut Li Meng's hair? Third brother, why are you saying these things to me? She asked, feigning ignorance. Looking at his younger sister who blinked innocently, Li Sange finally chuckled softly and played along, saying, I'm just worried you'll get bullied, so I'm teaching you how to deal with bad guys. Li Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had been overthinking things. Her brother knew nothing. Okay, I'll remember. Thank you, brother. Now she finally understood the description of her brother in the book, sickly but quick-witted, the most intelligent person in the family. The two siblings walked to the village entrance and boarded a passing ox cart, slowly heading towards the county town. At first, Li Mo was a little worried that her brother's body wouldn't be able to withstand such a long ox cart ride, but fortunately, he was quite resilient. Apart from coughing a few times along the way, he was fine until they reached their destination. Having finally arrived in the city, Li Mo looked at her pale-faced third brother with concern. Third brother, how are you feeling? Is anything bothering you? I'm fine, don't worry too much about me. My body isn't in great shape, but it's not as fragile as you think. Third brother smiled at his worried little sister and reached out to ruffle her hair. I was just worried that sitting for such a long time might be too much for you. But thankfully we're at the hospital now, and we'll find a top specialist to see you soon. Saying this, she leaned closer to him and whispered, Third brother, don't worry about money. I brought some, quite a lot. Third brother looked tenderly at his little sister patting her pockets, but suddenly, his gentle gaze turned angry, and his sharp eyes fixed on a direction not far away. Third brother, what are you looking at? Li Mo turned her head curiously when he suddenly stopped talking. Don't look. Li San quickly turned her head back and stepped forward to block her view of the two figures she shouldn't be seeing. Li Mo hadn't thought anything of it at first, but Li San's actions made her even more curious about what was behind them that she shouldn't see. Third brother, what is it? Let me see too. She curiously pushed him away, her excited eyes immediately scanning the surroundings. A moment later, her gossipy gaze locked onto a couple not far away. Li Sange stared grimly at the couple talking not far away. Little sister, don't be sad. Maybe Sunan and that woman are just colleagues or something. They might be here for a medical appointment. Li Mo looked away, glancing at her worried brother, and smiled. It's alright, third brother. If Sunan really has some kind of unclear relationship with another woman, I definitely won't want him. In this world, two-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are easy to find, right? Lee Sange looked at his smiling sister and, seeing that she really didn't seem sad, breathed a sigh of relief. Since we've seen acquaintances, it wouldn't be right not to go up and say hello, third brother, don't you think? Lee Mo smiled at the man and woman opposite them. Lee Sange pursed his lips, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes as he looked at them. Whatever decision you make, little sister, third brother will support you. Lee Mo smiled at him, immediately walked past him, and strode towards the opposite side. At this moment, at the intersection south of the hospital, Sunan looked at the man in front of him with a grim expression. Lu Xiong, our relationship is merely that of superior and subordinate. This is the last time I'll help you. Also, go back to where you came from. Lu Xiong looked at his cold face, her expression full of resentment. Why, Director Su? I've liked you for so many years, why won't you even look at me? And now you're dating another woman? I'm not convinced. Why can't I? Sunan's face was ashen, his eyes devoid of any warmth as he looked at the woman in front of him. Lu Xiong, watch your words. You have no right to question my relationship with my partner. Oh, isn't this Comrade Sunan? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you at the hospital entrance. I hope I haven't disturbed your conversation. Lee Mo raised the corners of her mouth, but her eyes scrutinized the two of them. Brother Lee San stood behind her, looking at them coldly. Sunan stiffened, slowly turning around. After seeing who was standing behind him, he managed to say with difficulty, Xiao Mo, don't misunderstand, I have nothing to do with her. I didn't say you two had anything to do with each other, why are you so nervous? Lee Mo asked with a smile. Sunan felt a surge of anxiety. Although she was smiling, the smile on her face made him uneasy. I really have nothing to do with her, believe me. She's just a colleague. She was in a car accident, and I took her to the hospital to get treatment, that's all. He stepped forward and held her hand, explaining carefully. Seeing him almost sweating profusely, Lee Mo was already more than half convinced. Chapter 46. Stop fooling around. Lu Xiong, who had been ignored by them, finally saw clearly who this woman who had suddenly appeared was, and her gaze towards Lee Mo instantly became like a poisoned blade. You're Director Su's girlfriend, aren't you? Which school did you graduate from? Can you help him in his career? Lu Xiong stepped forward and asked Lee Mo a series of questions. Sunan frowned unhappily, and was about to step forward to stop her when suddenly his hand was gently pulled. He turned his head to look at Lee Mo, who had just pulled his hand. Lee Mo smiled at him, then pulled him behind her, facing the intruder with ill intentions. Comrade, you guessed right, I am Director Sunan's girlfriend. I can see that you seem to be interested in my boyfriend. What, trying to steal my boyfriend from me? Lee Mo looked at her and smiled. Lu Xiong's eyes darted away. She didn't expect this woman to be so direct in stating her intentions. A woman as vulgar as you're not suitable for Director Su at all. She finished speaking, her lips pressed into a thin line, looking at her with resentment. Lee Mo sneered, you're wrong about that. Sunan really likes me as his girlfriend. He can't live without me. Standing beside her, Sunan's ears turned red as he looked at her, his heart pounding. How could she know what he was thinking? Was this the reason for their telepathic connection? Lu Xiong saw Director Su gazing at Lee Mo with affectionate eyes, her shoulders trembling violently. She bit her lip tightly, you're talking nonsense. Director Su would never genuinely like a vulgar, uncultured woman like you. I'm the most suitable for him. With that, she lunged forward, shouting, it must be your face that's bewitching you. I'm going to ruin your face. Careful. Little sister, be careful. Lee Mo heard two concerned shouts simultaneously, but she ignored them. Her eyes, like an eagle locking onto its prey, were fixed on the approaching figure. Seizing the opportunity, she raised her foot and kicked directly in the stomach. Her sudden movement startled the two men who had rushed to protect her, leaving them frozen in place. Brotherly glanced at the woman lying on the ground, unable to get up for a while, and suddenly smiled, thinking to himself, no wonder she's Li Jianqi's little sister. Sunan stopped, his eyes coldly sweeping over the woman on the ground, then strode over to Li Mo. Xiao Mo, are you hurt? Hearing this, Lu Xiang, lying on the ground, pressed her hand to her abdomen, sadly raising her head, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Sunan, who was only concerned with others. Director Su, I'm the one who's hurt. She hit me. Sunan's cold gaze swept over her sitting on the ground, then you deserved it. Lu Xiang froze, biting her lip hard, her venomous gaze fixed on Li Mo. It was all this woman's fault. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have made such a fool of herself in front of Director Su. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Li Mo held up 2 fingers. Lu Xiang was so startled that she immediately looked away. Sunan bent down, his hands examining her legs as if they were precious treasures. Thank goodness, you're not hurt. Lu Xiang could only watch with resentment as the man she admired treated another woman so humbly. Stand up straight, I want you to kiss my cheek. Catching another restless gaze, Li Mo said to Sunan. Lu Xiang's eyes widened, inwardly scoffing. Sunan, being so principled, certainly wouldn't do as she said. This woman was just waiting to be embarrassed. The next second, she saw Sunan, who was usually as rigid as an old man, actually do as she said, kissing her cheek. Li Mo returned the kiss with satisfaction, then looked triumphantly at the woman staring at them with wide eyes. You're bullying me. I'm going home. Lu Xiang suddenly covered her mouth, sobs escaping between her fingers, before angrily turning and running away. Li Mo watched the departing figure with satisfaction, but the next second, her pretty face turned serious. Comrade Su, the person is already far away, can you let go of my hand now? Sunan's heart skipped a beat. Something was off about her tone. Xiao Mo, are you still angry? He walked up to her somewhat uneasily and asked. Oh no, what if he didn't know how to coax a woman? I'm not angry, I just didn't expect you to be so popular, Comrade Sunan. I even ran into your admirer at the hospital entrance. How come I'm so lucky? She stroked her chin with a hint of regret. Xiao Mo, don't be like that, I'm a little scared. Her calm tone made him even more uneasy. Just then, Li Sange couldn't help but cough. Li Mo then remembered the purpose of her visit. I'll settle this with you later. I need to take Sange to see a doctor, I can't talk to you anymore. She turned and walked towards Li Sange. Li Sange glanced displeasedly at Sunan, who was clinging closely to his younger sister. He had been quite satisfied with this future brother-in-law before, thinking he was reliable, but now it seemed he had to change his mind. Little sister, I think you shouldn't just date one person. You need to date a few to know which one is better. What do you think? Li Sange gave someone a meaningful look. Sunan became anxious, his tense eyes fixed on the silent Li Mo. Oh no, was Xiao Mo really going to listen to her third brother and date a few more people? Third brother, why are you joining in the fun here? Stop messing around. Li Mo glanced at her anxious follower beside her, looking at Li Sange with a wry smile. Li Sange snorted softly, serves him right, who told him to go and mess with other women. Reaching the courtyard gate, Li Mo stopped and looked at the man following her. I'm taking Sange to see a doctor, what are you doing following me? Are you bored? I just heard you say you were taking Sange to see a doctor. I know the hospital director here, I can ask him to help Sange find the best doctor here. He stepped forward and tugged at her sleeve. Li Mo raised an eyebrow, only then realizing that the man beside her was no ordinary person. Perhaps with his help, Sange's illness could indeed find a good doctor. Okay, then you can come along. Having figured out the benefits, she happily agreed. Okay. Sunan replied happily. Inside, Li Sange deliberately lagged behind, walking alongside Sunan. Sunan, I'm warning you, if you dare to wrong my little sister, I'll be the first to not let you off. he warned through gritted teeth. Sunan looked at the pale-faced Li Sange. From the moment he first entered the Li family, he knew that the most difficult person to deal with in this family was this man before him. Chapter 47. Are you jealous? Third brother, don't worry, I would never do anything to betray Xiao Mo in my life. What happened just now was really just a misunderstanding. He was practically swearing with 3 fingers raised. Third brother Li gave a half-believing snort and immediately quickened his pace to catch up with his younger sister who was walking ahead. Li Mo didn't know how the man beside her had managed it. The 3 of them had only waited for less than 10 minutes in the hospital when several men in white coats walked towards them in a large group. Comrade Su, are you feeling unwell? The middle-aged man at the head of the group walked up to Sunan and asked anxiously. Looking at their impressive appearance, Sunan wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Hadn't he told Dean Lu not to make such a big fuss? Dean Lu, didn't I only ask you to come alone? Why did you bring so many people? He pulled Dean Lu aside and whispered. Dean Lu said with an embarrassed expression, Comrade Su, you can't be careless about your health. If something happens to you, and the higher-ups find out, I'll be out of a job. Seeing this, Sunan didn't say anything more. I'm fine. I called to ask you to help me treat a relative. Dean Lu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it wasn't this important person who was ill. On the way here, he had already planned that if this important person had any health problems, he would report it to his superiors immediately to avoid any delay. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right, he said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Who needs to see a doctor? Dean Lu asked quickly after calming down. Brother Li looked at the team of doctors standing beside them, his eyes filled with scrutiny as he looked at Sunan and the dean, who were talking amongst themselves not far away. Little sister, how much do you know about Sunan? Brother Li leaned closer to his younger sister and asked softly. Li Mo smiled and asked, Third brother, why are you asking this? Third brother Li looked at his younger sister, who still hadn't figured things out, and sighed. Sure enough, his sister was still so naive. What if she got sold off if he, her third brother, wasn't watching over her? It seemed he really needed to stay alive. Nothing, third brother just wonders why even the hospital director here is so polite to Sunan. Third brother feels there's a big problem with your boyfriend's identity, third brotherly said tentatively. Li Mo glanced at her third brother, whose eyes were sharply fixed on Sunan, and sighed again. Sure enough, third brother was still third brother, he saw the problem immediately. Just then, someone among the doctors standing orderly called out, Shen Wen, how are you qualified to come with us? Hearing this name, Li Mo immediately looked in the direction of the voice and quickly saw a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses standing among the 5 doctors. Shen Wen, Li Mo murmured the name softly, and soon, all of this man's experiences flashed through her mind. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Wasn't this the male supporting character in the book who was willing to be a simp for Li Meng? In the book, she ultimately had her kidneys amputated thanks in part to Shen Wen. He was the one who found a doctor for Su Jianming to have her kidneys amputated, and Li Meng, through Shen Wen, gained access to many powerful figures. It could be said that Li Meng's later success was largely due to Shen Wen. I was wondering why there was a smell of pickled vegetables in our line, it turns out he's infiltrated. Another mocking voice came from the doctor's line. Shen Wen stood silently at the back of the line, as if these people weren't talking about him at all. Seeing this, Li Mo couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. No wonder he later became the founder of a nationwide chain of private hospitals. His ability to endure was already impressive. She looked at him again. Shen Wen was young now, lacking the depth described later in the book, and seemed easy to bully. Before she could think further, she heard Sunan talking to someone drifting over. Not far away, Dean Lu was walking towards them, talking to Sunan. Comrade Li, Comrade Su has already told me about your situation. I've arranged the best medical team for you, so you don't need to worry. Dean Lu said as he approached. Li Sange glanced at Sunan, who had somehow appeared beside his younger sister, and became increasingly curious about his identity. How could he summon the dean of this hospital with just a phone call? Okay, thank you for your trouble, Lee Sange said politely, suppressing his curiosity. Soon, Lee Sange was led to see a doctor by someone arranged by Dean Liu. Lee Mo wanted to follow, but before she could take 2 steps, Sunan pulled her arm, leading her away. The two quickly stood in a secluded corner. "What are you doing?" she asked, turning back to him in confusion. "Why were you looking at that other man for so long?" "Do you know him?" he asked, his voice muffled as he grabbed her hand. Lee Mo thought for a moment before realizing what he meant. "You mean what I was talking about when I looked at Shinwen?" "I don't know him, I just thought he was interesting, so I glanced at him a couple of times," she explained with a smile. Hearing this, Sunan still felt uneasy, as if something was pressing down on him, a dull, heavy feeling. Seeing him so dejected, Li Mo's eyes suddenly lit up, and she brought her face close to his. "Comrade Su, are you jealous about this?" Looking at her pretty face so close to his, Sunan finally understood why he felt so heavy-hearted. It was jealousy. "Yes, I'm jealous. I don't know why, but seeing you glance at another man makes my heart feel uneasy, like a stone is pressing down on it," he said honestly, taking her hand and placing it on his heart. He didn't know what was wrong with him. When facing his career, he was always confident, never even flinching when encountering difficulties. But when it came to her, he felt like a completely different person, constantly worrying about losing her. Sometimes, he even wondered if there were 2 different selves inside him. Lee Mo looked at his uneasy face, cupped his face in her hands, and gently traced his pale pink lips with her fingertips. The next second, she tiptoed and kissed him. Sunan's breath hitched, and he slowly went from passive to active, taking control of the kiss. He gently enveloped her slightly clumsy lips with his kiss soft and lingering. As their lips intertwined, his kiss carried an undeniable, controlling force. Chapter 48. Things aren't going well. Lee Mo, panting, could only pat his chest and beg for mercy. Sunan reluctantly released her, his burning gaze fixed on her lips. Finally able to breathe fresh air, Lee Mo looked at the man before her, whose expression hadn't changed much. "When did your kissing skills become so good?" Last time he was as clumsy as a chicken that had never kissed before, but this time he seemed like a pro, while she was the one who felt like the novice. "I went back to study," Sunan explained, patting her back to help her catch her breath. Lee Mo looked up at him in disbelief, at his calm demeanor. "You actually went to study for something like this? This idiot really takes everything so seriously, even something like this." "I want to give you the best of myself," he said earnestly. Lee Mo gave him a thumbs up in admiration, placing a hand on her lips to savor the kiss. She had to admit, this man had learned quite well, she seemed to have enjoyed it too. It was 10 minutes later when the two came out. When they found the office where Lee Sange was seeing a doctor, the doctor inside was explaining Lee Sange's condition to him. The doctor treating Lee Sange was an experienced overseas-trained doctor whom the hospital had recently brought back. His medical skills were top-notch. "The situation isn't good, sir. Your body is starting to struggle with age. If you don't get treatment soon you might not survive next year," the old doctor said earnestly, taking off his glasses. Lee Sange chuckled, his face showing no trace of sorrow at his impending death. "I know it's already a miracle I've lived this long, so doctor, could you please keep this a secret from my family? I don't want them to know I'm dying." The old doctor frowned slightly, displeased. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I say you were going to die?" Lee Sange's expression froze. "Didn't you just say that I wouldn't live past next year?" The old doctor's cheeks puffed up with anger. "I said if you don't get treatment soon, you won't survive next year. That's all. I have more to say. If you get treatment in time, although you might not live to be 100, you should at least die a natural death." 3 black lines appeared on Lee Sange's face. "Doctor, can you please not breathe so heavily when you speak? It's terrifying." The old doctor laughed loudly. "It's your fault for not letting me finish. How can you blame me? He rolled his eyes. It's strange, really. Given your premature birth, it's rare for someone to live to your age. Have you seen any other skilled doctors? No, my family only took my third brother to the local clinic a few times, but we couldn't afford it, so we haven't gone back. We've only come here now. Liam, who had almost choked on her breath at the doorway from the old doctor's words, thankfully escaped unharmed. Hearing the old doctor's question, she quickly went inside. Little sister, you're here. Did you hear what I just said? Lee Sange was a little flustered when he saw his little sister walk in. Third brother, I heard everything. Don't worry, even if it costs a lot of money, as long as it can help you live a few more years, it's worth it. Don't worry about money, I can earn it. Afraid that her third brother would worry about money, Liam added. I'm sorry, I burdened this family. Lee Sange lowered his head and said with a face full of self-reproach. The old doctor next to them frowned and interrupted their conversation. Why do you both look like the sky has fallen? Didn't I say that this disease is curable? If he is treated properly, he can still live to a normal lifespan. At this point, the old doctor stroked his chin and thought for a while, but what I'm most curious about is how he has managed to endure this disease all these years. My third brother later read medical books and got his own medicine. He's very capable. Whenever anyone in my family has a headache or fever, it's my third brother who helps take care of them. Liam pointed at Lee Sange with pride. Lee Sange looked embarrassed and gently tugged at the little sister who had praised him so highly. Little sister, all right, stop talking. Liam brushed his hand away. Third brother, why are you pulling me? I'm telling the truth. The old doctor looked at Lee Sange in surprise. She's telling the truth? You've taught yourself medicine? Then smell what herbs are in this bag. Lee Sange was taken aback, pointing to the bag of Chinese herbs he had thrown at him and asking, is this part of the consultation? The old doctor laughed loudly and waved his hand to explain. Of course not, I'm just curious about how far you've progressed in your self-study. What's wrong, are you scared? Lee Sange smiled, and without saying a word, opened the bag he had handed him, smelled it a few times, and then began to name the herbs: Plantago asiatica, cassia seed, astragalus. With each herb Lee Sange named, a satisfied smile appeared on the old doctor's face. Indeed, not bad. To be able to learn to this extent on your own, you are already quite talented in medicine. The old doctor stroked his goatee and said with certainty. Take off your clothes, the old doctor suddenly said. Take off my clothes? Lee Sange's face turned awkward, and he gripped his clothes tightly. Seeing this, the old doctor chuckled in exasperation. What are you thinking? I'm a legitimate traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I don't have any shameful fetishes. I'm asking you to take off your clothes to give you acupuncture, understand? After he finished explaining, the old doctor heard several sighs of relief from inside the office, which infuriated him. What's wrong with young people these days? How can their thoughts be so impure? I'm sorry, I'll take them off now, Lee Sange said sheepishly, quickly removing his upper garment. Family members, please go outside and wait, or go to the canteen and get the patient some food. He should feel hungry after the acupuncture, the old doctor said suddenly, turning around with the acupuncture needles in hand. Looking at the closed office door, Liam looked at the wooden door with some worry. Will this old man be any good? Won't my third brother let him make things worse? Sunan held her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, this old doctor's surname is Han. He comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He doesn't usually see patients, but once he's diagnosed, there's almost nothing he can't handle. Chapter 49. Try saying it again. After listening, Liam looked at the tightly closed office door in surprise. I didn't expect this old man to have such a distinguished family background. So you don't need to worry about third brother, his illness will get better. He gently held her hand, his thumb unconsciously rubbing her palm. I hope so. Third brother has suffered so much. His health has been poor since he was a child. He takes more medicine than we eat rice. I just hope his illness will get better. Liam said, looking at the office door with heartache. Considering that third brother would be hungry after his acupuncture, Liam didn't dare to delay. She immediately took Sunan to the hospital cafeteria. This was indeed a large hospital cafeteria. The menu looked more extensive than that of state-run restaurants. Liam first ordered a stew and 2 lighter dishes for third brother, and then it was her and Sunan's turn. She'd been here for over a month. Although the food at home was getting better, her family loved fatty meat, which was a real hardship for her, as she didn't like it. The menu on the wall, roast duck, salted duck, braised chicken, Sichuan-style chicken, was so appealing to her. Before she knew it, she'd ordered 4 or 5 dishes. Unfortunately, there were only 2 of them, so 5 dishes were enough. She could only look at the names of the rest. "Do you like the food here that much?" Sunan, who had been standing beside her, asked with a slight smile. Liam stared longingly at the menu on the wall. "Of course. The names alone make my mouth water." "Then we'll come here often," he said with a smile. Liam stroked her chin, staring at him for a while, but remained silent. Sunan felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Comrade Sunan, tell me honestly, who exactly are you? Why was the hospital director so polite to you just now, and now he's even arranged such a skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor for my third brother? To do all this, your identity must be extraordinary." Sunan unconsciously tugged at the hem of his clothes, and the smile on his lips slowly froze as she asked these questions. "All right, I was just asking casually. If it's inconvenient for you to say, then just pretend I didn't ask anything." Seeing his seemingly troubled expression, Liam said with a nonchalant smile. However, she was still a little uncomfortable. She and this blockhead were already dating, but he still wouldn't be honest with her. It seemed he still didn't consider her his girlfriend. Before he could say anything more, Liam turned to find a chair to sit down and wait for the food to be prepared. Just as she turned to leave, a large hand suddenly grabbed her arm. "There's nothing inconvenient to say. If you want to know anything, I can tell you." "Don't be angry," Sunan said earnestly. As she turned to leave, he seemed to see disappointment in her eyes. At that moment, it felt like a needle pricked his heart, as if something important was about to slip away. "Actually, I'm the deputy director of the 7th Aerospace Research Institute. The reason I didn't tell you this identity is because I was afraid you'd be hurt. The less you know about my identity, the better," he confessed nervously. Liam was completely stunned by this revelation. She had imagined how powerful he was, but she hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Now she finally understood why those people treated her with such respect. Based on his research, he deserved that respect. At the same time, she marveled at her incredible luck. She had only gone on a blind date, but she had unexpectedly kissed a true big shot. "Are you scared?" Seeing her remain silent, Sunan's heart pounded with anxiety. Was she afraid that knowing his identity would make her afraid of being hurt and choose not to be with him? Liam snapped out of her daze, just in time to hear his seemingly random question. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid my identity will put you in danger." "If you're afraid, I can agree to end our relationship." As he finished speaking, his heart felt like it was being squeezed, a sharp pain shooting through him. Only when he said those words did he realize how deeply his feelings for her had grown without him noticing. The thought of them no longer being her partner felt like half his heart had been ripped out. The thought of her dating other men, even doing the intimate things they had once done together, made him feel like half his life had been taken away. Liam frowned, her face pale, and shouted at him, "Sunan, try saying what you just said again. What did this idiot mean? Was he going to break up with her?" Sunan clenched his fists nervously, his throat bobbing rapidly, his deep eyes filled with anxiety as he stared at her, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly, unable to utter a single word. "I won't break up with you. Even if you're afraid my job will put you in danger, I won't break up with you unless I'm dead." His eyebrows furrowed into a tight knot as he grabbed her hand and said quickly, Li Mo smiled with satisfaction. This blockhead reacted quickly, otherwise, she wouldn't have let him off so easily. Wait a minute, Comrade Sunan, what you just said didn't mean that. It sounded like you wanted to break up with me. She looked at him with a half-smile. Sunan looked around, avoiding her gaze. No, you misheard. I'd rather die than break up with you. Look at me. Li Mo's smile vanished, her tone suddenly turning serious as she called out to him. Sunan immediately looked away. I won't break up. I was wrong about what I said earlier. Don't be angry. He then gently squeezed her hand to comfort her. Li Mo gave him a playful glare. Don't do it again. If I hear you say such nonsense again, I'll take it seriously. No, absolutely no next time, he promised, happily gripping her hand. Now she finally understood why his salary was so high, his status truly justified the amount. As far as she knew, this research institute seemed quite famous in later years, but back then she was just an ordinary citizen and had only heard about it on television. I know about your job. If anyone in my family asks you about it, just make up a job to fool them, she instructed, holding his hand. Sunan nodded, I understand. But are you concerned about the dangers my job brings? He asked, looking at her nervously. Chapter 50 I'm your benefactor. It was because of the dangers of this job that he had decided he would never marry or have children. But things didn't go as planned. He never expected to run into the woman he wanted to spend his life with when he returned from his last vacation. Li Mo cupped his face in her hands and said earnestly, I don't mind. Your job is great, I fully support it. You're amazing, you're my pride. Sunan was moved, a joyful smile spreading across his handsome face. He knew the woman he loved wouldn't be bad. Just as he was overwhelmed with emotion, a voice called out from the cafeteria window. Our food is here, go get it. Li Mo shook his arm, suppressing a laugh. Sunan snapped out of his reverie, suppressing his emotions, and squeezed her hand. Okay, then you sit here and wait for me, I'll be right back. Okay, go ahead. Li Mo nodded at him, watching him walk towards the cafeteria window. Just as she was looking towards the cafeteria window, a commotion suddenly erupted from not far away. Shenwen, you spilled my food, but I don't want you to pay for it. I just want you to squat down and eat all this food on the ground like a dog. Hearing this name, Li Mo turned around to look at him. Whether it was fate or bad luck, she had only been here for less than half a day and had already run into Shenwen twice in this hospital. What do you want? Didn't I say I could pay you? Why are you being so aggressive? At this moment, a voice filled with arrogance rang out. Why should the child of a murderer like you enjoy the same treatment as us here? You should die as soon as possible, just like your murderer father. Hearing the word murderer, the cafeteria immediately erupted in commotion. Some agitated onlookers even threw things, creating a chaotic scene. Li Mo sat there watching everything unfold, noticing that Shenwen, who had been hit by something, clenched his fists tightly, as if suppressing his inner anger. Li Mo remembered that in the book, Li Meng had helped Shenwen when he was being bullied, which was why Shenwen remembered her and even willingly became her executioner. This time, she was going to be Shenwen's savior. She wanted to see how Li Meng could continue to reach the pinnacle of life in the book without Shenwen as her executioner. When she arrived, Shenwen's forehead was already bleeding from being hit. Ouch, someone's going to die. Call the police, she shouted, pinching her nose as she hid in the crowd. As soon as she shouted, those who had hit Shenwen ran away guiltily. Even the ones who had just started the trouble fled as if their lives depended on it. The place that had been crowded just moments before suddenly seemed empty, leaving only Shenwen, whose face was bleeding, and Li Mo Shen. Wen, who exuded a melancholy aura, noticed that there were other people around him and immediately raised a pair of eyes like those of a fierce wolf cub to look at her. Why are you looking at me so fiercely? Don't repay kindness with enmity. If I hadn't shouted just now, you'd still be getting things thrown at you by those people. So, I'm actually your savior, Li Mo said, startled. As she finished explaining, the fierceness in his eyes softened. "Thank you," he said, a faint thank you after a moment. Liam secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because she knew how ruthless he was in the book, but even though he didn't seem harmful now, she was still a little afraid of him. "If you really want to thank me, just help me out if I ever need anything in the future." Having finally gotten this chance to repay his kindness, even though she was afraid, she wanted to make sure he remembered. Shinwen chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Looking like this, what do you think I can do to help you? Didn't you hear what they said? I'm the son of a murderer. Getting close to me will only harm you. So what? Your dad is your dad, and you are you. Just because he's a murderer doesn't mean you are. Anyway, I believe in you." She said these kind words, hoping to deepen Shinwen's positive impression of her. His lifeless dark eyes immediately lit up with surprise after hearing her words. "You really think so?" This was the first time in years that someone had spoken to him like this. "Of course. If I didn't think so, why would I help you?" Liam nodded. Seeing his expression improve, Liam secretly gave him a mental thumbs up. It seemed her benefactor act had worked. "By the way, do you believe I can read faces?" Liam gestured towards his face with her hand. Shinwen frowned slightly. Before he could speak, she said, "I think you'll meet a woman in the next couple of days. She'll tell you that your father's mistake wasn't your fault, and that you should live your own life. She'll even lend you 50 yuan. Let me tell you, it's all that woman's conspiracy. If you take that 50 yuan, she'll kill you. If you trust me, don't believe her." Shinwen's frown deepened. He wondered if his benefactor was a charlatan. "I have other things to do in my department, so I'll go now. I'll remember your kindness. If you need anything, just come to the cardiac surgery department." With that, he quickly stood up and left the cafeteria. "Why are you running so fast? I'm not going to eat you." Seeing him almost fall while running, Liam pursed her lips and muttered softly. Then, she turned around and saw Sunan sitting calmly at the table, watching her. Liam felt a pang of guilt. Under that gaze, she felt a strange sense of guilt, like she'd been caught cheating. Ugh, cheating? She had absolutely no feelings for Shinwen, heaven and earth could bear witness. "Is all the food we ordered ready?" she asked, a flattering smile on her pretty face as she sat down beside him. Sunan affectionately pinched her cheek and placed a pair of chopsticks in her hand. "Eat up, everything's ready." He then started piling meat onto her plate. Liam ate the mountain of meat and vegetables he'd piled on her plate, secretly glancing at his overly calm, handsome face. Her heart pounded with anxiety. Was he angry, or not? The meal was almost finished, and the man beside her seemed no different than usual, still as attentive as before, answering her questions and occasionally adding food to her bowl. But something felt different. Chapter 51. Did you do it? Just as he returned from putting the rice bowl away in the designated area for leftover dishes, Liam grabbed his hand. "I just said a few words to him, and I helped him out a little, so he owes me a favor, it's that simple." "Yeah, I know," Sunan replied with a smile. Liam's heart pounded even harder at his smile. "Oh, stop smiling. If you're really angry, just yell at me, I won't talk back." His behavior made her even more uneasy. Sunan chuckled. "Why are you practically begging me to yell at you? I can't bear to." He then patted her head. Liam stared at him for a while, making sure he really didn't seem angry, before she breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest, saying, "You scared me to death. I thought you were angry because you saw me talking to Shinwen. It's good you're not angry." Sunan squeezed her hand, his thumb gently rubbing her palm. "Am I such a petty person in your eyes?" Liam, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, snapped back to reality upon hearing his probing question. A fawning smile immediately appeared on her pretty face as she smiled at him. "You're definitely not that kind of petty person. In my heart, you're the most generous man in the world, the most generous of all." Sunan was amused by her exaggerated praise. Okay, stop praising me. If you keep praising me like this, I'll start thinking I'm the most perfect man in the world. Li Mo secretly stuck out her tongue shyly. Actually, she felt a little nauseous too. The two carried the food that Li Sange had eaten back to Dr. Han's office. Just then, their acupuncture session ended, and whether it was her imagination or not, Li Mo noticed that her third brother's complexion looked a little rosier than usual when she came in and saw him after his acupuncture treatment. Your illness isn't easy to cure completely, but you're lucky to have met this old Chinese medicine doctor today. For the next 6 months, come to me for acupuncture once every 2 weeks, and I guarantee you'll live like a normal person afterward, Dr. Han said to Li's third brother as he put on his clothes, writing a prescription. Third brother, your complexion seems much better. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling any better? Li Mo walked up to him and asked in a low voice. Li Sange looked at his younger sister as she walked in, a warm smile curving his lips. I feel much better, little sister. This Dr. Han is truly skilled. Dr. Han, who had just finished writing the prescription, overheard their conversation. He snorted softly, stroked his white beard, and handed over the prescription. When you get back, take this prescription for half a month. When you come back for acupuncture, I'll give you another prescription. Li Mo took it first and glanced at it, but unfortunately, she couldn't understand a single stroke of the flamboyant handwriting. Finally, she sheepishly handed it back to her brother. Dr. Han snorted again, then looked at Li Sange and said, You can consider what I said earlier, you don't need to give me an answer immediately. Comrade Su, is this really your girlfriend? How could someone as capable as you find such a clumsy girl? Dr. Han looked at Sunan with a puzzled expression. Sunan glanced tenderly at Li Mo, who was about to explode in anger, and took her hand. Old Han, I don't agree with what you said. I think my girlfriend is quite smart. Besides, loving someone means loving both her strengths and weaknesses. In my opinion, everything about her is a strength. Li Mo was originally going to settle scores with Old Han, the doctor who dared to sow discord between her and Sunan, but unexpectedly, Sunan's sudden confession instantly calmed her agitated mood, even making her feel sweet inside. Old Han clicked his tongue twice. Youth is truly wonderful. A little while later, a patient came in, and the three of them were asked to leave. It was half an hour later when Li Sange finished eating the food he got from the canteen. By the time the three of them came out of the hospital, it was already afternoon. I'll take you back, Sunan said to the two siblings as they stood at the hospital entrance. Li Sange nodded. The ox carts back to the village would definitely have left by now. Since someone was willing to take them, why should his little sister suffer the hardship of walking back with him? It was nearly evening when the three returned to Lijiazwang. As soon as they entered the village, Li Mo leaned out of the car window, listening to the barking of dogs and adults calling children home. A feeling of happiness, like coming home, slowly welled up inside her. The car pulled up near the village committee office, and a figure kneeling in the open space in front of the office came into Li Mo's view. Driver, slow down. She couldn't miss this good show. The driver immediately slowed down. Li Mo was now kneeling in the open space alongside Li Meng, who had something strapped to her back. In just one day, Li Meng looked several years older, her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were covered in grime. Having knelt on the ground all day, Li Meng heard the car and lifted her numb eyes with hope, initially thinking it was Su Jianming coming to rescue her. But it wasn't. The first thing she saw was Li Mo sitting in the car. Li Meng looked down at her disheveled state, her heart filled with resentment. Why did she have to suffer like this, while Li Mo sat in the car enjoying such good treatment? Watching the car slowly drive past, Li Meng excitedly scrambled to her feet. However, because she had been kneeling for so long, her legs were stiff and aching, and the sudden movement caused her to stumble forward uncontrollably. A metallic taste filled her mouth. Li Meng bit her lip and got up again, her feet burning with hatred as she chased after the car, finally stopping it in front of the hood. Those things, the voice in her head had only reminded her yesterday about the Dendrobium officinale on the back mountain. She hadn't even had a chance to steal it yet, and now someone had written big character posters about it. Now she was the enemy of the whole village, even her own family treated her like an enemy, wanting to sever all ties with her. She knelt there all day, thinking, and finally concluded that the only culprit who had ruined her like this could be that bitch Liam. Because recently, all she had done was cooperate with Lu Chunhua to deal with Li Urge. Liam, did you write those big character posters on my door? She demanded, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with resentment, as she glared at Liam by the car door. Which eye of yours saw me write those big character posters and put them on your door? If you can't produce evidence, I'm going to call the police and have you arrested, Liam replied with a smug smile. Chapter 52 Drunk. Sunan, if someone falsely accuses me and I report it to the police, what price will they pay? Liam immediately nudged Sunan, who was sitting next to her, with her elbow. Sunan's gaze swept sharply like ice over Li Meng, who was standing outside the car. Falsely accusing someone will result in 7 days of detention and a fine of 200 yuan if the allegations are true. Li Meng's face flushed and turned pale. I didn't say anything, I don't know anything. After saying that, she immediately turned and ran away. Liam stuck her head out and watched her run away, a half-smile playing on her lips. Although this incident happened on the way back to the village, the car eventually arrived at the Li family's door without incident. The Li family, who had been waiting at home, all ran out when they heard the car. The family surrounded Liam and Li Sange, who had just returned, their faces full of concern for them. This made Sunan, who followed them into the Li family's house, feel a little envious. It turned out that being brothers and sisters wasn't just about who schemed against whom, it turned out that family members could also care for each other. Over here, Liam finished telling her third brother and family what had happened that day. Li's parents, upon learning that their third son's medical treatment was thanks to his future son-in-law Sunan, brought out some precious wine to treat him. However, because Li's father was so enthusiastic, Sunan couldn't stop him and ended up drinking with him until he was drunk. You old man, you could have just drunk yourself, how could you get little Su drunk? Li's mother scolded, pointing at Li's father with a reproachful look. Li's father looked innocent. How was I supposed to know he couldn't drink much? Why don't we let him stay at our house for the night? Li's mother suggested, looking at her future son-in-law who was slumped over the table, silent. Li's father felt a little guilty, so he nodded in agreement, let him share a room with the second son. Seeing that her parents had agreed, Liam stood up and said, then I'll go out and tell the driver who's still waiting for Sunan to come pick him up tomorrow morning. After informing the driver, Liam returned to the main room, where only the drunk Sunan was lying motionless on the table. Sunan, wake up, don't sleep here, you'll catch a cold. I'll help you to my second brother's room. She walked over and gently patted his shoulder, calling out. Dizzy, Sunan raised his face, which looked like a ripe tomato, and grinned at her with a slightly silly smile. Xiao Mo, I like you, do you like me? Liam steadied his wobbly head, you're drunk, be good, I'll help you to my second brother's room to rest. No, I won't go. He put his hand to his lips and shushed her. But if you kiss me, I'll listen and go rest. He then chuckled foolishly. His drunken state was completely different from his usual self. He was so adorable now, so adorable that she couldn't resist reaching out and pinching his red and hot cheek. It was a pity she didn't have a phone. If she did, she would definitely record him in this drunken state and show it to him when he sobered up. She lowered her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. Okay, kissed you, sweetie, let's go back to the room and sleep. After kissing his cheek, Liam gently coaxed him. Sunan touched his kissed cheek, his tongue practically lolling out in his haste, slurring, no, not like that, kiss here. He pointed to his lips. Liam looked at his thin, soft lips and smiled, when suddenly something soft touched her lips. Sunan licked his lips with a lingering look, squinting his eyes and smiling, okay, that's enough, go to sleep. Then, he suddenly stood up, swaying unsteadily, as if he were about to collapse at any moment. Liamo was startled by his state after regaining her senses. She quickly went over and supported his arm. Looking at the drunken man, she smiled helplessly and could only struggle to help him into the room where Li Urge lived. Fortunately, the man was a good drinker. After being put on the bed, he hugged the blanket and fell asleep without a sound. He slept soundly through the night. The next day, Sunan was awakened by the lively atmosphere of the Li family home. Hearing the voices coming from outside, he smiled slightly. He seemed to increasingly crave such a bustling life. He went out of his room to the main room where the Li family ate, and was spotted by Li's mother. "Xiaosu is awake. Go wash up and then come back for breakfast." Sunan came out and greeted the Li family members one by one. Liamo came up and took his hand, leading him to the yard to get him toiletries. After explaining things to him, Liamo was about to go back inside when she saw his refined figure turn away. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on her lips, and she walked up to him again. "Comrade Sunan, do you know what you did to me last night when you were drunk?" Sunan, who had just brushed his teeth, was so startled by her question that he spat out all the toothpaste foam. He looked at the pretty face close to his face, his throat bobbing nervously. "What did I do to you last night?" After asking, he thought seriously for a while, but his mind was still foggy from being drunk the night before, and he had no recollection of what happened after he got drunk. "You really don't remember what you did to me last night when you were drunk?" Seeing him tapping his head, Liamo asked him again to confirm. Sunan shook his head obediently. "I really don't remember." Then, a little uneasy, he asked, "Xiao Mo, did I do anything bad to you yesterday?" He rarely drank, even at social events. He only took a few sips, so he had no idea what he would be like when drunk. "Nothing much, it's just that you kept holding my hand and saying you liked me, that you'd marry no one but me, and you even forced me to kiss you." With each thing he mentioned, Liamo noticed his face turn redder. "I'm sorry, Comrade Xiao I'll never get drunk again." Every time he heard her recount something he'd done to her while drunk, he wanted to slap himself to wake up. Liamo looked at his flushed face, smiled, and reached out to touch it. It was still hot. "Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Actually, besides the kissing thing being true, the other two things were something I added," she confessed with a smile. "But don't use this habit of wanting kisses when you're drunk on just anyone, only on me, understand?" Liamo commanded, pulling his collar and whispering in his ear. Sunan immediately nodded, his deep black eyes looking at her earnestly, assuring her, "No, I rarely drink. Last night was an accident." When the two came out of the kitchen and returned to the main room, both their cheeks were flushed. Seeing this, Li's father was speechless, and then could only let out a heavy sigh, a thought flashing through his mind: a daughter is like a tree that grows up and leaves home.